Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve this sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 2 of the series. Chapter 65 Rejection Ring. Now let's see what this is. After calming down, Zeman took the yellow orb out of his coat pocket and looked at it with a touch of joy. I almost forgot about you. Baby, why do I feel you like that orb more than me? Lilith didn't know whether to laugh or cry, seeing the warmth in his eyes as he looked at the treasure orb. HMPH. You just wait and you will see what is good for you. Zeman merely snorted before forcefully crushing the orb in his hands. How could he not be excited? This was a magic-grade treasure after all. Flash. After a deep yellow flash of light, a new object appeared on the table in front of Zeman. The object was actually a bronze-colored ring with many strange-looking engravings on it, and at first glance, it didn't seem to be anything too special. Another ring. Zeman was slightly surprised before grabbing inquisitively at the object. Rejection Ring. Magic-grade treasure possesses the power to reject elements formed by solid-state matter. When equipped, it automatically increases magic 15 and mana 15. For 5 minutes every day, you can use the active skill Reverse Trajectory. Reverse Trajectory creates a barrier that blocks, repels, and returns any object shot to you towards the launcher regardless of the distance. The power of the barrier depends on the magic power of the user and the object blocked. It has a cooldown time of 12 hours. Zeman raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. The item itself was good, as it not only granted a total of 30 stat points, but also had a skill attached to it. But the skill was a bit strange, so Zeman had no way of knowing how strong it was until he tried it. Well, we'd better go get something to eat. When this thought flashed in his mind, he couldn't help but stop to look at Lilith. But when he was about to ask if she didn't need to eat, he suddenly felt a bit stupid, so he decided to leave quietly. She was too distant in existence. How could she possibly need to eat? He hadn't even seen her feel thirsty during these 6 days together. A temporary sort of kitchen had been set up in a corner of the basketball court. A huge pot was being simmered while a group of female students and some male students formed a group to wash and chop vegetables, cut meat, cook rice, and arrange bowls for each person after taking a head count. When Zeman came out of the cafeteria, some people began to whisper in low voices while looking at him with a touch of fear and caution. However, in the midst of these people, there were also many others who looked at him with gratitude and relief. While it was true that many feared him after seeing how he unhesitatingly threw a live person into the zombies, and the rumor spread with several alterations, many others were grateful that with someone strong like him and the rest here, everyone's life was a little more secure. In addition, when the female dormitory students were rescued, all the other survivors who had been rescued at the beginning of the apocalypse realized that compared to them, there were people who were starving to death out there. Seeing that the food was being prepared, Zeman stood silently on the side as he thought of ways to become stronger and how he could overcome the challenge that the soul record imposed on him. After he calmed down, he realized that while the mission was difficult, it was not impossible. If it were someone else, it would probably be impossible. But for him, who had already faced, defeated, and killed 2 first-order creatures, it was not an insurmountable abyss. All he had to do was come up with a plan that would allow him to kill his enemy with a single attack, and since the mission did not give a clear specification of the method, Zeman could think of ways to achieve that goal. While he was thinking and deep in thought, a sweet jasmine-like scent approached him, followed by a gentle breeze. Do you mind if I sit here? Zeman raised his head and looked at the person who had just spoken to him. You must not know my name yet. Do you? My name is Wu Yijin. She smiled politely, and seeing him move to the side to make room, she sat down with grace. During the day, I didn't have time to thank you properly for earlier. I would like to give you my thanks. Zeman raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but remark, I think I said it before, but if you want to thank someone, you should thank Shangyu and Bingzu. Not me. Wu Yijin chuckled and shook her head. While it may be true that the idea was hers and she used that unknown favor you owed her, the reality is that you could have refused and Bingzu couldn't have forced you. Besides, It's not like saying thank you to the person who cleaned up a zombie nest is a bad thing. Is it? That's the least I can do. Bai Zemin shrugged and didn't comment anymore. Seeing that he remained silent and didn't try to engage her in conversation, Wu Yijin couldn't help but raise her eyebrow slightly in surprise. Before the apocalypse, all men regardless their age would try to chat with her either because of her beauty or because of her family background. Now that the gates of the apocalypse were opened, men were still trying to court her even under these conditions, as since she came to this place no less than 60 male students approached her. Therefore, Wu Yijin could not help but be slightly surprised as she could tell that the young man of the same age beside her was not trying to act interesting or mysterious to get her attention, but really had no interest in her beauty or any kind of side interest. What an interesting man. Now I understand why Chen He, who was always proud of himself, suddenly feels so cautious. Wu Yijin secretly laughed, and her impression of him couldn't help but improve a notch. Come to think of it, Bai Zemin suddenly stood up and his eyes shone brightly. This, are you okay? Wu Yijin couldn't help but ask with a frown and unconsciously looks towards the door, fearful that it would be knocked down by some creature. No, it's nothing, he answered vaguely and sat back down. However, his mouth curved into an almost invisible smile. Maybe, just maybe, if I do it that way I can really complete this damn mission. Bai Zemin was excited as his thoughts seemed to have paid off. His mood improved to the point where he didn't care about anything and started to chat with Wu Yijin informally while waiting for the food to be ready. If his idea really was valid and worked, then all his worries could be completely ignored. Of course, he had to do a lot of work first and get certain things needed to carry out his plan, but having a clear path to follow was good enough considering that an hour ago he was getting desperate. Chapter 66 Effects of the New Rules. Oh, in another corner of the basketball court, Chen He, Shangyuan Bingzu, Gao Min, Lai Na, and Fan Wu were sitting chatting quietly while waiting for the food to be ready. Yijin said she was only going to thank him, but apparently she stayed chatting, and seeing how she is currently smiling despite the situation we are in, it looks like she is having fun. Chen He said casually, as he looks towards the corner where Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin were sitting together. Gao Min, Lai Na, and Fan Wu looked at each other with complicated eyes. The three of them had heard the rumors about Bai Zemin's actions during the day, but the difference was that they knew the reality of the matters after Shangyuan Bingzu and Chen He told them the truth. Still, it was difficult for them, who had not seen human cruelty yet, to understand how someone could do such a thing. Of course, it was only a matter of time before they learned that not only zombies and animals had turned into wild creatures. Shangyuan Bingzu frowned slightly as she gazed at the scene of the two people chatting, and a moment later she sighed. I hope Yujin isn't playing around as she did in the past. I don't think Bai Zemin is a person to play with. Chen He chuckled and said with a touch of speculation. Who knows? Maybe the two of them will end up together. While Bai Zemin's personal background may not be anything special, his personal strength in this world is enough to be respected. Even Yijin's family might accept him, don't you think? Who knows? Shangyuan Bingzu replied without much apparent interest and closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Chen He was secretly overjoyed. Wu Yijin was a beautiful, charming, and intelligent woman. He didn't think any healthy man could resist her for too long as she wanted him to. That way, his worries about the woman he loved would not be necessary. Dinner was served and consisted of rice with sautéed vegetables as well as a piece of meat. However, the differences, dealings, preferences, and rules established by the group showed up immediately. In a slightly secluded corner of the basketball court, a group of about 5 friends had gathered and were currently looking at the food in their hands with a hint of discomfort. Why can they eat meat, but we can only eat rice? A student complained as he mashed the white rice in his bowl with his chopsticks. These people's food bowls consisted of pure white rice and nothing else. There wasn't even a vegetable in their bowls, let alone precious, nutrient-rich meat. Isn't it all because of that stupid rule? Another scoffed as he put the white rice into his mouth and chewed without much desire. That Bai Zemin guy already said it. Those who aren't willing to go out to fight or look for food can only settle with leftovers. Going out to fight those zombies, only a stupid person would do something so risky. Another student who was almost 6 feet tall couldn't help but curse as he said, "Since there are some retards playing superheroes, then let them be. Who in their right mind would leave the comfort and convenience of this place to go looking for food too?" Xing Wenk is right. A glasses-wearing, cold-eyed student who had remained silent pointed out. Bai Zemin is too full of himself. But people are unlikely to tolerate this kind of difference for too long. The group of friends looked around and realized that there were indeed several people who were receiving the same treatment as them, unhappy with the difference in food distribution. This discontent was only growing more and more with the scornful looks the people eating white rice were receiving from those who had vegetables and a piece of meat in their bowls. Although the food was now not especially scarce and was enough to feed the group of now over 400 survivors for 2 weeks if they were wasteful and for a month if they were careful, the rule that Bai Zemin had suggested forcibly implementing still took place. Therefore, before distributing the food, each person was questioned as to whether they were willing to do logistical work to support those who were actively fighting on the front lines. Those who were willing to work could eat better food and even satiate themselves, unlike those who were not willing to leave the safety of the gymnasium. Of course, those who fought could eat the best food available and could eat at will as well as control supplies. For example, Gao Min, Lai Na, Fan Wu, and Wu Yijin currently brought nothing special to the group. However, with the support of Chen He and Shang Yu and Bing Zhu, all four could enjoy the treatment of one person who did work. Such differences in treatment naturally caused a small commotion among the survivors, as it was the first time such a thing had happened since the beginning of the apocalypse. "If you don't want to eat, don't eat. Stop talking big," a female voice interrupted the group of complaining friends. When they turned around, they saw 2 girls looking at them coldly and carrying a bowl of white rice in their hands. "You girls are also just eating white rice. But you support that guy." The student who had spoken first looked at them as if they were crazy. "We were saved from the female dormitory by Big Brother Bai, Big Sister Shangyuan, Big Brother Chen, and Big Brother Pang. Unlike you, the 2 of us know the meaning of not biting the hand that feeds us." The same girl looked at them in disgust. "Nice tone you got there for a coward," the glasses-wearing student snorted and raised his voice. The girl was about to get angry when her friend pulled her arm gently and stopped her. The second girl looked at the group of 5 and sneered coldly. "You guys really don't know what's good. If you guys knew how scary it is to feel hungry for almost a whole week, I'm sure you'd be crawling like dogs to beg for a bowl of white rice like the one you're disdaining right now." The first girl's name was Ling Ming and the second girl's name was Xiao Rong. Both were freshmen, and in the past, they also had their share of suitors as they were quite pretty. However, when the world changed, they were stuck on the 3rd floor of the female dormitory. And when they called for help through the window during the first day, all those men who swore to protect them fled like chickens. After starving for almost a whole week and having realized that beauty and empty words were no longer as important as actions and true strength, Ling Ming and Xiao Rong had matured a lot, to the point that even as new students they were wiser than this group of third-year male students. The argument slowly began to get out of hand, to the point where more people began to join the fray, and the voices that were previously a whisper now began to turn into shouts of anger and shaming. Chapter 67 The Strongest is the King Part 1. "What did you say, you little piece of crap? I said you're a coward, that's why you're eating what you're eating while I'm getting better stuff than you. You're just turning into a show-off dog. But you're still a dog. Better to be a dog that can show off instead of just being a dog." The verbal brawl spread from the 2 freshmen and the group of 5 friends to the surrounding area, and it was getting more and more out of control. Those who ate the best things began to show their superiority to those who ate the worst, and those who ate the worst began to mock those who ate the best. Since the world had changed 6 days ago, all these people had been locked up practically without seeing any sunlight except the rays that passed through the small windows with metal bars. The confinement, coupled with the occasional distant roar of some mutated beasts, and the fear of knowing that death was constantly lurking over their heads, had caused all these people who didn't even have a comfortable place to sleep to accumulate massive amounts of stress, to the point where it only took a small drop for the glass to overflow. Now that a small flare of conflict had finally been ignited, everyone began to argue over insignificant matters in an attempt to release all the pent-up frustration and shake off the fear that was weighing on their shoulders. Bai Zemin observed everything silently from his place and continued to eat his dinner as if he was not concerned about anything that was happening. Wu Yijin raised an eyebrow at the sudden disturbance and looked at Bai Zemin before carefully asking, "Want you stop them?" "No need." He shook his head before pointing forward and said lightly, "The charming prince and the beautiful princess will do it anyway." The charming prince and the beautiful princess. Wu Yijin followed Bai Zemin's gaze and finally understood what he was talking about. You're pretty funny, haha." She couldn't help but shake her head and giggled as she saw Shangyu, Bing Zhu and Chen He walking towards the center of the conflict. Bai Zemin unconsciously stopped his eating movements and looked at the woman sitting beside him out of the corner of his eye. "Funny he is, that is something new." Bai Zemin shook his head and continued eating his dinner while looking ahead. Shangyu Bing Zhu had a deep frown on her face while Chen He looked somewhat worried at what was happening. Both of them came from big families, so they knew very well that in times of crisis, internal disputes were the beginning of the end. If at this point they could not stand together, then it was unlikely that humanity could overcome this challenge, as they would not only be attacked from the exterior, but would also collapse from inside. The scandal had reached a point where the intermingled voices made it impossible to understand what the others were saying, and so no one noticed the duo approaching either. Everyone shut up once and for all. A deep voice thundered like lightning in the middle of the night, and the voices that seemed too loud before were squashed as if it was nothing. The tympani of the people closest to the shout began to ache, and they could feel a slight whistling sound as a result. The person who had shouted was, of course, Shen He. As someone whose level was considerably high and had been constantly evolving and fighting, his entire general body was at least 5 or 6 times more powerful than that of a normal person. "It's Chen He and Shangyu Bing Zhu. I think we went a little overboard." Seeing the dark expression on Chen He's usually gentle face and the even colder than usual expression on Shangyu Bing Zhu's face, some people couldn't help but be scared after realizing what they had just done. Seeing that everyone was silent, Chen He swept through the crowd of survivors with a sullen expression and said in a loud voice, "You are all idiots. Don't you realize that all this commotion caused by you could attract powerful creatures from the surrounding area? We haven't even cleared all the surroundings, and only the northern area of this place is relatively safe, since they had only moved to the pharmacy and the restaurant in search of supplies. Only the vicinity of those 2 places were considered safe. However, the south, west, and east of the gym were still surrounded by all kinds of creatures and tens of thousands and even hundreds of thousands of zombies." Chen He had already witnessed with his own eyes how terrifying a first-order existence was, and knew that if 2 or more of those creatures appeared, then most if not all of the survivors in this place would be slaughtered without being able to defend themselves. They all lowered their heads in fear, not daring to protest. Although many might turn savage and disagree, none dared to say it out loud. "Someone want to explain to me what happened here?" Shangyu Bing Zhu finally asked the core question of the matter, as she looked at people's faces one by one waiting for an answer. "Big sister Bing. It all started because of this ungrateful person." Xiao Rong stepped forward and pointed at the first student who complained. Ling Ming also stepped forward and supported her friend. "That's right. This person and his friends are ungrateful. Not only do they talk behind others' backs like cowards, but they also don't know how to appreciate the kindness given to them selflessly." The pointed student turned pale, and the group of friends beside him looked at the 2 girls with bloodshot eyes as if they wanted to eat their flesh. "Is that true?" Chen He asked with a frown and looked at the group of 5 sternly. "You'd better tell the truth. Currently we have too many external problems to tolerate internal problems as well. Tell me what your name is and explain how all this fuss happened so we can try to find a solution." The young man gritted his teeth and looked at Bai Zemin, who was still keeping his head down and eating with a beautiful woman beside him. Eventually, gathering his courage, the young man looked at Chen He and Shangyu Bing Zhu and said in a straight voice, "My name is Pei Feng, a 3rd-year student in the economics department. The reason for all this commotion is because of the rule he put up earlier. Shang Yu and Bing Zhu sighed internally, and even without Pei Feng saying more, she already knew what the core of all this trouble was. She looked at him and said indifferently, "Are you talking about the rule masterminded by Bai Zemin in which supplies are distributed based on contribution?" Pei Feng seemed to have calmed down after the initial fear and nodded without hesitation. He looked at everyone present and said loudly, "That's right, that nonsense rule. I'm sure everyone here is secretly upset about the whole thing. I mean, come on, who in their right mind would be willing to go out there where a mutated mosquito could suddenly appear and dry us to death? Even those who agreed to go out there for the sake of eating their fill surely agree with me, but agreed to do it for obligation." Chapter 68, The Strongest is the King, Part 2. Last. Some people lowered their heads and others began to whisper to each other after hearing Pei Wang's words. No one could deny that the words he had just said were true to some extent. After all, who was really willing to risk their lives unless it was extremely necessary to do so? In fact, most of the students who had died so far had died because they had not dared to fight even when the zombies had cornered them and left them with no way out. Even among the people who had agreed to go out to do logistical work, there were some who only did it so that they could eat their fill and not for any other special reason. If they had to choose, they would naturally prefer to stay in the safest place possible. That was all you wanted to say? Shang Yu and Bing Zhu nodded slowly after Pei Wang finished his speech and looked at him with the same indifferent expression that made it difficult to know what her thoughts were. "That's right," Pei Wang nodded, now feeling more confident seeing that no one was refuting his previous words. "We would like to receive the same treatment as everyone else. After all, if no one present wants to work, it's not as if we can be forced. Is it, or what? Are we going to be left to starve?" Shang Yu and Bing Zhu sighed exhaustedly and looked at Pei Wang as if he was dumb. "I don't think anyone here is starving. In the past, people worked and earned salaries depending on their efforts. And now that society fell into chaos, people still have to collaborate to make things work somehow. Since money is worth little in our current situation, food is the best currency. Do you want to eat better than work and earn it?" Saying that, Shang Yu and Bing Zhu turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped and looked at Pei Wang coldly. "Just one more thing. If any of you dare to speak anything bad behind the backs of us who keep your young skins healthy, then you'd better prepare yourself for the consequences." Shen He looked at everyone present and added, "If any of you disagree with our rules, then you can leave. No one is holding you against your will. I'm sure you'll come back begging for mercy when you meet a zombie out there." After saying that, Shen He turned around and followed Shang Yu and Bing Zhu, not before looking at Bai Zemin, who continued to eat his dinner without caring about the opinion of others. If it was before, Shen He would not say such words, but he was gradually adapting to this new world, and, although it was not easy, he knew it was necessary if he wanted this group to have some kind of order. Otherwise, if everyone did what they wanted, everything would become a disaster before they knew it. Pei Wang's face turned pale as he realized that his words carried no weight in this situation. Even if the other survivors agreed with him, so what? No one would ever be willing to support him no matter what, since they needed the main fighters to survive. "Now do you understand? Know your place?" Xiao Rong looked at him like a clown before turning around and walking as far away from the place as possible. Even a dog doesn't bite the hand that feeds it. "Are you still human, or what?" Ling Ming gave him a look of disgust before snorting and following her friend with no intention of staying close to such a person. Not only did the two girls give him scornful looks, but all the others who ate white rice just like him also gave him the same look and walked away. Before, they belonged to the same group who were displeased and dissatisfied with the new food distribution rule. But now that even Shang Yu and Bing Zhu and Chen He had sided with Bai Zemin without hesitation, none of these survivors dared to stay by Pei Wang's side for fear of being labeled as ungrateful people, and the treatment they received would get even worse. To Pei Wang's horror, even his close group of friends looked at him with a touch of shame before turning and walking away with their bowls of rice. The place fell silent under a strange and slightly heavy atmosphere for a few seconds before a casual and indifferent voice broke the silence. This meat sure is good." Everyone followed the source of the voice and saw how Bai Zemin set his bowl aside before slowly standing up. He looked at Pei Wang with a slight smile and without saying anything turned around and walked away silently. What else could he do? Continue the matter when everything had already been made clear? Wasn't that lowering himself to the level of a cowardly and insignificant ant? Bai Zemin had better things to do, and Pei Wang's little act could never affect him in any way. A moment later, Wu Yijin's voice reached everyone's ears. Just a reminder to you, as you seem not to realize the current situation. The rules no longer exist here. The society has really fallen, and even the central government of China does not respond, since even I, the granddaughter of the Prime Minister, is in these circumstances. I advise you out of kindness not to provoke the limits of patience of a person whose strength is probably the highest among us all. Believe me, you are all very lucky to be able to have food in your stomachs, and you should appreciate and be grateful for that. After saying those words, Wu Yijin looked at Pei Wang coldly before walking towards Shangyuan Bingzu and her group. At first, everyone was astonished and dumbfounded to learn of Wu Yijin's true identity. Soon, however, that astonishment and surprise turned to horror, because if what she said was true and she really was the granddaughter of the Chinese Prime Minister, the fact that she is here, and even had to starve for almost a full week, meant that the central government was really in big trouble, or otherwise her family would already be here looking for her. Besides, Wu Yijin's words had another implication, and that was that Bai Zemin had already thrown one person into the zombies before. Another one probably wouldn't make a difference to him, therefore it was better to be obedient and not cause trouble unnecessarily. Humans really are despicable. Lilith giggled disdainfully as she rocked her dainty feet gently. Currently she was sitting on a large marble table, watching Bai Zemin's actions curiously. Indeed, but not just humans. I think any intelligent race would be just as greedy. Not all. I have known races to act for a single general purpose, though it is rare. Damn aliens. By the way, Bai Zemin, what are you doing? You mean this? Bai Zemin took off the blazing ring and the hurricane necklace, leaving them on the table, and as he inspected them a smile appeared on his face. These two objects are the first two keys that will open the door of evolution for me. Chapter 69. Hard to control mana. The night of the 6th day since the beginning of the apocalypse ended without too much noise and nothing of note except for the occasional terrifying roar of some distant creature. With the descent of the first ray of sunlight, the 7th day since the arrival of the soul record on Earth finally officially began. Being a week since the world had changed and society had fallen. When Bai Zemin met with the other group leaders and his subordinates, the survivors were being awakened by the teachers one by one. Without too much delay and wanting to make the most of the light that the day provided, a simple breakfast was prepared consisting of a steamed bun for those who were not willing to work, 2 buns for those who were willing to work, and 2 buns along with a carton of milk for the fighters. Wu Yijin looked at the milk carton in her hands and could not help but feel bitter inside. In the past, she would never taste packaged milk in China because cases of people getting cancer were common, and she absolutely never drank anything but imported milk. However, after 6 days of experiencing hunger, this little princess had learned that the world of the past no longer existed, and with pain at the changes, she drank the milk with pleasure. Whoever adapted the fastest was most likely to live, and Wu Yijin was not willing to die no matter what she had to do to survive, as long as she could maintain her dignity as a woman. After breakfast, Shangyuan Bingzu Liangpeng and Chen He chose a group of about 50 or 60 people from among the survivors willing to work, and cautiously set off for the pharmacy to start removing the first order blazing beetle's shell and arranging the meat knot before checking whether it was ingestible or not. Let's go. It's time to get to work. Bai Zemin glanced as the group of survivors disappeared around the corner of a building before looking at the 3 people beside him. Fu Zufang, Kai Jingyi, and Zhang De were standing as they looked at him with hidden reverence. The 3 of them had witnessed how horrifying the first order evolved zombie was, and among the 4 strongest evolved people in the group, only Bai Zemin was able to suppress it, while Shangyuan Bingzu could barely contain it after the zombie had lost one of its blades. Currently, Bai Zemin's 4 subordinates were approximately level 5 or level 6, and the more they leveled up and the more stats they obtained, The more they realized how immense his strength was, and the more the respect they had for him increased, as well as the gratitude they felt towards him for allowing them to safely obtain such power. The three nodded with determined expressions, and Bai Zemin also nodded in satisfaction, before turning around and walking in the opposite direction from where the large group of survivors led by Shangyuan Bingzu had left. While Shangyuan Bingzu's group worked on the flesh of the first order beetle, Bai Zemin and his group would take it upon themselves to start clearing the path to the south of the university, eliminating the zombies and other creatures that might appear in the vicinity. As for Kang Lan, Bai Zemin left her in the gymnasium to taking care of the supplies since he did not trust any of the survivors. He assured her that tomorrow, someone else would take her place and she could level up as well to avoid unnecessary discontent. Fu Zifeng together with Kai Jingyi and Zhong De separated from Bai Zemin and began to move as a group in the western area. Fu Zifeng was using 2 large kitchen blades as he really wanted to get used to handling dagger-like weapons. On the other hand, Kai Jingyi and Zhong De both had iron pipes that had been polished at the ends, so it was extremely sharp to pierce through the low defenses of the zombies, even if a level 9 or 10 mutated dog appeared. With the 3 of them being level 5 or 6 teaming up, they could easily buy time for Bai Zemin to arrive on the scene, so as long as an agility-based monster or a high-level creature didn't appear, they should be fine on their own. The 3 of them did a wonderful job, as when one of them exhausted much of their stamina, another person would take the place of the exhausted one to allow them to rest. Slowly and surely, the zombies in the southwest area began to be annihilated one by 3 people who were previously no more than normal survivors, but thanks to their bravery and courage were given the great opportunity to become evolved human beings. Meanwhile, Bai Zemin was taking care of annihilating any enemy living beings on the southeast side of the gymnasium, slowly moving towards the south of the university. Although he could do a much faster task if he wanted to, currently and taking advantage of the rare opportunity when there was no one around, Bai Zemin was practicing with his blood manipulation skill and trying to control the mana inside his body as optimally as possible. 3 zombies sniffed the air and their ears seemed to twitch before their lifeless white eyes looked forward. With 3 growls similar to that of a hungry beast, the 3 zombies began to advance towards the source of life a few meters away regardless of who was stronger or weaker. Bai Zemin made no effort to hide his presence, nor did he try to silence his footsteps, letting the zombies notice him. Seeing the 3 zombies a bit more than 10 meters away approaching, he stopped his steps and slowly took out a bottle of blood from his backpack. After dropping about 34 of the bottle on the paved ground, he stopped and took a deep breath before concentrating entirely on the blood. Ignoring the zombies, he imagined 3 thin, but powerful piercing spears at the tip as he began to circulate the mana inside. A few seconds later, 3 red spears of approximately 1 meter were lying on the ground, and the liquid blood was nowhere to be seen. The 3 red spears looked like real spears that were forged by the hands of a blacksmith, and it would be hard for anyone to think that a few seconds ago they were just a puddle of liquid blood, because although they had no special decoration, they were really well formed. With a wave of his hand, the 3 spears were enveloped by a wave of mana and floated in the air before shooting out towards the zombies, stabbing their heads with precise aim. Bai Zemin frowned in dissatisfaction. In fact, he had spent only 3 mana points to create the blood spears, and another 3 more to mobilize them, considering that before he spent at least 20 points. It was a considerable improvement. However, the problem was the time. Bai Zemin had taken almost 20 seconds to move his mana carefully while imagining the process of creating the spears. And that was too long. Under this circumstance, it was fine since the zombies were only 3 and slow. But in real combat, he could not afford such a thing. Chapter 70, beginning to clear the exit path. No, the time is not the only problem. Bai Zemin shook his head, and the frown on his face deepened as he realized that things were even more complicated than they appeared to be at first. The time was the main problem since currently his enemies were only 3 low-level zombies that moved at the speed of a turtle. But even if they were moving slow, if the number of zombies was overwhelmingly high to the point where while Bai Zemin took care of killing, some others would have already closed the distance, then nothing would be meaningful. But another problem that Bai Zemin almost overlooked was concentration. In this situation, it was fine as he knew the weaknesses and strengths of the enemy he was facing. However, was it possible to do something like this against enemies unknown to him? The answer that Bai Zemin got after considering every detail carefully was a resounding no. How could he, while striving to keep his body intact and without suffering as many injuries as possible, even have time to focus on creating and imagining the shape of a weapon or object, and then mobilize his mana carefully while moving around the battlefield doing so many tasks at the same time was not only extremely difficult, but could also cause him to lose focus on his own safety for an instant, and in that instant, his life could be over. It really is hard, he sighed as he scratched his head before continuing to move forward in a southeast direction. Whenever small groups of zombies appeared, Bai Zemin used them as guinea pigs to practice his control over mana to reduce the amount of concentration he needed to optimally mobilize it. At the same time, he was trying to figure out the best way to imagine the formation of blood spears instead of constantly changing the weapon's form. Bai Zemin had come to the conclusion that it was better to master one form first before focusing on others. His first-order blood manipulation skill was powerful against living enemies capable of feeling pain. However, while it was possible to use it to shape and control blood from liquid to solid state, the difficulty was very great as it depended 100% on Bai Zemin's imagination. During the conversion process, he needed to imagine the process of creating the weapon to shape it, and doing that in the middle of combat was not easy. In fact, the reason he was able to do it more easily was probably thanks to his work before the apocalypse broke out, or the difficulty would be several layers more. As Bai Zemin advanced, occasionally groups of zombies formed by several dozens would appear, and there was even a larger group formed by 100 zombies that had gotten stuck in one of the paths. But when they sensed his presence, they began to attack him. In such cases, Bai Zemin wielded the Xuanyuan sword as he moved in and out of the group of zombies, separating the heads from their bodies and forming pools of blood. Even after he filled several 2-liter bottles with blood, there was still blood everywhere he passed by, and the decapitated corpses of the zombies began to accumulate very fast. On the other hand, while Bai Zemin was having a headache trying to multitask, Lilith was watching everything sitting on top of a building. Her beautiful face had a small smile on it, and her lazy eyes looked at the human who occasionally kicked the lifeless corpses to release some frustration. Even to me, it took me a full year to get used to the existence of mana back then, but you already have an initial idea of how to control it and use it at will. Yet you still have the nerve to complain. Big sister is really looking forward to punishing you, little Zemin, she whispered to herself before chuckling secretly. In the north of the gymnasium, the complete opposite direction from where Bai Zemin and his 3 subordinates were currently located, the giant elephant beetle was being dismantled from its shell slowly under the constant efforts of 50 people. The beetle's shell was tough to the point that even Bai Zemin, wielding his sword that was capable of piercing through the defenses of almost any creature below level 40, would need time to break through it. However, now that the first-order blazing beetle had been dead for several days, and its defenses had dropped tremendously after Bai Zemin absorbed some of its soul power, the shell was no longer as attached to the flesh as in the past. Using the hole that Bai Zemin had made the day before when he struck hard using Liang Peng's heavy hammer, and taking advantage of the cracks that extended through the creature's armor, the survivors began to use knives, iron pipes, and any other object that could be used as leverage. They lifted the shell slightly, and using the small space created, the others quickly cut the flesh, thus splitting the shell apart. On the ground there was a large pile of metal-like objects already forming a small mountain about a meter high. This was, of course, the remains of the shell that had been successfully pulled off. As the survivors worked, standing on the 3rd floor of the pharmacy, Wu Yijin, Gao Min, Lai Na, Shangyu and Bingzu, Shen He, and Liang Peng looked down, some of them with curious looks, others with indifference, and others inspecting the surroundings just in case. So, do you want to use this monster shell to do something special? Wu Yijin asked while narrowing her eyes with a mischievous glint in them. Shangyu and Bingzu nodded slightly and slowly explained. During breakfast today, Bai Zemin told me to keep the shell instead of throwing it away, since when we leave here he could put it to good use. Besides, we can also use it as metal plates to protect the buses when we clear the exit road. Oh Bingzu, could it be that you had some private meeting with him? Wu Yijun held back laughter and asked in surprise. At what point did something like that happen? Private meeting? Shangyuan Bingzu furrowed her eyebrows and shook her head as she said in bewilderment. No, we only exchanged a couple of words before we went our separate ways. With him going south and us going north. But, Yijun, why do you ask that? Anyway, that meat sure looks tender and soft. Chen He suddenly interjected the conversation and pointed to the beetle meat that looked delicious even when uncooked. The people inside the building looked at him with strange eyes, and Shangyuan Bingzu couldn't help but ask, Shen He, I didn't know you were a lover of beetle meat. Shen He's face froze and began to blush furiously as he felt as if everyone's eyes were poking him, while Shangyuan Bingzu's words were the final stab. PFFFT ha 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 ha. Wu Yijun finally couldn't hold back the laughter anymore and started laughing while saying through tears and laughter, Shen He, you're too obvious. Chapter 71 Guinea Pigs. When Wu Yijun burst out laughing, Liang Peng finally started laughing while looking at Chen He as if he was an idiot. Eventually, after being dumbfounded for a moment, the handsome young archer finally understood that his other childhood friend had played a bad joke on him. Since Wu Yijun knew perfectly well that Chen He saw Bai Zemin as a potential enemy for the affection of his childhood crush, but she said such words to tease him, it was obvious what her intentions were. Yijun knew. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he secretly looked at Shangyuan Bingzu. Unfortunately, he was only disappointed to notice that her expression was as cold and indifferent as ever. She looked at the scene with a hard-to-read expression and secretly shook her head. Shangyuan Bingzu knew that Wu Yijun was a person who, when the atmosphere was bad, liked to joke to ease the tension. Even so, the joke was indeed a bit awkward. Is there any change with the test subject who ingested the flesh of the first-order beetle? Shangyuan Bingzu asked, not dwelling on the matter from before and immediately forgetting about it. For now, there is no change at all. Wu Yijun's face finally became serious and she looked towards the small enclosed room as she said, it's already been 4 hours, but there hasn't even been any change in those people. Do you want to wait more time just in case? Bingzu. Shangyuan Bingzu nodded and said indifferently, that's right. Let's wait until nightfall, and if there are no negative changes, then well, let them go right away as promised. Liang Peng looked at Shangyuan Bingzu and could not help but secretly shudder as he realized that under that cold and indifferent face was actually a cruel woman. The test subject she was talking about was actually 3 of Qiulong's lackeys who had also abused other people by making use of their position as bootlickers. However, after Qiulong was defeated and killed by Bai Zemin's group, those 3 lackeys became prisoners of war. Although Shangyuan Bingzu wanted to kill them all, she was a pretty smart woman capable of seeing the big picture of the world. Therefore, after deliberating with herself, she came up with the idea of using these people as guinea pigs to test the flesh of the first-order elephant beetle and see if any kind of mutation or malformation happened in any of the 3 subjects. Shangyuan Bingzu's idea was approved by Bai Zemin and Liang Peng without hesitation. And although Chen He still felt it was not right, he finally agreed. When they told the 3 male students that they had abused of Qiulong's power, naturally none of them agreed to become guinea pigs and taste the beetle's flesh. After all, who in their right mind would be willing to eat something that could kill them or turn them into some kind of weird creature? Unfortunately for the 3 guys, none of them had too many options to choose from, as Bai Zemin threatened to throw them alive into the zombies if they didn't want to do the job. Seizing the opportunity, Shangyuan Bingzu had promised that as long as nothing bad happened to them, she would let them go and no one would stop them. Under the cold stare of Bai Zemin, who did not seem to be lying when he said he would throw them into the zombies just as he had done before with Qiulong, and under the allied hand extended by Shangyuan Bingzu, the 3 male students obediently became guinea pigs. However, Liang Peng did not expect that she would still be so cunning and cruel. If she released them at night when the danger multiplied infinitely, the already slim chances of survival that the 3 test subjects had in case they passed the project would plummet even further. Seeing her cold and indifferent expression remain unchanged, Liang Peng finally realized that the woman in front of him had never intended to let those three men lie from the beginning. Bai Zemin was cruel and ruthless enough to throw a living, sentient person into the midst of the zombies while he watched them being eaten alive with an impassive expression. However, Shang Yuan Bingzu was not necessarily inferior to how cruel he was. The people in the room looked at her in different ways, some with fear, some with concern, some with understanding, and various complex emotions. However, Shang Yuan Bingzu seemed unconcerned by all this and continued to supervise that the survivors did not slack off and work properly while protecting them from danger. Time passed quickly, and on the side where the survivors were working on the beetle's shell and flesh, nothing worth special had happened. Not even a single zombie had appeared in the vicinity, as they had all been slaughtered by the main fighters of the group after so many battles and walks back and forth between this area and the gym. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the survivors began to slow down the speed at which they were moving their hands. So the work began to fall behind time. Gao Min, Lai Na, Fan Wu, sorry to bother you, but could you go call the people who are working, tell them the food is ready and they can all eat their fill. Wu Yijun noticed the change immediately and asked her friends to take care of informing the 50 survivors who were working. All right. The 3 girls nodded naturally and stood up without hesitation. Now that things had changed, they knew that they needed to at least do simple tasks if they didn't want to be despised by everyone. Wu Yujin herself even went downstairs and headed to the temporary kitchen that had been set up on site to check how the other work was going. There, a group of about 10 female students and teachers, who had temporarily become the group's cooks. We're making lunch. You'll go tell Bai Zemin that the food is ready. Shang Yuan Bingzu walked towards the window as she said. It's been about 7 hours since he's been killing zombies, and he probably needs to replenish his energy as well, or he won't be able to sustain himself for the rest of the day. Bingzu, Shen, he called out to her, and she stopped before looking back with doubtful eyes. What's wrong? Hearing her voice as cold as ice, Shen, he hesitated to say that he would go for her to look for Bai Zemin. In the end, he shook his head and said with a worried look, You, be careful. Shang Yuan Bingzu looked at him for a few seconds before turning around and saying in the same voice as always, Don't worry. I'm not as weak as I may seem. With nothing more to say and without waiting for a response, she jumped out of the window and floated like a butterfly until her feet touched the ground before her speed burst, disappearing from everyone's sight within seconds. Chapter 72, Completing Initial Evolution Requirements. On the other hand, Bai Zemin spent all morning, noon, and 2 or 3 hours of the afternoon eliminating zombie after zombie without rest. The same was true for Fu Zufang, Kai Jingyi, and Zhang De, who were taking care of the opposite flank that he was dealing with. However, while Bai Zemin was doing well due to his high stamina, which had reached a horrendous point, being his highest body stats, the same could not be said for Kai Jingyi and the other 2. After fighting constantly for several hours, the stamina of the group of 3 could not keep up with their pace, as even taking turns and slowing down the charge was difficult for them. Although they had killed a few zombies and had advanced in level to approximately level 8 or 9, mental fatigue was causing everyone's stamina to drop at higher rates than normal. With no other choice, Bai Zemin's 3 subordinates abandoned the separate hunt and walked towards the southeastern area, following the traces of blood and zombie corpses to find him and get some rest, as they really needed it. Or else they might end up suffering unnecessary injuries, or even worse, getting scratched by a zombie and getting infected in the process. After walking and searching for several minutes, the 3 finally felt the sound of several zombies growling, as well as the thud of bodies and heads constantly falling to the ground. The 3 looked at each other before rushing forward, and after running for 2 blocks and rounding a corner, their footsteps stopped dead in their tracks as they saw the scene before them. Bai Zemin's body was like a leaf swaying in the wind of a raging storm as he ran through a wave of over 500 zombies. For a second he was on one side, but in the next instant, his body seemed to become a blur before he appeared in a different place, followed by dozens of zombie heads flying through the air. Swoosh! 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 Bang! 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 The sound of the wind being cut in two by the blade of the Xuan Yuan sword, as well as the bangs caused by Bai Zemin's kicks connecting against the skulls of the zombies and turning them into minced meat, echoed throughout the block, and the echo traveled through the nearby buildings. Because Bai Zemin mostly used his sword, few people actually knew the fact that he was actually extremely skilled in all kinds of martial arts. And only Shang Yuanbingzu, Yang Pang, and Chen He had seen him in the cafeteria the first day they arrived at the gym. But the reality was that currently, every part of his body was a deadly weapon capable of taking the lives of his enemies in a matter of seconds, and that thanks to his nearly 100 strength points. A kick from him was not something that a normal living being could handle. Under the frightened and shocked gaze of Fu Zufang, Kai Jingyi, and Zhang De, the small horde of about 1,000 zombies was completely decimated and crushed in 5 minutes. In fact, if it were not for the zombies being so crowded together and hindering Bai Zemin's ghostly mobility, the zombies would have been eliminated far quicker, as they could not even catch Bai Zemin's shadow, and his movements were too explosive since, before the zombies could react, their heads had already been crushed with a kick or gone flying through the air after a slash from his sword. Phew! Bai Zemin let out a loud and exaggerated exhale as he thought that it would be better not to attract so many zombies in close quarters, as his mobility was greatly affected, and until he could control mana properly and gain some mastery over his blood manipulation skill, his agility was his strongest weapon against numerous but weak enemies. Bai Zemin turned around and was a bit surprised when he saw the trio standing several meters away. Guys, what's wrong? Kai Jingyi was the first to react to Bai Zemin's call. She walked forward and began to explain why they had come, being followed closely by Fu Zufang and Zhang De. Bai Zemin listened to her words as he casually nodded, and told them not to worry too much and congratulated them on their good work. However, his attention was focused on the steps the three of them were taking, regardless of whether it was Fu Zufang, Zhang De, or Kai Jingyi. The steps of the three of them were steady, and from the way she spoke without trembling, it seemed that she was not scared or fearful of anything in particular. To many, this might be insignificant, but to Bai Zemin, who had acquired the experience of the best special forces soldiers on Earth, seeing three people who were previously just normal students going through a pool of blood and hundreds of corpses without flinching was something to be praised. If it was in the past, just seeing the bloody scene before them would be enough to scare them to death. Yet here they were, walking among decomposing corpses as if it was no big deal. Of course, Bai Zemin knew that such a thing was possible only because the three of them had been fighting zombies constantly ever since he granted them the opportunity to absorb soul power and open the gates of evolution for them. Therefore, after killing so many zombies, after seeing so much blood and so many deaths, Kai Jingyi and the other two had grown accustomed to the iron smell of blood in the air, and their eyes contained a hint of steadiness that was not present before. Bai Zemin was naturally secretly delighted, as the more prominent they were, the better it would be for his long-term plans. Roar! Suddenly a furious roar echoed through the surroundings, startling the four people present. Be careful and stay close to me. Bai Zemin's face changed slightly, but Kai Jingyi's face and his other two subordinates turned pale while their legs grew weak, threatening to fall down at any moment. That's definitely a first-order creature. Lilith, who had been watching from afar in boredom, seemed to perk up a bit as she floated several meters into the sky while looking down. Bai Zemin, now you'll see that if it's you. The soul record test isn't as impossible as it seems. The scarlet eyes of the beautiful succubus glittered with a hint of anticipation as she observed a shadow move between the buildings in the direction of the group of four. Without hesitation, Bai Zemin activated his blood manipulation skill on himself as he imagined the terrifying scene of his family being killed. Adrenaline was a substance that the body secreted on its own and was not something he himself could control. Therefore, because Bai Zemin was no longer scared of low-level first-order existences, he had no choice but to improvise in order to somehow control how to produce that substance that he so badly needed to fulfill the requirements of evolution and at the same time improve his battle ability for a short period of time. Therefore, although it was unpleasant and he did not even want to think about his family being killed, At this moment they were the only trigger capable of triggering his fears to extreme levels enough to spiral out of control. Fueled by anger and fear, he gritted his teeth as his organism began to secrete large amounts of adrenaline, a substance which was carried at twice the normal speed by the accelerated blood and moving through every part and nerve of his body by the blood vessels that pulse like the heart of a living being after swelling to match the wild bloodstream. Kill unranked enemies using blood manipulation with a single attack. 100,100. Kill first order enemy using blood manipulation on yourself. 02. Kill first order enemy with a single attack using blood manipulation on yourself. 01. The simplest requirement had already been completed, and Zeman was aiming for the second and third. Since in both cases the activation of blood manipulation on himself was required, he did so without hesitation. His pupils became half their normal size, amplifying his range of vision. His body became lighter and more flexible, making it easier for him to move in risky situations. His whole being seemed to be in a strange condition, ready to face any kind of danger that threatened his existence. Chapter 73. First Order is no longer a challenge. Kai Jingyi, Fu Zufeng, and Zhang De had no idea what was happening, but after the previous roar, every cell in their body seemed to have gone crazy as fear had almost completely overwhelmed them. This alone was enough to let them know that whatever roared at that moment was definitely not something they could currently stand against. What the group of three did was to approach Zeman, and stand only a step or two away just behind him as they looked around cautiously, raising their weapons in an effort to make themselves feel better. Unlike them, Zeman seemed much more relaxed. His body was in a calm posture, and even his sword was not on guard to defend against any imminent attack. He just stood there, his tiny pupils absorbing more information about the surroundings than any normal person could imagine. Swoosh! Suddenly there was a minuscule sound of wind. It was as if the wind had been cut by an extremely swift object. Zeman turned his head slightly to the left and caught a glimpse of a silhouette rounding the corner of the nearby building, before charging towards the group at surprising speeds. This creature was even faster than the First Order's evolved zombie, and even after absorbing so much soul power and with a speed comparable to that of 12 people, Zeman still could not keep track of the incoming enemy. However, while speed was one of the most powerful weapons in existence, it was not necessarily impossible to fight against. Swoosh! Surprisingly, the unknown First Order creature's first target was not to attack Zeman, but aimed at Zhang De, probably due to the fact that he was the closest to the corner from which the creature appeared. Without moving his head, Zeman's eyes moved to the left, and for less than a split second his cold gaze met a pair of golden eyes filled with murderous intent. Just as the strange creature passed by him, Zeman slashed with his right hand from below upwards as he began to turn his body. The First Order creature quickly realized that if it continued on its current path, it would be seriously wounded by the enemy blade. So without hesitation it tilted its body to the side, evading the enemy's slash by just a few inches. However, Zeman already expected something like this to happen given the creature's fast movement speed, and his sword movement was just a feint. The real attack was in the turn he had just completed during that small fraction of second when the creature stopped its movements to avoid being cut. After completing a 90-degree turn, Zeman's body was now right in front of the First Order creature, and because the creature had just twisted its body to dodge his sword, Zeman's leg connected fiercely with the enemy's abdomen. Bang! After being ferociously hit by the 96 strength points that kick contained, and not expecting such a thing, the unknown creature was sent flying 10 meters before impacting against the wall of the adjacent building. How? Amidst the collapsed rubble, Zeman and his subordinates finally caught a glimpse of the body of a tiger that was over 5 feet tall with grayish-black fur. The beast could not help but raise its head and howl painfully as it squirmed to its feet. Obviously Zeman's previous kick had caused a fair amount of damage to the mutated tiger's internal organs. Zeman knew that the enemy's speed was faster than his, so he rushed forward like a whirlwind. In less than a second the short distance of 10 meters was completely closed. Raising the Chuan sword, he slashed again at the same time as his body moved strangely. The mutated tiger ignored the pain and jumped to the left, successfully evading the slash. However, before its golden eyes. The elbow of Bai Zemin's left arm grew bigger and bigger until it finally connected against its head. Bang! The tiger's body was buried in the ground next to Bai Zemin at the same time as some bones of the skull cracked due to the blow. However, the first order creature did not even have time to react to the pain before the next attacks came. Slash slash. With 2 clean slashes, the 2 front paws of the mutated tiger were almost completely hacked off. Immediately after, Bai Zemin jumped into the air and positioned himself on top of the tiger's body that was howling in pain. Following this, he stabbed with the tip of the sword and pierced the monster's skull, successfully destroying the brain. However, although it was already dead, the tiger's body was shaking from nerves and its almost completely severed front paws struck the empty air in front of it. This was precisely the reason why Bai Zemin had positioned himself behind the enemy before killing it, or else he would have been hit and probably injured unnecessarily. You have acquired the soul power of First Order Shadow Tiger level 38. You cannot level up or obtain additional stats before you get the First Order job. A message similar, but at the same time different from the ones he had received in the past, flashed in Bai Zemin's retina. However, he was dumbfounded and paid no attention to it. Is it over? The Shadow Tiger, a creature of First Order, and with such a high level, had died just like that. Bai Zemin could not believe it. Not long ago he had almost been killed by the First Order blazing beetle that was several levels lower than the monster he had just killed so easily. For a moment it was hard for him to adjust to the change. High in the sky, Lilith had a bright smile on her face and her eyes shone like stars in the night sky. Little Zemin, big sister loves you to death, she whispered to herself. A First Order creature was nothing in Lilith's eyes, and just one look was enough to wipe out an entire army. However, when she was still an unclassified existence, she could not do what Bai Zemin had just done. No, not only she could not, probably no one in all recorded history was ever able to kill an enemy who was in a higher order in less than 3 seconds. Less than 3 seconds. That was the time it took Bai Zemin to end the life of the First Order Shadow Tiger. So, if he really gave it his all and gave up the defense to attack, who said it was impossible to slay a First Order existence with a single attack? Lilith looked forward to it. She looked forward to his growth and couldn't wait to see how far he would go in the future if he didn't fall before he was fully grown. Bai Zemin was the greatest genius she had ever known in her entire life, and most likely the greatest in history. However, Lilith had seen countless outstanding geniuses falling from the sky like shooting stars before they were fully grown. Therefore, it was better to be careful, because even the biggest ones could fall by a mistake or carelessness. Chapter 74. Now that you mention it. Kai Jingyi, Fu Sufang, and Zhongde stood a few feet away with expressions that openly showed how dumbfounded and shocked they were by the way the events unfolded. Seeing Bai Zemin standing over the body of the First Order Shadow Tiger, none of the 3 knew how to react to what had just happened. To Kai Jingyi and the rest, the battle between Bai Zemin and the First Order Shadow Tiger was simply a battle between gods, since from the point of view of the 3 of them the speed and force displaced by both existences were things they could not comprehend even now that they had become evolved humans. The Shadow Tiger's ghostly speed was undoubtedly astonishing. But what was more astonishing to the 3 of them had been Bai Zemin's ability to react. He suppressed the Shadow Tiger's speed completely just by relying on 3 factors: reaction ability, strength, battle instinct. Little did they actually know that Bai Zemin had not even given his 100 in the previous battle. Slowly, Bai Zemin climbed down from the corpse of the Shadow Tiger and sighed secretly. Multitasking while he was concentrating on the battlefield and the enemy's movements was really a challenge. If he could get used to his blood manipulation skill and mana, he could not only use the skill on himself, but he could also create weapons to bombard the enemy and restrain them and attack them from inside to outside. Unfortunately, doing such a thing while he was in the middle of a fight was not at all simple, and definitely not something that could be learned in a week's time. Forget it. You'll get better at it little by little. My strength and control over blood manipulation have already improved tremendously compared to the first day of the apocalypse. Bai Zemin stopped lamenting and decided to be a bit more optimistic as he made a small but deep cut on the beast's abdomen and began to collect the blood inside. He even emptied some bottles that had blood from normal creatures and exchanged it for the blood of the shadow tiger, since although he wasn't sure, Zeman guessed that the blood of a first-order creature should be better than that of an unclassified existence in some manners. While he was on that, he decided to check his two most important evolution processes so far. First, his evolution process to first order. Kill unranked enemies using blood manipulation with a single attack. 100,100. Kill first order enemy using blood manipulation on yourself. 12. Kill first order enemy with a single attack using blood manipulation on yourself. 01. Indeed, he only needed to fulfill 1.5 more requirements to advance successfully. The next thing he decided to check was the progress in the evolution process of his blood manipulation skill. Collect 100 liters of blood from 50 enemies level 5 or higher 68,100. Collect 10 liters of blood from 5 first-order enemies 610. Collect 1 liter of blood from 1 second-order enemy 01. A week ago, such requirements were far from possible, and it seemed that it would take a lifetime to fulfill all of them. However, today, a week later, except for the last requirement, the other two were only a matter of time before they were completed. These small details showed Zeman how strong he had become while constantly reminding him that he should not be complacent because somewhere out there were existences capable of wiping out his 20 years of life and effort in a second. After collecting a good amount of blood from the shadow tiger, Zeman picked up the 2 orbs from the ground with a complicated look. When he killed the blazing beetle, he acquired a skill scroll and 3 orbs, of which one of them was magic grade. After defeating and killing the anti-magic zombie, the beast dropped 3 orbs and one of them was magic grade as well. But now that he had killed the shadow tiger, he only got 2 orbs and the highest grade was rare. Slowly and gradually, as he became progressively stronger and capable of defeating first-order existences, the treasures he obtained became less and less in quantity, and the quality also steadily decreased. After holding on to the treasure orbs, Zeman began to search for the mana stone in the head of the shadow tiger. This would be his 5th soul stone in case this monster had one. 1 came from the blazing beetle, 1 from the fast mantis, 2 from 2 of all the mutated dogs he had killed. Zeman had picked them up today while cleaning up the area. Suddenly the sound of footsteps attracted his attention and he looked back without stopping his movements in search of the soulstone. At a short distance and approaching with regular steps, Shangyuan Bingzu was walking through the zombie corpses with an indifferent gaze. The stark contrast between her white dress, silver hair, and her bloodstained surroundings was an exotic sight that could not be appreciated every day. Her attention went between him and the completely lifeless body of the shadow tiger. Her eyes had a strange glint in them, but due to her icy expression, it was hard to tell what was going on in her head. After she reached a few steps away, she stopped and watched his actions silently. Zeman's eyes lit up and his attention was stolen by the hard object he was touching inside the shadow tiger's skull. With a soft tug, he pulled out his blood-covered hand. However, this was ignored by him and he focused on the dark-colored stone in his palm. His mouth curved slightly into a satisfied smile and he stored his second first-order soulstone in a plastic bag next to the rest. He wasn't worried about separating them as the difference in size and shape made it too obvious to identify the differences between each grade. Did something happen? He asked after he stood up and looked the woman in front of him directly in the eyes with confusion. She stopped looking at the shadow tiger's body and looked at him before slowly explaining. Lunch was delayed to give the others time to work with the blazing beetle. Currently, the process is going smoothly, but because it's been several hours, the survivors are starting to get hungry, so everyone is preparing to eat now. I see. He nodded, finally understanding what she meant even if she didn't say it explicitly. That's okay. Thanks for coming all this way to keep me informed. He smiled before turning around and grabbing the shadow tiger corpse by a paw before looking back at her and saying, "Let's go." Shangyuan Bingzu looked at his actions and raised an eyebrow. She pointed at the monster's body and asked, "You want to eat that too?" Zeman blinked in surprise and said in a low voice, "My idea was to use this monster's skin as protection at some point. But now that you mention it, I've never tasted the meat of a tiger in my life." Chapter 75 Successful Experiment. Bai Zemin, Kai Jingyi, Fu Zufeng, and Zhang De followed Shangyu and Bing Zhu back to the pharmacy building where the group of survivors was. When the group of 5 arrived at the site, there were already many people sitting casually on large rubble rocks eating in wide mouthfuls and others coming out with their food from inside the building, before sitting down and starting to eat just like the rest. Bai Zemin could notice the look of surprise on the students' faces when they saw the black-furred tiger being dragged by him with one hand. Look, they even hunt a tiger. Isn't it a panther? Idiot. It's obviously a tiger that mutated. Shut up and eat before you have to go back to work. He ignored all this and left the shadow tiger's body near where the blazing beetle was. Currently, the blazing beetle had lost much of its protective shell and the survivors had also begun cutting up the meat and were packing it in plastic bags to be taken to the refrigerators later. Although it was still uncertain whether the meat was edible or not, as it had not yet been long enough for everyone to feel safe enough. Shangyu and Bing Zhu decided that it was better to work on it beforehand to save time and, since the survivors were not doing anything productive, her idea was immediately approved by everyone. Bai Zemin received his bowl of rice as well as a large piece of red meat, a smaller piece of white meat, and a steamed bun. After nodding to the people in the kitchen, he simply went to the roof of the building and sat there with the beautiful Lilith a short distance away. However, this did not last long as Wu Yujin soon appeared on the spot and started chatting with him, as she didn't seem to have any bad intentions nor did she seem to want to ask him for anything. Bai Zemin casually chatted with her about insignificant things during the slightly late lunch. After finishing his meal, he excused himself and returned to the place where he was before to continue cleaning the area. This time he told Fu Zifeng and the other 2 that one of them would switch places with Kang Lan and take her to level up. The whole day passed exactly the same way as it started. Bai Zemin cleared small groups and considerably large groups of zombies while practicing his control over mana and adapting to the use of blood manipulation in different circumstances. Slowly, but surely he could notice steady improvement in his control over magic as well as imagining and solidifying blood to form spears. When the sun went down, he finally decided to call it a day and returned to the gym, casually meeting up with Chen He's group and the rest who had returned several minutes earlier. Surprisingly, Shangyu and Bing Zhu's group had also not been dawdling while the other survivors worked, as they had brought even more mattresses and clothes from the female dormitory. Now, thanks to the large movement of female students the day before, practically everyone had a place to lie down to sleep, and while it was not as comfortable as a bed, it was countless times more comfortable than the cold hard ground. Little by little the living conditions of the survivors improved, which made the heavy and gloomy atmosphere slowly lighten thanks to the new comforts as well as the power demonstrated by Bai Zemin and the other evolved ones. From about 7:30 in the morning until now more than 14 hours have passed, but there hasn't been the slightest sign of adverse effect on the 3 scum who ate the beetle meat. Shangyu and Bing Zhu was sitting on a chair next to a table inside the cafeteria and began to announce the results of the experiment conducted today. Basically, can meat be eaten or not? Liang Peng asked in confusion. Shangyu and Bing Zhu looked at him before looking at the rest and continuing. During all this time, if something bad were to happen, at least there should have already been a minor indication. However, there is no change in skin color, no fever. The pupils did not dilate in any way, nor does there seem to be any kind of mental change. I think it is correct to assume that the flesh of mutated monsters is not harmful to the human body. Bai Zemin chuckled and said in a considerably cheerful tone, "That means that from today onwards we have another source of food, doesn't it?" "That's right." Shangyu and Bing Zhu nodded as she looked at everyone. Even her icy attitude was somewhat warmer at this moment, which proved how cheerful she was. The evolved animals and insects were from a certain point of view more terrifying than the zombies, since only one of them could devastate large groups of people in a short time. However, now they had also become an indispensable food source. Bai Zemin and the rest still didn't know how the mana had affected the land of the world in general, but Lilith had told him that it was possible for the crops to stop growing, as it was not something strange by any means. Therefore, if that happened, every meal they consumed was one less meal that could not be replenished. With the current situation in the world, the production factories would naturally cease to function, so they could not count on that kind of food either. Therefore, the most natural food was the meat of other species. Now that it had been confirmed that the meat of the first-order blazing beetle was edible, the joy and relief they felt was simply too great, as a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Without food, people would not be willing to work, would not obey, and chaos would soon break out everywhere, which, considering the current situation of the world, would mean the destruction of the human race. But now that they knew they could get a safe food source from other animals, the problem had at least been alleviated a little more, and while it was not a long-term solution, at least for the moment it was better than nothing. By the way, what happened to those 3 guys? Bai Zemin asked casually. As promised, I let them go. Shengyuan Bingzu replied indifferently. Bai Zemin looked at her and asked in a strange tone, They left it this time? That's right. Any problem? She looked at him and asked in confusion. Any problem? Bai Zemin didn't know what to say, so he simply shook his head as he sneered at the 3 poor pitiful guys. While it was true that he had cleared the southeast of the northern area, and his 3 subordinates had partially cleared the southwest area, at night the dangers abounded much more. Bai Zemin knew that 3 normal people without even the courage to fight would definitely not be able to survive during the night unless they were lucky. But even if they survived the night danger, considering that there was no food around, it was only a matter of time before they died in one way or another. Chapter 76 Buses. Today Bai Zemin had also made sure that Kang Lan spent the 2 daily activations of her lesser healing skill on his left hand, and although she had again exhausted almost all of her mana, the results were as surprising as the first time since his wrist had recovered between 80 and 90. Which meant that he only needed to be treated for 1 or 2 more days before fully recovering. Less than a week to recover from such a serious bone fracture. In the previous world, such a thing was simply unthinkable even with the most advanced medical treatments. But now, thanks to Bai Zemin's constant evolution, Kang Lan's high magical power and her lesser healing skill, it was something that was happening before everyone's eyes. After a sleepless night, there was still a lot of work to do, so everyone woke up very early in the morning as soon as the first ray of sunlight came out. Just like the day before, after breakfast, the group of evolved fighters split into 2. One group led survivors to work with the flesh of the blazing beetle, and the other smaller group began to clear out the larger zombie waves blocking the way to the exit. The only difference was that this time the formation of the groups was different. The day before, because they were still unsure of the effect of the mutated insect meat, Shengyuan Bingzu, who was the person who had come up with the idea of eating it and conducting an experiment, had to be present all day. However, now that the doubts had been cleared up and they finally realized that the area around the pharmacy building was relatively safe, there was no longer any need for such protection. Therefore, Shengyuan Bingzu had also begun to clear the road leading to the parking lot where the school buses and other cars that in the past belonged to students or teachers were located. After a full day, the group went back to rest, and when they woke up the next day they split up again to continue working. 10th day since the arrival of the soul record on Earth. After a little more than 3 days of cleanup, Shengyuan Bingzu, Fu Sufeng, Kai Jingyi, and Zhongde had finally wiped out all the zombies in the southwestern area north of the university. Moreover, after being constantly healed by Kang Lan and thanks to his high health, Bai Zemin's broken hand had finally recovered completely, and he could move it, so normally that no one would believe him if he said that a week ago his bones had almost turned to dust. Oh, this will make the trip so much easier, Chen he exclaimed happily as he looked at the more than 10 buses and hundreds of cars neatly parked. Because the parking lot was underground, the zombies in this place were very few, and after some easy work, the area was cleared. If it weren't for the lack of amenities that prevented a human being from wanting to live here, this place could be considered the most suitable in the entire university. In fact, this solves a big problem. Bai Zemin nodded in agreement and sighed with secret relief. In order for his long-term plans to work properly, Bai Zemin needed help from other people. Besides, if he didn't help human beings whenever possible, then who was going to run the factories? Water dams. and power plants, as well as many other systems. When the world recovered, he couldn't do that. Therefore, even if the safety of other people was not especially his concern, it was a task he had to accomplish. So far, the group of survivors rescued by Zemin and the rest numbered around 500 or 600. However, getting them all out of the university would be too great a challenge. But with the addition of this fleet of buses, this problem had been almost completely solved. "Hey guys, bring those things and the tools." Liang Peng waved his hand and shouted toward the other corner. His loud voice echoed everywhere, and if there was a zombie hiding, it would undoubtedly have been attracted. Under his call, a large group of men dragged several metal pieces over a meter long that contained other smaller metal pieces inside. These metal pieces were, naturally, the shell of the first-order blazing beetle. After several days of work and effort, the more than 3 meters tall and more than 5 meters in length of the beetle had completely disappeared. Its flesh was being properly preserved. The shell had been saved, and even the large legs had been taken to the gymnasium to be turned into weapons later. As for the meat, everyone was surprised the first time they tasted it. The mutated elephant beetle meat was not only delicious and tender, but when they consumed it, everyone received some stat points, increasing their natural health by a couple of points. Even Zemin received 1 health point back then. Although it was a pity that it only worked once. As they ate more of that meat, a normal person's body would become much healthier naturally. Which was amazing. Seeing the amount of shell parts, Zemin stretched his body, and his bones thundered as he said, "All right, time to start working." More than 20 male students nodded, and began to inspect the buses together with Liang Peng and Zemin. This group consisted of people with some experience in mechanics, and all of them came from working backgrounds. "I think we should remove the front bumper, which is practically plastic, and exchange it for a metal one." "No, why don't we better create a pointed platform that covers the front and leave just the front window uncovered?" "But that would waste too much material, and I'm not sure it would be enough with the shell we have now." "That's true. Not only that, the gears could come loose if we take the whole carcass apart." As he looked at Zemin and Liang Peng fervently arguing with the other male students and naming words unknown to him, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Before the world suddenly changed, he was a model student who aimed to become someone important in the government in the future. In addition, because his family had enough money, he also didn't need to get a job, so he didn't have any knowledge about mechanics or automobiles. In the past, he drove a car that cost over 2 million Chinese yuan, and if it needed to be repaired, he would take it to the best service. How could he understand what they were talking about then? In China, a mechanic was a job generally chosen by unschooled people, and people generally did not look favorably on them. However, in this new world, knowledge of mechanics was countless times more valuable than the political knowledge he had acquired. What was previously viewed with somewhat disdainful eyes was now needed and praised, while what was once praised and a symbol of pride was now useless. Chapter 77 Modification completed and troubles. Wu Yujin seemed to be able to understand the thoughts of her childhood friend, but in this case there were no words that could lift anyone's spirits. After all, he had always been outstanding in everything, and now that he was completely overshadowed, naturally it was too abrupt a change for him, and it would take time for him to get used to it. In fact, many of the girls who previously seemed to have some sort of feeling or admiration for him could not help but look at him again and compare him with Zemin unconsciously. If it were 10 days ago, Zemin would not even be worthy of a second look from the several beautiful women among the survivors. But now everything was different. Many could not help but wonder, in a world where death is as natural as breathing, is it better to pursue a handsome man or a man of greater capability? He was, of course, skilled. It was just that Zemin was too overpowered. "I'll go scout the exit path to the south," he said before turning around and leaving the scene. Deciding that it was better to do what he asked to do, he too had his own strengths, and it was better to appreciate them rather than demean himself. Time passed quickly. The morning was over and the afternoon was half over, but the sound of hammering, drilling, grinding, welding, as well as the sound of wheel nuts and screws falling to the ground could be heard everywhere in the university's subway parking lot. The group of about 22 people worked almost without rest and only stopped to eat when they were hungry, because the sooner they finished the job, the sooner they could leave the university grounds and finally get to know what the situation was like in the outside world. Apart from the 22 experienced in mechanics, there were also many more people helping to hold the metal parts in place or reaching for the objects and tools pointed out by any of them, which sped up the work process a lot more. One thing worth noting was that when they started working, Bai Zemin, Yang Peng, and the other 20 students received the following message, but with some differences. In the case of Bai Zemin in particular, it was this: you have learned the unclassified passive skill Repair Level 5. The soul record was an unknown entity that recorded all the experiences in the soul of each existence and converted it into statistics and skills capable of being evolved and studied in greater depth. Therefore, as people with experience in the field of mechanics, they naturally acquired a corresponding skill. Something similar had happened with the female students and male students who had helped in the kitchen. They acquired the passive skill cooking, and the level of the skill depended on the personal ability of each of them. The amazing thing about the soul record was that each person's ability could grow much faster compared to the past thanks to the existence of mana. The more they cooked, the more the cooking skill of those in charge of the kitchen grew steadily, and the more they hammered, the more the repair skill level of those they were modifying increased. This was another wonder of this strange, unknown entity known as the soul record. The appearance of the current buses was quite different when compared to the classic buses that were parked several hours ago. In the past, the vehicles were much safer from a certain point of view, as they were made of almost pure iron, while today's vehicles were made mainly of plastic and even fiberglass in some cases, which improved the appearance and comfort. Therefore, to better adapt to this new world and to everyone's needs, the front part of the buses had been almost completely removed and replaced by a large metal plate that left only the window and the headlights uncovered. In addition, all the other glass windows of the buses had been removed and replaced with a blazing beetle shell plate on each side. Although it was a pity that most of the metal hard shell had been used, the overall security of the 10 buses had taken a tremendous leap forward compared to the previous ones. Finally done, Bai Zemin looked at their work with a touch of satisfaction. Even though they didn't have all the necessary tools, it had turned out really well, and the 10 luxurious-looking buses now looked like 10 steel monsters. Good job. Wu Yujin approached with a small bottle of water and handed it to him with a charming smile. Thank you. He thanked her and smiled politely back before he began to survey the surroundings as he sipped water slowly. Bai Zemin saw that it was just Wu Yujin, Gao Min, Lai Na, Fan Wu, and many other students were handing out small closed bottles of water to each of those who helped modify the buses. At this point, everyone knew that they had to help in any way they could, not only to exponentially increase their chances of survival and improve their lives, but also not to be expelled from the group. Even those who were unwilling to leave the safety of the enclosed places worked, as long as it wasn't something that required going out in the open. Now we can finally get out of here. Chengyu and Bingzu's voice sounded from behind, and when Bai Zemin turned around, he saw her slowly approaching as she looked at the buses before looking back at him. Good job. Although her voice was cold, at least she sounded sincere, and it would be a lie to say that Bai Zemin wasn't secretly surprised. This was the first time he had heard her say small words of praise, or at least towards him. While it wasn't much, it was a breakthrough as a group. It was what Bai Zemin believed. Yeah, he replied briefly, and before the conversation had a chance to progress, a roar from outside silenced all sound underground. Roar. Not good. One of the survivors in charge of standing guard near the entrance shouted in fright. Chen, he is fighting an ape over 10 feet tall. They are currently heading this way. Hearing the students scream of terror and remembering the earlier roar, the survivors' faces turned pale as a sheet, and they quickly ran to the back and deeper part of the subway. Some of them fell to the ground, and a few were even stomped by those behind, being seriously injured and even dying in the process. After all, a stampede of over 500 people was no joke, and most of them had thought that Chen he was an invincible existence. But since an ape forced him to retreat to this place, it meant that he was weaker, which made the survivors think that they were going to die. Yang Peng, Fu Zufeng, Kai Jingyi, Zheng De, and Kang Lan quickly began to help those who could help, and to beat up those who became disobedient or wanted to incite chaos. And anyway, this had been one of the rules and ideas that had been put forward not many days ago, and for the first time it was being implemented to avoid major panic. An ape of more than 10 feet Chen He. First order. Bai Zemin's mind flashed with that thought, and only now did he realize that the handsome archer was nowhere to be seen. Whoosh! Before he moved, a breeze rushed beside him, and the next thing Bai Zemin saw was Shangyu and Bingzu dashing at full speed to the exit. Her speed was at least 8 or 9 times faster than a normal person before the apocalypse, which meant that her agility stat was at least between 80 and 90 points. Although he was surprised, he also charged towards the exit. Like Shangyu and Bingzu, Bai Zemin was clear that it was absolutely impossible for Chen He to cope with a first-order existence on his own. Although the archer had become more powerful after absorbing some of the first-order anti-magic zombies' soul power and defeating other enemies over the past few days, it was still not enough for him to survive against such a confrontation. Chapter 78 Absolute Regeneration. The sound of roars and bangs was the first thing Bai Zemin could make out as he approached the exit of the subway parking structure. Furthermore, although it was barely distinguishable due to the overwhelming sound of what he assumed were the mutated apes' attacks, Bai Zemin could also faintly feel the sound of the wind being pierced by what he thought were Chen He's arrows. A split second later, Shangyu and Bingzu's cold voice reached his ears, followed by a roar from the mutated ape. Obviously her attack had managed to inflict enough damage for its roar to change. 2 seconds later, Bai Zemin finally reached the surface, and his footsteps paused for a moment to take in the surrounding situation. After all, he didn't want to die shamefully by rushing into battle without knowing what exactly was going on. The first thing that came into his line of sight was an ape that was clearly taller than the previous survivor had announced. Instead of 3 meters tall, the mutated ape easily reached 4 meters, and its muscles were explosive enough to crush a house with its fists. In addition, the mutated beast was covered in a large amount of silver-colored fur that glistened in the rays of the evening sunlight, giving it a majestic appearance. However, the ape's body was wounded. There were at least a dozen arrows firmly stuck in the beast's abdomen, chest, arms, shoulders, and legs, causing blood to flow constantly from those small holes. Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and noticed that those arrows were not normal. A faint light of light blue shone on the outline of the arrow, which kept them steady and undestroyed by the fierce movements of the mutated ape. It must be the treasure Chen He obtained, probably something that boosts his attacks in some way, Bai Zemin thought as his sight moved at lightning speed to the semi-frozen limbs of the giant ape. Bang! The giant ape brutally slammed the floor right in front of him, and Chen He hurriedly jumped to the side, almost getting crushed in the process. He stood up instantly after and ran several meters before pulling out an arrow from the quiver behind his back and firing it at full speed. When the arrow touched the bow, its dark brown color turned the same as the other arrows that were stuck in the mutated ape's body, confirming Bai Zemin's theory about boosting power. As for whether it was a treasure or a skill, he didn't know. Freeze! Shangyu and Bingzu's voice attracted his attention, and Bai Zemin arrived just in time to see a small golden-colored stick shooting out a blast of icy air. Roar! The ape roared, and its wild movements slowed a little but still noticeably. Around its fur, Bai Zemin could see from a distance how some parts had frozen, or were still in the process of freezing due to the icy air from before. A magic wand. Bai Zemin had that idea as he looked at the small stick in Shangyu and Bingzu's hands. He assumed that instead of increasing strength like his Xuanyuan sword, the magic wand should definitely increase magic and mana, or one of both stats. Instead of interrupting, Bai Zemin watched the battle unfold, as he also wanted to see how strong Chen He and Shangyu and Bingzu had become over the past few days. The battle was quite close. The giant ape was pretty fast, and seemed to be completely focused on hunting Chen He, who was shooting arrows every time the opportunity presented to him instead of going after Shangyu and Bingzu, who was the person that really threatened its life. Bang! 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 Several one- or two-story buildings in the surrounding area were crushed under the giant ape's heavy and powerful fists or its agile kicks that seemed to contain the flexibility and speed of a whip, but the power of a giant mace. Zeman was sure that even he would be seriously injured if he received one of those blows directly. He might not be able to compare with Zeman, but he was certainly not weak by any means. The damage from his strange arrows was little, but slowly accumulated, and the giant ape was losing more and more blood. Moreover, when it seemed that he was about to be crushed, he somehow managed to escape at the last second by using the terrain to his advantage. Of course, the reason why he could stand his ground and fight without having to run away, as he did before, or without being killed, was all thanks to Shangyuan Bingzu's timely support. Otherwise he would definitely not be able to do as much against the giant ape, considering that he was currently already at his limit even with support. The giant ape's movements had slowed down by at least 60, and great parts of its body had been frozen with small icicles of ice. In addition, Shangyuan Bingzu occasionally set up small ice traps to restrain the monster or shot sharp ice pikes, creating small wounds and freezing the blood inside little by little. Unfortunately, Zeman knew that it was not so simple to end the life of a first-order existence, because the giant ape had yet to show any skills. Indeed, Zeman's thoughts proved to be true not long after. Roar! The ape stopped its movements and raised its head to the sky as it roared fiercely. Its silver fur that had been soiled with its own blood and the areas frozen by Shangyuan Bingzu's magic spells were surrounded by a strange white light that flashed with such fervor that it seemed to want to compete against the sun, forcing anyone who looked directly at it to close their eyes. When the bright flash calmed down and everyone was able to open their eyes again, he could not help but take several steps back as Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes widened slightly in disbelief. I see. So that's the skill this ape obtained when it advanced to first order. Zeman muttered to himself and couldn't help but secretly feel a bit of fear as he realized what the giant ape's skill was. The giant ape's skill was very simple. It didn't increase its strength, nor did it increase its speed or defense, nor did it give it any kind of elemental control. It was a skill that could only be used on itself. Regeneration. The skill that the giant mutated ape had acquired during its evolution gave it the ability to recover from seemingly any wound. What was worse than a strong enemy that could recover from the wounds you had inflicted on it after working so hard and risking your life so many times to do so. The silver fur that was covered with blood and ice patches now looked perfect, as if it had never faced any enemy in the first place. However, Zeman noticed that the beast was breathing erratically and the madness in its eyes seemed to have dimmed, being replaced by tiredness. Chapter 79. Becoming stronger by Zeman. Although the active skill of the giant mutated ape was undoubtedly powerful to the point that it could make an enemy despair after a close and hard battle, it was also a skill that consumed a great deal of mana and probably stamina as well. At least this was the conclusion to which Zeman himself had come to after studying every sign shown by the beast after the activation of the skill. The monster's body was no longer firmly standing. Its limbs trembled slightly. Its breathing was agitated to the point where steam was coming out of its nostrils, etc. These were all signs of exhaustion. However, Zeman narrowed his eyes and realized that he only had about 3 or 4 arrows in his quiver, which meant that he could no longer continue fighting. Furthermore, Shangyuan Bingzu herself had exhausted quite a bit of mana, and although she could still stay in battle, her chest was also rising and falling somewhat erratically with each of her breaths. Although they could not defeat the mutated giant ape, if it were another beast the odds of being victorious would probably be higher or lower depending on the type of enemy and its skill. The problem with first-order creatures was that you never knew what you were going to face until you faced it. The giant ape suddenly turned and began to run south. Considering its height and its human-like and even more flexible mobility, it was only a matter of time before it disappeared from everyone's sight. Shangyuan Bingzu's face turned ugly as she saw her prey about to flee. She had expended 70 to 80 of her mana, but she was confident of overcoming. However, if the giant mutated ape wanted to flee, she had no confidence in being able to stop it. Chains. An indifferent voice sounded from the back. Near the entrance to the subway parking area, Chen He and Shang Yu and Bingzu did not need to turn around to know who the owner of that voice was after having lived and spent so much time together for almost half a month. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the blood that the giant mutated ape had lost during the battle moved strangely, and as if they were snakes with a will of their own they rose from the ground and began to surround the beast's limbs. 2 red chains that glowed like rubies coiled tightly around the upper limbs, while 4 chains clung tightly around the lower limbs of the giant mutated ape, sealing its movements. Roar! The beast looked towards the source of mana's movement required for magical activation and roared with bloodshot eyes as it struggled with all its strength, causing the blood chains to begin cracking violently. However, the current Bai Zemin was no longer the same Bai Zemin from before, who barely had any knowledge about mana and his skill. Reinforce! Bai Zemin muttered under his breath, and the blood on the ground merged with the already formed bloody chains, repairing the cracks and making them stronger. For the past few days, Bai Zemin had been practicing control over mana and his blood manipulation practically non-stop, only stopping to sleep and to eat his daily meals. The rest of the time was spent by him using zombies as a source of training. At first, it was difficult and extremely frustrating to see how his efforts were worthless. Then, he couldn't help but think in Shangyu and Bingzu and noticed that every time she created something out of ice she would say the name of her creation out loud, or when she sent the ice bullets flying she would wave her hand. It was then that an idea flashed in his mind and, copying her ways, he began to train by saying the name of what he was imagining every time he used his blood manipulation skill. In doing so, Bai Zemin was pleasantly surprised to realize how much easier it made his task, as he could divert more of his focus to the mana within his body to resonate with that of his surroundings, and the activation of his skill consumed significantly less effort and mana than normal. After approximately 3 days of virtually non-stop training, the fruits of his efforts began to slowly manifest, and at this point he was shining. Seeing Shangyu and Bingzu and Chen He fighting, Bai Zemin realized that both of them, especially her, were strong to the point of being geniuses. But in fact, the difference with him was still quite large. With such a difference in power, there was no need to hide his power so much. And the more he showed the better it would be, as the less they would dare to plan against him in the future. He threw a bottle of blood into the air and stretched his hand upward as he slowly said spear. Bang! The bottle exploded and the liquid blood was surrounded by a wave of mana. In less than a second the blood coalesced and hardened, taking the shape of a firm, pointed spear over 2 meters long. This spear even had a faint red glow around it since he had consumed over 80 mana points to make it. One could imagine the hidden power of the weapon. When the blood spear fell into his hands after descending, Bai Zemin brought his right hand with the spear as far back as possible just above his shoulder, and with his left foot he took a big step forward, turning his body 360 degrees, and after finishing the turn the spear shot forward at full speed. However, before the spear completely left his hand, the blazing ring in his right hand flashed, and a crimson flame covered the spear in its entirety. Boom! With almost 100 strength points and having expended almost the same amount of mana, the spear created with the Shadow Tiger's blood raised a small boom as it went beyond what the surrounding air pressure was able to withstand. A crimson line filled with burning heat closed the distance in a second, and before the giant ape could react the spear had firmly penetrated its head. But that was not all. Boom! The spear filled with fire-like energy blasted, and the beast's head exploded into countless pieces. The pieces of burnt flesh and the smell of blood floated in the air. The blood chains holding the beast upright vanished and the practically headless body fell noisily to the ground, collapsing onto a pile of rubble and raising a cloud of dust in the process. Shen He's eyes and mouth were wide open comically, and the disbelief in his gaze expressed how great was the shock he had received. Tap, tap, tap. Shangyu and Bingzu turned her head slightly towards the source of the sound of light footsteps, and her blue eye shivered for a moment as she saw the relaxed smile on the face of the young man behind her. Bai Zemin had a casual smile and even rested his free hand comfortably inside his pants pocket as if what he had just done was no big deal. He became stronger in this week was the thought of Shangyu and Bingzu and Chen He as they recalled what they had just witnessed. both feeling complicated emotions. Chapter 80 Critical Hit. Indeed, Bai Zemin had become stronger than he was several days ago. His physical or magical stats had not changed in any way, and he had not leveled up either since he was currently in a vortex, which once completely overcome he could evolve into a more powerful existence, but in the meantime, he could not acquire any power boosts. In fact, he had not even used his available status points in any way to boost his natural stats. However, in this world there were many ways to become stronger without leveling up. Without acquiring soul power or stats, even without treasures or obtaining skill scrolls. One of those ways was to learn and use what one already had in the most optimal way possible. Bai Zemin was training precisely to become stronger in this way, and although he still had a long way to go, it was undoubtedly a breakthrough compared to the past. In addition, Bai Zemin had also been practicing other types of attacks using the skills he had along with his treasures, creating amazing effects. In fact, the previous attack was just an improvised blazing blood spear, but he had planned something much more powerful by making use of those two skills and adding something else as an intensifier. You have acquired the soul power of First Order Platinum Ape level 37. You cannot level up or obtain additional stats before you get the First Order job. You have learned unclassified passive skill level 5 throwing. 3 glowing orbs filled with soul power came out of the lifeless body of the First Order Platinum Ape and went into the bodies of Bai Zemin, Shangyu and Bingzu, and Chen He respectively, the size of the orbs being quite similar to each other with barely any almost indistinguishable difference. In addition, another message flashed in Bai Zemin's retina, although he was somewhat surprised. The surprise was not that great since he had somehow expected something like this to happen. The reason, of course, the beautiful and seductive Lilith. She had explained to him more about the world of skills, and thanks to that now Bai Zemin's knowledge had increased as a consequence. A person could not only learn skills by training, but could also learn through skill scrolls after defeating enemies, and skills could evolve. However, there were exceptions to this rule. Ignoring the world around him, Bai Zemin took a look at the new skill as this was something he was looking forward to because this skill would be of great help for his evolution to First Order. Throwing unclassified passive skill level 5. When throwing an object with your bare hands you have a 20 probability of dealing a critical hit to the enemy. This skill has reached its maximum point and cannot evolve on its own. To some extent, it was also something that he already expected. However, the impossibility of evolving alone was something that surprised him, and now he finally understood several things that Lilith had explained to him about the soul record and the skills. Apart from the individual stats, there were also other stats that were not displayed in the window of each person or intelligent creature. An example of this was the critical hit statistic, defense, attack damage, etc. To acquire these stats one needed to obtain certain skills or certain items that were usually not formed after the defeat of an enemy and the intervention of the soul record in the soul power of the loser. For example, a blacksmith or artifact maker could create weapons, armor, accessories, which increased physical damage or defense, but did not increase stats such as strength or stamina and health that treasures created from soul power could increase. Lilith said that the higher existences referred to these statistics as tracking statistics as they could only constantly track these statistics by looking at one's skills and equipment. This was precisely the reason why such jobs or classes were considered a rarity and prized on all worlds, since the soul record was a righteous entity that allowed anyone who had talent and used it in the right way and with the right materials to become powerful. Even someone who did not have the courage to fight powerful enemies could become empowered as long as they knew or possessed a class of artifact crafting or blacksmithing and similar. Bai Zemin sighed as he realized how many things he had yet to know, and how many other things he had yet to come into contact with. Although he might seem extremely strong, even though it was true that Lilith's advance information was very helpful to him, the reality was that all this also had a counterproductive side effect, and that was that he started to realize early on that what weighed on his shoulders was bigger and bigger than he had imagined at the beginning. Bai Zemin, are you okay? Bai Zemin snapped out of his daze and looked back with a casual smile. Why wouldn't I be? I didn't even face that ape head on, and all I did was deal the final strike. Is that so? Shangyuan Bingzu furrowed her eyebrows slightly before nodding. If you say so. For a moment she had seemed to see him depressed, which had struck her as peculiar considering the overwhelming strength he had just demonstrated, and how easily he had claimed the life of the First-Order Platinum Ape, even if it was true that the beast had been largely exhausted by her and Chen He previously. A First-Order existence was still a First-Order existence, tired or not. But she soon rejected that thought after hearing his reply and took it as a wrong thought of hers. Bai Zemin bent down and picked up the 3 objects dropped by the Platinum Ape. Surprisingly, the First-Order beast had dropped 3 items: a skill scroll, a red orb, and an orange orb. Shen He, is it okay if we divide these 3 treasures and then tell us what happened? Yes. Shen He nodded with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, leaving the university might be more difficult than we thought. And those 3 treasures, regardless of how weak they are, we will certainly need them. Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu looked at each other for a moment before looking back at Chen He with a frown. Apparently, things were much more complex than they had previously expected. A normal treasure, a rare treasure, and a skill scroll. Let's see what kind of skill it is. Bai Zemin put the victory loot on a large pile of rubble that had collapsed, and grabbed the skill scroll to see what skill it was before passing it to the rest. Regeneration: First Order active skill, level 5, regenerates stamina according to the mana consumed. Every 2 mana points regain 1 stamina point. Bai Zemin couldn't help but frown hard at the sight of the skill that had formed after the sublimation of the Platinum Ape's remaining soul power. This was something he definitely did not expect, and honestly, the skill looked quite weak compared to his blood manipulation, even though they were skills of the same level and order. Flash flash. After 2 small squeezes, the 2 orbs burst into flashes of orange and red light before 2 new objects appeared on the pile of rubble. Chapter 81, Human and Demon Part 1. The objects that had appeared after the disappearance of the 2 flashes of light were 2 treasures that until now Bai Zemin had not seen appear from orbs, and therefore did not possess. The treasure that came from inside the orange orb was a kind of dress that looked more like a robe, such as the immortal women wore in light novels, but not as extravagant. Curious. Bai Zemin touched the tip of the deep blue dress and, apart from the softness of the material, the information of the object flowed into his retina automatically. Combat robe, rare grade treasure, full body dress capable of blocking normal edged weapons and even smaller caliber bullets. When wearing it, all stats 5 automatically. Basically, the combat robe was a somewhat similar extension of his full coat, except that it was more geared towards women in this case. Although there are some differences in the description of the treasure, Bai Zemin thought that the differences were probably not that big. The second treasure was, surprisingly, a crossbow that glowed with a metallic hint at the sun's rays that bathed the material. This treasure was created from whatever it was. Quick crossbow, normal grade treasure, a crossbow that can load up to 5 bolts or arrows in the chamber and shoot twice per second. When equipped, it automatically increases agility by 5 points and strength by 2 points. So, Bai Zemin looked at the 2 people beside him and asked while scratching his head with one hand, how do we divide these things? Shangyuan Bingzu and Chen He looked at each other for a moment before looking at the 3 objects on the pile of rubble, falling into a deep state of contemplation. After several minutes, Chen He shook his head and pointed at the crossbow. I really need a better weapon at the moment, even if I know I will change it sooner rather than later. I need to survive until then, or else what sense would everything else have? Bai Zemin looked at Shangyuan Bingzu and noticed that she was looking at him with narrowed eyes. More precisely, she was not looking at him, she was looking at his coat. Cheap for you. Bai Zemin. Shangyuan Bingzu sighed and pointed at the combat robe. As Chen He said, although I really want that skill, since, as weak as it looks, it definitely can't be that simple. I need to survive first to then have a chance to find out. And although it's frustrating, I still don't possess enough power to feel 100% confident. In fact, both Chen He and Shangyuan Bingzu were tempted to choose the first order skill, max level regeneration. After all, the reality was just as Shangyuan Bingzu had said, a skill of such a level, an order definitely could not be simple in any way, no matter how useless it seemed, and it was most likely that in higher orders it would shine and show its splendor. Unfortunately, neither of them felt comfortable with their current strength, and their confidence in surviving greater challenges was not very high, as it was still difficult for them to kill first-order existences. And every time they compared themselves with Bai Zemin they felt worse. This was especially true for Chen He. By acquiring the combat robe, the stats obtained by Shangyu and Bingzu would be the equivalent of 5 levels, considering that each level up granted 2 status points and, more importantly, safety from smaller caliber bullets and bladed weapons, such as knives and the like. Meanwhile, by acquiring the quick crossbow, Chen He would not only get a weapon much more suitable for combat, but would also receive a total of 7 stats, especially his agility stat, a stat which was technically one of the most important for him. Then I'll be rude. Bai Zemin nodded with understanding and took the scroll to himself with an indifferent expression. Good for you, little Zemin. Lilith, who floated a short distance away, congratulated him. Her gaze was fixed on the scroll in Bai Zemin's hands, and her eyes had a strange glint in them. Bai Zemin said nothing, and after wishing, the scroll disappeared from his hands, and a rune began to form deep in his soul. The rune was yellow in color and had strange cracks that he could not understand what they meant. Soon, the rune had fully formed, and Bai Zemin had finally acquired his second active external skill since the arrival of the soul record on Earth. The regeneration active skill was extremely weird. At least, what Bai Zemin expected from a skill with that name was that it would grant the ability to heal wounds or increase health, considering that was its function when the Platinum Ape used it. Obviously, the skill scroll had nothing to do with the Platinum Ape's skill except, perhaps, the name. Regenerating stamina was actually extremely useful, because if a battle between 2 existences went on too long due to identical or 2 equal strengths, the winner would be the one who could stand for the longest amount of time without faltering in their attacks. However, temporarily it was something that Bai Zemin did not need, and even less so considering his high natural stamina, which, in fact, was his highest body stat, leaving aside stats like mana and magic. I'll look at the evolution requirements of this skill later, Bai Zemin thought before looking at Chen He and saying, "Let's go to the parking lot and talk there. From your words earlier it seemed to be serious." Chen He nodded with a serious expression. "I agree." With nothing more to say, the trio walked underground again. When Bai Zemin returned to the subway parking lot together with Shangyu and Bingzu and Chen He, none of the 3 expected to see such chaos. Yang Peng, Fu Sufang, Kai Jingyi, Shang De, and Kang Lan were moving all over the place, beating up several people and throwing them aside before moving on to the next person to perform the same action. Some survivors even seemed to have been possessed by some kind of mindless spirit, as they even forgot who Yang Peng and the rest were. They actually dared to try to attack them. It was as if for a moment they had forgotten that they were evolved people and not existences that they, normal people, could deal with. What? For a moment, Shangyu and Bingzu looked so shocked that she didn't know what to think about it, especially seeing the more than 5 obviously lifeless bodies that had been trampled beyond recognition that looked like they had been stampeded by a pack of wild beasts. Bai Zemin didn't understand what was going on either. It had only been 5 minutes at most since he had left, but how did things turn out like this? At the end of the day, humans are animals too. Bai Zemin. Lilith appeared beside him and spoke in an indifferent voice in the face of the fear of death. Even cats are willing to fight dogs, let alone beings with intelligence who are even more aware that death means the end. The fact that this lower existence named Chen He showed himself incapable of defeating that ape caused many people to fear for their future, and they began to cause chaos, letting out their inner demons. What will you do now? Chapter 82, Human and Demon Part 2. Last. Hearing Lilith's words, Bai Zemin's expression changed several times as he looked at the scene in front of him until finally, a flash of resolve shone in his eyes. He began to step forward slowly, and Shangyu and Bingzu as well as Chen He called out to him a few times, but he ignored them both. Completely focused on the sight before his eyes, a male student suddenly grabbed the arm of a female teacher and threw her to the ground harshly. The woman in her early 30s screamed in terror, but her cries for help and pleading were ignored amidst the chaos where similar scenes were constantly happening. The male student jumped on top of the woman and began tearing at her clothes with an ominous grin. His eyes seemed to be bloodshot as he shouted and cursed. Even that stupid dog Chen he was defeated. It's only a matter of time before we're hunted down too. At least I'll have some fun with you before I get killed by some monster, hahaha. Earlier, when the survivors heard that Chen he was in danger of being killed and saw the look of dread on the face of the student who was standing guard near the entrance, most of them thought they were going to die. As for those who were naturally calmer, they were swept away by the fear caused by seeing the behavior and hearing the cries of others. Only about 5 minutes had passed since then, but there were more than 20 people who had been killed in some way or another, and at a glance, Bai Zemin could see that there were at least 50 to 60 wounded. Even with Liang Pang and the rest here, it was impossible to stop more than 500 people completely. This only got worse when the survivors who were instigating the chaos realized that even if they were caught they would just be beaten and thrown aside, considering they were going to die soon anyway. Why not do whatever they wanted in the meantime? As he slowly approached the male student who had malicious intentions towards the female teacher, Bai Zemin couldn't help but remember his first meeting with Lilith 10 days ago. Back then, when she told him that she was a succubus, he immediately raised his guard against her even more than usual. After all, she was a demon. As the days progressed, Bai Zemin's guard against her gradually eased, and he no longer viewed her with such wariness after hearing her explain to him how what the Bible quoted and humans knew was not exactly correct. However, that slight guard he had against her had almost been completely relieved just now. What was the first thing that came to everyone's mind when they heard the word demon? Those who were arrogant, greedy, envious, lustful, and angry. An embodiment of pure evil that would try to lure good souls to the side of darkness with their sweet words. But, how about the word human? Then those who were annoying, nasty, horrible, rude, arrogant, immoral, confusing, disdainful, violent, threatening, rule-breaking, harming, and hurting others out of greed. Weren't humans even worse than demons from that point of view? At least that was the answer Bai Zemin had reached for when his hand touched the male student's shoulder. Wait for me to finish and it will be your turn. Then the male student grunted in annoyance, straining to remove his pants to begin his act. Sensing that the hand still remained firmly on his shoulder, the student turned around angrily and began cursing. You bastard, I told you to wait until... But his words caught in his throat when he finally recognized the face of the person standing in front of him. You, Bai. The student's teeth clicked against each other and his face went pale, unable to finish a single sentence properly. His face became even worse when he saw Shangyuan, Bing Zhu and Chen He standing unharmed a short distance away. Before the male student had a chance to try to say anything or utter another word, Bai Zemin's right hand shot forward, and with a sharp squeeze his trachea was crushed and his head fell heavily to the side. Bai Zemin casually threw him to the ground without giving another glance. But if he looked at him again he could see the male student's eyes wide open before his death filled with horror. Swoosh! His body turned into a shadow, and the next instant he appeared before a second student who was violently beating another fiercely. As in the previous case, the student's neck was completely broken and he fell forward. Before the student who was being beaten could clearly see what was happening, Bai Zemin had already disappeared. Swoosh! Crack! The sound of gusts of wind followed by the terrifying sounds of fragile bones being mercilessly crushed rang out several times, but were suppressed by the screams of fear, cries of despair, and laughter of madness coming from the survivors. Gradually, however, more and more survivors began to notice that something was not right as people, one after another, fell to the ground with broken necks. What's going on? One burly student stopped in his tracks and looked around as he shouted in an attempt to shake off the fear he felt. Come here if you're a man. Crack! The burly student's neck cracked, and the man died pathetically without knowing what had happened even until the last second. Bai Zemin's agility had currently reached 126 points in total, which made him 12 times faster than a normal person. With such speed, his movements in a closed environment were limited, but at the same time explosive. Therefore, in a matter of seconds, more than 30 people were slaughtered by his hands. The wild movements of the crazed survivors began to cease quickly as the more intelligent ones noticed that only those who caused chaos were dying. However, even after they stopped, the scythe of death came down harshly and firmly on their necks and claimed their lives without mercy. A minute later, all the survivors who were trying to assault female students or female teachers, all those who were physically attacking others or committing some kind of act considered vandalism had been slaughtered. Among them, 42 were male and 6 were female. The now less than 500 survivors looked apprehensively at the person standing amidst a pile of corpses whose expression was as nonchalant as if he had not killed nearly 100 people, but as if he were ordering takeout at a restaurant before the apocalypse. Zeman looked at both of his hands, and was a little startled to realize that he felt nothing. He felt no sympathy, or fear or pity for the people who lost their lives under his hands. This was the first time he had killed directly, and it wasn't just one person. It was dozens at the same time. The right thing to do would be to at the very least, feel a touch of sorrow. Zeman felt nothing but calm and even thought that what he did was the right thing to do. As to whether it was the right thing to do or not, everyone could have different opinions about it. Chapter 83 Cowardly but Obedient Lambs. What did make Zeman feel just very slightly uncomfortable was that even if he did not know these people before this, and even had no idea that they were among the survivors, when he killed them he did not have the right to choose whether he wished to know them or not. The reason it was because every time Zeman broke a survivor's neck, the following messages appeared in green letters flashing in his retina. You have acquired the soul power of Chen Liuchen level 0. You have acquired the soul power of Meizio level 0. You have acquired the soul power of. You have acquired. Again and again. A small part of each person's soul power was absorbed by him, and Zeman was able to learn their names and some simple things like how old each one was. As for getting some kind of power from them, considering they were just normal survivors, Zeman naturally didn't expect something like that. People often said that the eyes were the window to the soul and that a look said more than 1,000 words. He confirmed it at this moment. Raising his head, Zeman saw that everyone was looking at him with different expressions. Some were looking at him with fear, others with gratitude, shock, disbelief, and many other emotions or thoughts that were difficult to decipher. Who was the first person to cause all this mess? Amidst so much silence and uneasiness, his voice was the only thing that could be heard inside the subway, with the occasional roar of some distant creature. Every time his gaze met that of a survivor, many of them did not dare to look directly at him, and unconsciously looked at the corpses on the ground as if they wanted to remember that this person with an indifferent expression had just killed them. Zeman also did not press the matter too much and nodded. I see. Since none of you want to talk, then I guess you don't need to eat anymore. His words seemed to have some effect as many people's faces changed slightly. This was especially so for the female students who had suffered almost a week locked up in the female dormitory. I don't think that among so many people present not even one of you can remember anything. Zeman shook his head and waited patiently while looking towards no particular point. The place was silent for a few seconds, and he looked like he wanted to step forward to say something, but Chengyu and Bingzu stopped him. He also looked at Wu Yijun for help, but she just shook her head. With no other option, he had no choice but to remain silent. After almost a full minute of silence, a female student stepped forward, attracting everyone's attention. What is your name? Zeman looked at her and smiled slightly. A smile that was somehow calm, but also contrasting sharply with the current situation. Hesitantly, the female student spoke softly. My name is Naiyu. Naiyu, I see. Zeman nodded and asked once more. Naiyu, did you see something? You don't need to worry about any kind of consequences, or much less. I assure you that if anyone dares to verbally assault you, give you unkind looks, or even try to touch a hair on your head after this, I will personally make sure that person or persons regret not letting themselves be eaten by zombies. Some people's expressions changed for the worse while the expression on Naiyu's face eased noticeably. After a deep breath, she turned away from the crowd of people and began to point at some survivors while saying in a serious voice, I remember when Big Brother Bai and Big Sister Shangyuan went to help Big Brother Chen. These people started pushing and shouting. Some of them even beat up some people before mingling with the crowd. It's a lie. Big brother Bai. That girl is a liar, you can't believe her. How could I beat up someone, can't you see that I'm injured too? Among the more than 6 survivors who were pointed out by Nayu, some of them immediately turned pale and started shouting words of injustice. While it was true that Nayu might be lying, Bai Zemin's reasoning was simple. Did she gain anything by lying? She had absolutely nothing to gain, and on the contrary, she would be risking being marked by the other survivors, which would lead to Bai Zemin potentially killing her or expelling her from the group, which was basically the same as ending her life. Fu Sufeng, Kai Jingyi, Zhanda, Kang Lan, take them out, and bring those ungrateful dogs here. Bai Zemin's voice thundered and his calm expression finally disappeared, being replaced by fury. Hearing the clearly angry tone of voice from him, the 4 named people did not dare to delay, and using their superior stats and levels easily pulled the targeted people out of the group of survivors, dragging them out by force. Even the weakest of the 4 of them, Kang Lan, was at least 2 to 3 times stronger than a normal person, so any resistance or attempt to resist was futile. As the survivors were pulled out of the crowd, Shangyuan Bingzu narrowed her eyes and took a step forward as she looked at an old acquaintance, Lian Xuan. She stood a short distance away from Bai Zemin and looked at the past vice president of the student association with coldness. Lian Xuan was a level 3 evolved person, so among the survivors, he was basically invincible. However, when he tried to resist, Kai Jingyi easily reduced him thanks to her overwhelmingly superior agility. I didn't do anything, I really didn't do anything, Bingzu. Haven't you known me for several years? Don't you know what kind of person I am? At this moment Lian Xuan had lost his past polite and glorious demeanor. He looked at Shangyuan Bingzu and began to yell and beg with a pale face, clearly knowing that death was the only thing that awaited him. Seeing such behavior, Lilith could not help but chuckle. This Lian Xuan had sacrificed a girl's life during the first day of the apocalypse to survive, and had not even thought twice about it when he threw her before the blade of the fast mantis. Yet now he looked like a fish jumping on a chopping board awaiting his inevitable fate. Bai Zemin looked at Shangyuan Bingzu and announced indifferently, even if he is your friend, he is not being spared from this. Since all these people still did not understand the cruelty of this world, and the danger of the monsters running rampant outside was not enough, then he was going to show them all that if they did not behave in obedient lambs, then only death awaited them. Since they wanted to be cowardly lambs, he was going to turn them all into cowardly, but obedient lambs, obedient to the point where his word was more valuable than God's decree. Chapter 84, Killing Determination Regret. You don't need to say it. I'll take care of him myself. Shangyuan Bingzu did not even look at Bai Zemin, but her words startled him noticeably. You will take care of him? Bai Zemin frowned and looked at her with a hint of mockery as he said coldly, what could it be that you have the courage and determination to end his life? The reason for his mocking tone stemmed from the fact that he did not believe she would dare to dictate the punishment he would sentence and carry out. From Bai Zemin's point of view, Shangyuan Bingzu was just a spoiled little princess who threw tantrums by acting cold and untouchable. She turned her face and looked at him so coldly that her cold looks in the past seemed like child's play in comparison. You don't know anything about me? Bai Zemin couldn't help, but his eyes widened slightly more than usual and under his incredulous gaze, she took a step forward. Her delicate white hand shimmered and the temperature began to plummet as a wave of frost formed around it before turning into a dagger of ice. Bingzu Chen, he opened his eyes wide and muttered in shock. Wu Yujin's face also changed and her expression became complicated as she looked at her friend slowly moving forward. Still, she didn't seem to have any intention of stopping her. Unlike most people, due to her status, Wu Yujin had also seen many cruel things in the past and knew that even the previous society was just a jungle with rules. But after all, a jungle was a jungle no matter how much it was decorated. Hey! This must be a joke. Isn't it, Bingzu? Lian Xuan bellowed and tried to back away in fright. However, under Bai Zemin's intense gaze, Zhangde kept him on his knees even if he was also scared of what was about to happen. During the past few days, Liang Xuan's mental condition was becoming more and more unstable to the point that several times wild and crazy ideas appeared in his mind, but he forcibly restrained them. However, when the slightest opportunity presented itself, he did not even hesitate for a second and took it gladly. Too bad. That was one of his biggest mistakes. Shangyuan Bingzu stopped a step away and shook her head as she said coldly, "We risk our lives. We scavenge for food. We rack our brains trying to think of the best way to keep you all safe. But what do we get in return? Nothing. Everything would be easier if we left you behind because honestly all of you are a heavy burden. However, instead of doing that, we support and feed you while keeping you safe." Her words were not just for Liang Xuan to hear, they were for everyone present. The survivors who had done nothing wrong nodded, and looked at the people who had been dragged out with anger-filled gazes. Many of them even couldn't help but raise their voices as they cursed them and complained. However, when Shangyuan Bingzu's voice sounded again, the rest of the voices were immediately silenced. "We ask for nothing in return except that everyone behaves themselves. That you don't add more weight on our shoulders and that you don't make things more complicated than they already are." She looked at Liang Xuan and her eyes flashed with a chill as she said, "Approximately 20 people died because of your selfish acts, and you still want to live. Go to hell, you scum." Under the terrified look of Liang Xuan, the shocked look of many survivors, and the disbelieving look of Chen He, Shangyuan Bingzu raised her slender arm and swiftly struck downward. The ice dagger was extremely sharp and easily penetrated the center of Liang Xuan's skull, ending his life just like that. What was most remarkable was that even as his corpse slumped to the side, not even a drop of blood came out of the wound, as the ice dagger had become a natural insulating layer, sealing everything tightly inside. The place fell into a stony silence and even Bai Zemin himself could not help but stare at Shangyuan Bingzu. After several seconds, he admitted, "I guess you're right and I don't know anything about you." Daring to kill a person took some courage, but it was possible for anyone who set out to do so, and even more so in this world where death was practically easier to obtain than a piece of bread. But the hard part was to keep calm after doing it. Shangyuan Bingzu's expression was cold and indifferent as always, and her hand did not even quiver as she performed the act, nor did she flinch at the end. Although she had just taken the life of a human being, it was as if it was nothing otherworldly to her. Obviously, she was also someone who had her own past and her own story to tell. Seeing that she said nothing, Bai Zemin simply shook his head before looking at Fu Zufeng. He asked in a deep voice, "You dare to kill a person?" Fu Zufeng's face changed greatly and a frightened expression shone in his eyes. He was brave enough to fight and kill enemies of other races. But killing humans whose sins were not worthy of death was hard for him to do. Bai Zemin also seemed to realize his answer without having to hear it from his mouth. He nodded and silently took out a strange-looking knife from his backpack as he said, "This dagger is a rare grade treasure. On the same level as my sword, but slightly inferior. If you kill him, this dagger is yours then." Agarth dagger, rare grade treasure, a dagger focused to finish off the enemy at lightning speed. Can cut metal with ease. When equipped, it automatically increases agility by 12 and strength by 5. The dagger was the item that came out of the orange orb he obtained when defeating the First Order Shadow Tiger. Bai Zemin already had his Xuanyuan sword, and felt more comfortable wielding it compared to the Agarth dagger. Therefore, instead of keeping it, he decided to give it to one of his direct subordinates, which in a way meant increasing his own power. Fu Zufeng's gaze lingered on the dagger. He knew that what Bai Zemin was doing was tempting him, and it was indeed working. However, he took too long to decide, and his chance was snatched away by someone else with greater determination. "I'll do it." A female voice rang out. "I dare to kill people." Bai Zemin looked at the pretty Kai Jingi, who had a slightly pale face, but whose eyes glittered with determination, and nodded with a smile as he casually pointed at a survivor. "Here, take this dagger and kill him. It will be yours from then on." Kai Jingi took a deep breath and nodded, walking towards him and taking the dagger in her hands. The resolve in her eyes burned even more fervently as she saw the weapon stat. She was determined to seize every opportunity to become stronger, no matter how vicious it was. That was precisely why she was willing to take the risk of fighting and took Bai Zemin's hand at that time. Besides, Kai Jingyi was a smart girl and knew that facing other human beings would only be a matter of time, considering that within this group alone there were already so many problems. Her thinking was simple, since sooner or later I will have to kill if I want to survive in this world and still retain some dignity. Then better sooner than later. If it was about courage, perhaps Kai Jingyi was slightly inferior in comparison to Fu Zufeng, but if it was about determination to accomplish goals, she definitely surpassed him by far. Seeing the dagger in Kai Jingyi's hands, Fu Zufeng could not help but regret and quickly exclaimed, "Wait, I will do it." Too bad. His chance had already passed. Too late. Bai Zemin coldly refused and remarked, "If you want to become stronger, you will have to take the chances I give you when I give them to you. Otherwise you'll have to manage on your own to get power." Chapter 85 Chen He Shocking Discovery Part 1. Was there really anyone who, even in their unconscious, did not wish to be stronger? In the past, human beings would try to acquire more money, and when they finally had that money, they would want more. When they had enough money to make their lives as luxurious and comfortable as possible, human beings would seek political power or military command. The human mind always wanted more and was never really satisfied even after achieving its past goals. This was even more so in this new world after the arrival of the soul record on Earth. In this new apocalyptic world, the possibilities of becoming stronger were literally everywhere. All one had to do was to pick up any weapon and go out into the streets to fight zombies or any other existence that would allow them to evolve regardless of whether they were weak or strong. However, while the possibilities of being stronger were everywhere, this rule also applied to the possibilities of dying. A person had to be mentally prepared for the fact that, at the moment of leaving, he or she might never come back. While everyone wanted to be stronger, while everyone wanted power, to receive respect, to eat the best food, and to enjoy the praise and longing gazes of beauties, very few were willing to take the risk involved in attaining such successes. Just now, Bai Zemin had given Fu Zufeng the opportunity to become far stronger, but he failed to appreciate it and missed out. Acquiring a weapon, especially a rare grade treasure, was far more important than even having food or safe shelter, because with a weapon of such caliber, even a normal human being would acquire the power to fight zombies or other creatures, evolve, and acquire food or shelter with their own hands. Fu Zufeng was not willing to kill. Sure, Bai Zemin would not force him, but even if he knelt down and begged, crying tears of regret, it was too late. Such opportunities were not easy to obtain, and since he chose his morality above all else, then he had to take responsibility for his own choices and consequences. Feeling Fu Zufeng's envious and regretful gaze upon her, Kai Jingyi gritted her teeth and raised the dagger with trembling hands. "Wait, I beg you not to kill me." The student's eyes were wide open and the terror in his face was so great that he seemed on the verge of going mad. But how could he not be terrified? This was about death, his death. Just imagine what would have happened if you didn't have strength. Bai Zemin's voice sounded behind her, encouraging her and giving her bravery. If your luck was bad, maybe you would be dead. If your luck was, shall we say, good, you might have been abused by scum like him. Hearing his words, Kai Jingyi bit her lip and stopped hesitating, under the terrified gaze of the student and the shocked look of the others. Her arm waved at a speed difficult for normal people to follow. The young student felt pain in his chest, and as he looked down he saw blood begin to ooze from a small puncture right into his heart. He looked up and momentarily met the eyes of his killer before the light in his gaze faded, and his lifeless body collapsed on the ground. Kai Jingyi's face lost all color and she brought a hand to her mouth as she looked at the red blood staining the ground. She took several unsteady steps backward, but two firm arms clung to her and kept her from falling to the ground. Good job. Now you have not only avenged those who died for his act of selfishness, but also gained strength. Isn't that good? Bai Zemin praised and encouraged her. Why yes. That's true. Kai Jingyi could barely speak and nodded. While it was true that Bai Zemin's words were laced with all sorts of manipulations, the reality was that she was willing to hold on to them at this moment. After calming his subordinate and under the watchful eyes of everyone, Bai Zemin took out another item from his backpack. The object was a pair of gloves with pointed knuckles that seemed to be able to break a rock with their hardness. This pair of gloves was actually the second item he obtained from the Shadow Tiger's final orb. Obviously, Bai Zemin was out of luck since he possessed better gloves. How are gloves normal grade treasure able to break through the defenses of any enemy below level 15? When equipped, it automatically increases strength by 3. Chanda, do you want them? Bai Zemin waved the gloves and asked as he looked at the big man. While the gloves were not so good, the amount of stat points was equivalent to almost 2 levels. 2 initial levels might not seem much, but after level 15 leveling up was not so easy and required quite a lot of effort. Therefore, 3 stat points were really good from that point of view. After a second of hesitation, and seeing Kai Jingyi stroking her new weapon now more calmly than before, Zhangde nodded and took a step forward. He said nothing and directly punched on the chest of another survivor who had incited the chaos, destroying his heart into pieces directly along with several bones. The male student spat blood and with eyes filled with disbelief collapsed lifelessly just like his previous companion. Unlike Kai Jingyi, his face turned pale but his reaction was much calmer. He picked up the gloves and equipped them before falling silent again. Seeing that he was a man of few words, Bai Zemin chuckled and praised. Well done, Fangde, Kang Lan. The next opportunity that comes your way will be for you as long as it is something that suits your style of evolution. He did not forget about his last subordinate and the only healer in the group. Kang Lan took a deep breath and nodded firmly. She felt a little jealous that she didn't have the opportunity to acquire a treasure, but at the same time she was relieved that she didn't have to kill a person. Such conflicting feelings caused her to unconsciously feel a little relieved to have more time to adjust to all the sudden change. After the death of 2 more survivors, the other 4 who had caused trouble were naturally terrified. However, before they could utter a single word, a shadow appeared before them and crushed their necks in a second, ending their lives without hesitation and without unnecessary explanation. After finishing off the main source of the problem, Bai Zemin looked at the survivors, and this time he did not care in any way about the looks he was receiving. All of you, let me say this for the first and only time to you. His voice, as cold as his eyes, echoed in the subway from this damn second on. If any of you dare to cause the slightest trouble or disobey, you will be whipped until you feel your flesh fall off your bodies. Don't you want to work? Don't you want to help? Sure, then stay obediently in the corner, and don't stand in my way. If any of you dare to obstruct me even once, depending on the level of trouble caused, I will personally take it upon myself to end your dogs' lives. The face of everyone present turned pale and they all nodded repeatedly. Although none of them had particularly done anything wrong, they were secretly reminding each other over and over again to be careful not to break any of the rules laid down as the consequences were too serious to bear. Seeing everyone nodding obediently, Bai Zemin casually concluded, if any of you are dissatisfied, then you can get the hell out of here right now. Neither I nor anyone else will stop you. Some people seemed hesitant to hear his final words, especially some hot-blooded male students who were not willing to be treated like dogs. However, the hot blood of these people cooled down as they remembered the danger outside and obediently swallowed all their disaffection. Seeing no one saying anything and no one standing out to leave, Bai Zemin coldly sneered before looking at Chen He and the rest. Chapter 86 Chen He's Shocking Discovery Part 2 Last. After the previous matter settled down, the survivors moved the bodies to a corner, by direct orders from Bai Zemin himself. Even those who were disgusted, or afraid of blood as well as scared of seeing the lifeless bodies were forced to work this time. Because everyone knew that the mood of this new god of death was not good at this very moment. They all obediently swallowed their complaints, and dragged the bodies deep into the subway parking lot in groups to avoid attracting other creatures. Bai Zemin looked at the corpses with some regret. Actually, he wanted to use one of those guys as a test specimen to experiment with the mutated plant to make sure it was a real treasure, and not a time bomb. However, in the end, he decided not to do it. The reason was simple: he did not want Shangyu and Bingzu and the others to know about the existence of the plant, at least not yet. If he took the plant out at that time, the secret would be revealed, and if he dragged one of the subjects away, it would be suspicious. Therefore, His hands were temporarily tied as far as this matter was concerned. So, can you explain what happened? I hope you have a good reason for having gone out alone or otherwise. After walking far enough away from the other survivors without any combat capability, Bai Zemin looked at Chen He and narrowed his eyes. All the chaos before, from a certain point of view, was closely related to Chen He. Therefore, if he could not give a good explanation now, it was highly probable that Bai Zemin would not be able to restrain himself, and would end up, at the very least, beating him for being irresponsible. Chen He wanted to talk to Shangyu and Bingzu about what had just happened, but he could also feel strong pressure coming from Bai Zemin's body, so he wisely decided to leave the matter for another time. He took a deep breath and felt, for the first time in his life, small as if he was a little puppy being observed by a hungry and wild lion. The reason I went out was to explore the road. Although during the past few days we tried to clear most of the surrounding strong creatures, if one sneaked into the perimeter, casualties could happen and the chaos could become fatal. Chen He explained carefully. After a moment of silence, Bai Zemin relaxed slightly and nodded. If that was the motive, then it made perfect sense after all. A zombie did not represent a danger, but a mutated cat or dog did represent extreme danger due to its fast movement speed. If even one of those creatures managed to sneak in among the survivors, even Bai Zemin himself would have a hard time preventing human deaths. No matter how strong he was, at the end of the day he was only one person, and could not take care of nearly 500 people. Even with the addition of the other evolved ones in the group, it would be an incredibly arduous if not impossible task. So how do I end an exploration trip in a 4-meter-tall 8 beating you up? Bai Zemin asked casually. Chen He blushed slightly and couldn't help but reply. It didn't beat me up. It didn't even touch me. Whatever. Bai Zemin waved his hand and rolled his eyes. The giant ape didn't beat you up, but it sure made you run all over the place like a chicken in a barnyard, he thought secretly. Anyway, Chen He coughed and secretly looked at Shangyu and Bingzu before continuing. His expression turned extremely serious, and there was even a tinge of fear in his eyes as he said, at first, there was no problem. Just some normal zombies that were stuck inside some buildings and the like. However, after approximately 2 hours passed, and just as I was approaching the exit, I noticed that the atmosphere was starting to change. The atmosphere was starting to change, Shangyu and Bingzu remarked uncertainly and looked at her childhood friend strangely. Bai Zemin also frowned, and for a moment thought that perhaps Chen He's head really had been hit by the giant ape after all. However, he soon realized that this was not the case. Chen He's expression was terribly serious as he said firmly. Not only had the mood suddenly become much heavier, but even the surroundings were no longer the same. The buildings from before were surrounded by tall grass to the point of almost reaching my knees. The trees seemed to have grown at least 2 or 3 times the normal size. The more they listened, the more Bai Zemin and the rest were surprised. Everything Chen He was mentioned seemed to be something out of a fantasy or science fiction movie, and if it were in the past anyone would treat it as a joke. However, what was not possible in this world, each person even had a status window where they could see their personal stats, and even become monstrously powerful, by defeating other existences and learning magical skills. Talking about common sense in this new world wasn't necessarily a smart thing to do. Besides, I think I might have found the source from which all those damn bugs and weird mutated monsters come from. Chen He concluded, and in the end couldn't help but curse under his breath. Bai Zemin's face finally changed, and he took a step forward as he hurriedly urged, "What did you see?" Bai Zemin had always felt that something was wrong with this place. Ever since the appearance of the blazing beetle, he had realized that first-order creatures were not existences that mankind could casually face. To defeat monsters such as those possessing strange skills, probably only a properly armed army could defeat them. However, in this place alone, Bai Zemin and his group had already faced 4 such existences, 5 if one counted the fast mantis that was in the process of evolving. If the university alone was already like this, then wouldn't the outside world be in an even worse catastrophic situation? But from Chen He's words, the situation seemed to have an explanation and a logical reason. Out of curiosity and to get some information, I went a little deeper into the forest. Shen He explained slowly, narrating the events that happened a few hours ago. At first I was surprised that there was no danger at all, but when I got to what I think must be the center of the place, I saw a large number of terrifying monsters next to a strange creature that appeared to be a silkworm. I think that silkworm is the main problem here since they all seemed to be protecting it. Terrifying monsters. A silkworm-like creature. By Zeman looked at each other and noticed the same confusion as well as shock and fear. Shen He, those terrifying monsters you speak of, could it be that they are? Shangyu and Bingzu looked worried about something and didn't even finish her question properly. Still, everyone understood what she meant. They are. To the horror of most. Shen He nodded firmly and slowly said, just from the aura alone, they are definitely first order. All of them. Chapter 87. Moving towards the exit. By Zeman, Shangyu and Bingzu, and Liangpang's faces turned extremely ugly upon hearing Chen He's words. Shangyu and Bingzu and Liangpang had experienced the power of a first-order creature firsthand, so they knew how terrifying those beasts were. While it was true that both of them had since become far stronger after absorbing the soul power of the anti-magic zombie and other creatures, the fear still lingered. Although Chen He had not said how many first-order creatures there were in that strange forest he mentioned having found in the middle of the university, only 3 or 4 of those monsters were enough to cause problems for the current group. As for if there were more than that amount and they attacked all together, then it would be difficult to survive. Even Bai Zeman himself had no confidence in facing many first-order existences unless he himself completed his own evolution. If it was 2 or maybe 3 at the same time, then he could somehow manage if he put his life on the line during combat. However, more than that number was beyond his ability, which made him feel helpless. It's still not enough. I really am still too weak. If only I could kill several tens or several hundreds at the same time. How good would it be? Bai Zeman secretly sighed. If Lilith knew his thoughts, she might die due to anger. He was already the biggest anomaly she had ever seen in her entire life, or heard of since the appearance of the first intelligent being. But he still seemed to be unsatisfied. How many of those creatures did you see? Even if you don't know the exact number, you should have a rough idea, shouldn't you? Bai Zeman asked after a moment's consideration. While knowing the truth could sometimes become demoralizing, if a person sank into fantasies of lies, then it was only a matter of time before they died in this world. To survive, Bai Zeman understood that not only strength was needed, but also to be realistic and accept things as they were, no matter how difficult they were. Otherwise anyone could end up being devoured not by an enemy but by oneself. Shen He took a deep breath and looked at everyone present before saying with a tinge of fear in his voice, at the very least, there should be about 7 creatures of the first order. As for the maximum number, my estimate is around a dozen. 7 minimum and a dozen maximum. Liang Peng muttered in disbelief, remembering the speed and combat prowess of the anti-magic zombie that nearly cut him in 2. Everyone held their breath and looks of despair flashed in the eyes of some of them. Although Fu Zifang and the rest had no idea how strong a first-order creature really was, they could remember the oppressive feeling coming from the dead body of the giant beetle and the blue-skinned mutated zombie. Besides, it didn't take a genius, as the expressions on the faces of those who had faced such beings said enough to make words unnecessary. After several seconds of uncomfortable silence and under an oppressive atmosphere, Bai Zeman's voice called out, "It seems we need to prepare a few things before we leave if we want to get the other survivors out of this place. Otherwise, the chances of even one of them surviving will be practically 0. If Bai Zeman wanted to leave alone, then he was confident that except for agility-based first-order creatures like the shadow tiger, no other creature or existence could really stop their footsteps unless one of them had a strange skill. However, if he wanted to go off on his own, he would have tried it long ago instead of staying here trying to raise a power by himself. Shangyu and Bingzu also calmed down after a deep breath that accentuated her perfect body even more. She nodded and spoke calmly. That's right. It looks like we need to adjust a few things. Even without Bai Zeman saying anything, she had already understood a few things and various ideas were constantly forming in her mind. After a brief discussion, the group called the survivors together again, and a group of them began to set to work on the task assigned by Bai Zemin. While the survivors were doing their part, Bai Zemin met with Shangyuan Bingzu, Shan He, Yang Peng, and the rest to discuss some final outlines of the plan. If the plan succeeded, then they could probably retreat without casualties. But if the plan failed, then it would be difficult for the vast majority of them to survive. Because Bai Zemin and the rest were somewhat tired after working all day modifying the 10 buses, and because the sun had already begun to descend on the horizon, they all went to sleep after dinner. With the start of day number 11 since the arrival of the Soul Record on Earth, the 10 buses were fully loaded. The end seats were removed and the freezers were filled with meat and all kinds of perishable food. On top of the freezers were placed the bags of food, and the survivors, who now numbered just over 400 after the previous day's massacre, were able to settle in with ease and comfort. One of the buses carried only 3 things: the corpse of the shadow tiger, the headless body of the platinum ape, and the body of the fast mantis. Although it was somewhat problematic to carry the silver ape's body inside, on top it was easy, and with Liang Pang and Zhang De working together they managed to lift the beast's body without any problems. In fact, there was even enough space left over to carry all the clothes they had obtained from the male and female dormitory earlier, as well as other types of utilities. Unlike the female dormitory, which had several survivors thanks to the strange behavior of the first-order anti-magic zombie, the students who had barricaded themselves in the male dormitory had not been so lucky. 2 days ago, when Bai Zemin and the rest arrived at the male dormitory, the doors had been broken down, and the survivors inside had already turned into zombies or had simply been eaten by other zombies or some other creature. The buses were started by their respective drivers and slowly and orderly began to move. The engines roared in sync, attracting the attention of the distant zombies who with overwhelmingly slow speeds began to stagger toward the scene. The small convoy of 10 vehicles circled the main street on the north side of the university that connected to the south side, and the only exit from the facility that allowed buses to pass. Although the road had already been cleared once for the most part, it was impossible to wipe out all the zombies considering their numbers unless one was willing to spend several days searching and hunting. Therefore, occasionally a few zombies would appear in the middle of the road. However, the drivers, who were normal survivors, did not bother with them and simply continued to push on without altering the course in the slightest. Bang 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 bang. The buses, which had been modified and reinforced using the first-order blazing beetle's shell, viciously hit the zombies and sent them flying several meters. Some zombies had their skulls directly crushed by the heavy collision, while some luckier ones got back on their feet with some ignored bone fractures or simply crawled on their hands after losing mobility in their lower bodies. Chapter 88 Mutated Forest. It really changed everything. Shangyuan Bingzu couldn't help but let her eyes widen in shock. This is nothing. Just wait until you get more to the center and you'll see the difference. Shen He, who had sat beside her, remarked with a serious expression, even though he had expected it after listening to Chen He explaining the situation the day before. Bai Zemin could not help his face from changing slightly as he scanned the surroundings while the bus he was riding on slowly moved forward. The familiar buildings, built with the best materials available and whose plans were designed by the best architects in the country, were now cracked while some suspicious-looking tangles surrounded the walls. Some areas of the road had been cracked by long roots of trees or other extremely strange plants growing everywhere, forcing the drivers of the vehicles to slow down their speed even more. But the most striking thing was that even from a considerable distance, Bai Zemin and the rest could already see the tops of several trees that had previously been only a few meters high, now silently rising up several tens of meters as if they wanted everyone to see them, announcing their growth. The faces of the survivors changed and their expressions varied, but for the most part, they were all surprised and scared at the same time as they huddled together and began to whisper softly. Although they were frightened at the strange and unfamiliar sight, no survivor present dared to make too much noise. This was so not only for fear of the unknown dangers that might lurk nearby, but also because Bai Zemin's exhibition of cruelty and decisiveness in the killing had been deeply engraved in the minds of all of them. Those with malicious intentions or ulterior motives had basically been slaughtered yesterday, and those who still had some kind of wild thoughts did not have the courage to do anything for fear of having their necks destroyed without warning. Therefore, although the atmosphere was oppressive, no one made too much noise apart from the inevitable, and everything went quite smoothly. Shangyuan Bingzu, being the observant woman that she was, also noticed the change inside the bus she was riding. She could not help but look out the front window at the bus in front of her with complex eyes. Obviously, the actions initiated yesterday by Zemin were showing immediate results. The buses stopped next to the back of a 6- or 7-story building that was formerly used as the main library, and the survivors began to deboard in an organized manner under the watchful eyes of the 8 fighters of the group. Zemin, along with Chen, he went into the building and made a quick job eliminating the zombies from the first 3 floors of the building to let the survivors enter. This would only take them 10 to 20 minutes, as the library was not usually a crowded place, less so on days when the internet had everything that was needed. While the 2 of them were in charge of the temporary shelter in which the survivors would stay when the stronger ones went deeper into the mutant forest to try to open an exit to the outside world. Shangyu Bingzu, Yang Pang, Kai Jingyi, who were currently the 3 strongest of the group, stayed behind to protect approximately 300 survivors. As for the remaining few more than 100, they were currently carrying out a different task under the guidance of Fu Zifeng and Zhang De, in front of the group of survivors who were walking densely packed together to lessen the possibilities of death or infection in case a mutated creature or zombie appeared. Fu Zifeng and Zhang De were advancing silently while cautiously observing the surroundings, because they were both men of few words. Regardless of their motives, and due to the danger of the environment, neither of them tried to initiate a conversation and simply walked in silence. After walking for about 5 minutes, Zhang De stopped and while observing the surroundings noted, "I think this place should be fine." Fu Zifeng also stopped, and the survivors walking a few steps behind immediately stopped as well. He carefully observed the surroundings and noticed that the green grass that was neatly clipped and the pass was now so tall that it passed his knees. "All right," Fu Zifeng nodded, still feeling a little depressed about missing the opportunity that Bai Zemin presented to him yesterday. Zhang De looked at him and tapped him on the shoulder, as he said with a rare smile, "Why the long face has Big Brother Bai treated us unkindly from the time we started following him. He not just gave us the best food, but also gave us the right to express our ideas, opinions, and even continues to give us the opportunity to become stronger by giving us valuable treasures. I believe that as long as we follow him honestly, we can have a better future, and the opportunities to become stronger will come naturally." Fu Zifeng was surprised, as this was the first time he heard Zhang De speak so many words at the same time. However, his companion's words lightened his pessimistic mood and he nodded firmly. "You are right. We just have to follow in his footsteps and he will lead the way as he has always done so far." Zhang De nodded silently and raised a thumbs up at him. Neither of them was dumb, or else they wouldn't have been able to get into a university as prestigious as this one. Moreover, their adaptability was also higher than that of normal survivors, allowing them to notice things that others might overlook. Therefore, both Fu Zifeng and Zhang De knew that as long as Bai Zemin did not die suddenly, he was destined to achieve great feats in this new world. Currently, Fu Zifeng was level 15 and Zhang De level 13. However, even at this point, they could not even see Bai Zemin's back. They both knew that with their current stats, even facing a few dozen people was no challenge at all. Yet neither of them could even comprehend Bai Zemin's strength. They both knew that the world had changed and society would never be the same again. Even if humans regained control of the world, things could not go back to the way they were. New powers would arise, and with the possibility of evolving, the government, military forces, everything would be restructured. The world was far, infinitely more dangerous than in the past. However, opportunities came hand in hand with danger. Zhang De and Fu Zifeng had decided to change their destinies and, in case they were still alive, those of their families as well. How betting everything on Bai Zemin, since he had managed to rise to such an extent so quickly and was even able to terminate first-order existences so easily. Bai Zemin's future would be resplendent, and as part of the initial group of his followers, Zhang De and Fu Zifeng, as well as their loved ones, would naturally be able to take a small part of that resplendence. Chapter 89, The True Terror of the Mutated Forest, Part 1. Shall we begin? Fu Zufeng looked at Zhang De and asked with a somewhat excited smile. The corner of Zhang De's mouth twitched a couple of times, but he still nodded. Let's begin. Fu Zufeng turned around and looking at the survivors tried to speak in an authoritative tone. Start spreading the oil and gasoline on the nearby plants and grass. Remember not to go too deep and only focus on the outer perimeter. Little by little, that young man with little self-confidence was beginning to acquire some attitude, thanks to the wonderful opportunity provided by Bai Zemin back then. Fu Zufeng was gradually becoming a person worthy of leadership. This was a great contrast if compared to his past self, who was shy and reserved to the level that even having a normal conversation was difficult for him. The survivors nodded and began to move with careful steps. These 100 were mostly men, and there were only a few women among them. Each had been carefully chosen the day before, and all were brave enough to face danger indirectly. Fighting was still out of the question, but if it was a matter of taking a little risk without having to face any mutated creatures, they were still okay. That was precisely why these 100 or so survivors dared to come to this dangerous place. Each survivor carried a 2-liter bottle, and a few of them carried 5-liter jerry cans filled to the brim. The bottles contained oil and the jerry cans contained gasoline that had been extracted from the cars parked in the subway parking lot the day before. Although it was a shame to have to waste a resource like fuel, everyone knew that the plan devised by the group's leaders was the best option to wipe everything out. The survivors moved carefully and started pouring the oil and gasoline everywhere: some fallen tree trunks or branches, dry or dead leaves, on the grass, on some bushes. Basically everything in the outer perimeter of the area where the survivors were had been sprayed with flammable substance. Right. Step number 1 was to set the forest on fire. Although it was not possible to go any deeper since the survivors would be slaughtered without even knowing how they died. After listening to Chen He's explanation, some realized that the reason why the first-order creatures did not come out of the forest was probably to protect that strange silkworm-like monster. In fact, the only reason why the platinum ape had been so furious the day before and had left the forest, and even ignored Shangyu and Bingzu, focusing its attention solely on Chen He, was because the beast was sleeping when he secretly tried to kill it with an arrow imbued with magic into its chest a short distance from its heart. Otherwise it was unlikely that the platinum ape would leave the center of the forest. As for the rest of the first-order creatures leaving the forest, Bai Zemin and the rest couldn't be sure, but it was probably because they were on the outer perimeter rather than the center. Dun Fu Zufeng exclaimed quietly as he gestured for the survivors to return. Let's report back. Donda looked at the mutated forest one last time before turning around and starting to walk back the way they had come. At the top of a 5-story building directly across from where the group of 100 survivors had sprayed the oil and gasoline, Bai Zemin stood silently as he gazed at the mutated forest stretching as far as the eye could see. The gentle breeze of wind that caressed his face carried the strong smell of fuel that was intoxicating, but in a way also had a touch of attraction in it, constantly reminding him of what he should do next. Beside him, Lilith was sitting up in the midair with one leg crossed over the knee of the other and lazily resting her face on one hand. However, though she looked casual, if one paid special attention to her striking red eyes, one could easily notice the glint of excitement and exhilaration that was constantly flickering like a naughty child. So, will you do it now? Lilith asked curiously. Bai Zemin nodded without averting his gaze and said slowly, currently I did everything I could do. I improved my control over mana. I also learned to get a better control over the amount of magic I can use. And I even trained for more than 15 hours every day practically without a break for 3 whole days with my blood manipulation. He paused and closed his eyes, trying to feel the mana around him as he said in a low voice, I even devised an unstoppable attack. My strongest attack at this point. If I can't kill a first-order existence with my bare hands after all this, then I might as well start thinking that such a task really is impossible to accomplish, and this unknown entity called Soul Record is insane. Well, I'm sure you'll be able to do it. Lilith rolled a lock of her dark hair on her index finger and said with a smile, Your growth so far has been the most terrifying but at the same time wonderful I have ever seen. If you can't make it, then no one can. Bai Zemin chuckled and did not comment on it. In fact, even if Lilith did not say those words, he was 99% confident that his attack would definitely succeed in claiming the life of his enemy. As for the remaining Ixaco, 1. That was reserved for contingencies beyond what the current him could handle. Soon after, Bai Zemin slowly opened his eyes and looked down the building. There, Shangyu and Bingzu was coming out from inside the facility along with Chen He and Liang Peng. They seemed to be discussing the second phase of the plan. As if sensing his gaze, Shangyu and Bingzu stopped the conversation and looked up. Her indifferent sky-colored eyes met a pair of dark and cold eyes like a winter night. Without saying anything, Shangyu and Bingzu started walking towards the mutated forest. On the other hand, Chen He jumped a couple of times and climbed onto a building next to Bai Zemin's before aiming his preloaded crossbow towards the forest. As for the burly Liang Peng, he held tightly to his big hammer and planted both feet firmly on the ground as he narrowed his eyes towards the unfamiliar, but danger-ridden forest. Before Shangyu and Bingzu got too far away, Bai Zemin shouted loudly, "Hey, Shangyu and Bingzu!" She stopped and half turned around to look at him just in time to see him throw something at her. With a nimble and easy movement, the object he threw was caught by her. After seeing what it was, her small mouth opened slightly and her indifferent eyes for the first time in a long time had a wavelength of emotions that even she herself couldn't comprehend. "I'll lend it to you. When you come back you give it back to me." Bai Zemin's voice snapped her out of her thoughts. In the end, she looked back toward the top of the building and said the first word that came to her mind. "Thank you, M." Bai Zemin nodded and smiled casually as he said, "I'm relying on you." Chapter 90 The True Terror of the Mutated Forest Part 2 Last. Chen He and Liang Peng observed the strange interaction between Bai Zemin and Shangyu and Bingzu, but had no idea what was going on or why she had thanked him. However, due to the fact that they were on high alert for what was about to happen, neither of them dared to even look away from the mutated forest. After saying words of thanks for the first time in so long that even she could not remember when it had been the last time, Shangyu and Bingzu put away the object that Bai Zemin had given her carefully and marched into the mutated forest alone. Bai Zemin looked at her thin, small back that seemed as fragile as a glass window slowly disappearing from his sight. Then, he knelt down on his left knee and took out 2 bottles of blazing beetle's blood from his backpack. He carefully scattered the blood in front of him until a bright red pool formed and then closed his eyes. Although he looked calm on the outside, his mind was working overtime imagining a spear as he began to move the mana inside his body, this time without worrying about saving. At the same time as his mana began to be consumed at astonishing speeds, Bai Zemin began to use his magic to control as much magical power as possible while the image of the best possible spear shone in his mind. The tip had to be sharp to be able to pierce through any defense and destroy any impediment. The sheath to be sturdy enough to not be easily destroyed by the enemy, to be easy to hold for throwing, but difficult to withdraw. Every line of the weapon flickered in his mind as Bai Zemin imagined himself wielding a hammer and pounding metal on an anvil using fire at high temperatures. Even without the tools, with magic and mana, he could create objects by adding his blood manipulation. While it wasn't the same, creation was still creation. The blood on the ground glowed crimson and slowly a spear with 3 blades began to take shape. The blood solidified. Strange lines similar to engravings began to appear on the pulley and an end in a shape similar to a poker card trefoil. What Bai Zemin was creating was not a normal spear. It was specifically a trident. His face began to pale and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead as his 273 mana points ran wildly outward as if a water dam had broken. If Bai Zemin's plan was successful, then there was no need to hold anything back, as he would be rewarded with far more. Meanwhile, Shangyu and Bingzu advanced through the mutated forest, moving deeper and deeper, closer and closer to the center of the place. The first thing she noticed was the purity of the air around her. The air was so pure that she could feel as if her lungs were being purified of all the polluted air she had breathed throughout her life. However, she soon realized that what she was breathing was not exactly the same air she had known since birth. Mana, such a thought flashed in her mind as she kept running deeper. The air was charged with mana, and the closer she got to the center, the denser the amount of mana became. If the air outside this place, the air breathed by humans, was a composition of nitrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide, neon, helium, and others, then the air Shang Yuanbingzu was breathing in right now also contained mana as its main component. Due to her agile speed, Shang Yuanbingzu was not paying attention to the beauty of the place, or she would be surprised to notice how harmonious everything around her looked. A few butterflies the size of basins flapped their wings gently, while bees the size of adult human fists rested comfortably on flowers that reached almost a meter in height. There were even a few dogs sleeping peacefully with a few mutated cats beside them. They all seemed to have made a tactical agreement not to fight and instead were concentrating on absorbing as much mana as possible, even while they slept. About a minute later, Shang Yuanbingzu could not help but stagger slightly, and her face changed completely as she realized that her blood began to slowly boil as if a volcano was about to erupt, and she felt like vomiting due to the sudden discomfort. The feeling was similar to the one she felt during the first day of the apocalypse, just seconds before that strange message flashed in the retina of her eyes, signaling the beginning of a new era. Humans were different from animals, bugs, or plants. Humans could not just casually absorb the mana of the surroundings at will, and that was precisely the reason why everyone had a small part of the world's mana within their soul. If that amount went beyond what was bearable by the user's soul, zombie-like mutations would begin to appear as the body would try to adapt to the change as best and as quickly as possible to avoid total death. That was what she was experiencing at the moment. She stopped breathing hurriedly to substantially slow down mana's absorption and pushed her speed to the limit. Although Shang Yuanbingzu was more focused on the path of magic, her melee prowess was by no means deficient. Even before the appearance of the soul record on Earth, she was already a genius when it came to martial arts, and thus she possessed the unranked passive skill level 3 combat expert. Moreover, every time she leveled up, she added both points to agility. As for the reason, perhaps only she knew exactly. The reality was that she had currently reached level 24 the day before, after acquiring a large amount of soul power from the platinum ape, and was currently close to being able to start her first real evolution. Therefore, 48 agility points came from leveling up alone, currently reaching 109 points in total thanks to collaborating in the defeat and slaughter of 2 first-order existences, as well as her normal grade treasure boots. While she could not compare to Bai Zemin, who had almost 130 agility points even though he still had 32 status points reserved, and a lot of soul power to be absorbed due to being stuck at level 25. Her agility was outstanding compared to most. A few seconds later, she finally arrived at what seemed to be the center of the place, and even with her calmness she couldn't help but be terrified at the sight. At that time, He probably hadn't had time to look at the situation around him cautiously, or else he wouldn't have said that there should be at most a dozen first-order creatures. Just by looking around a couple of times, Shang Yuanbingzu had already counted more than 20. After absorbing the soul power of the platinum ape, Shang Yuanbingzu had received a huge boost in her stats. Precisely because of that, she was confident in fighting one-on-one and killing a first-order creature below level 45. However, if they all joined forces to attack her and managed to surround her, then she wouldn't even be able to resist for a second before being killed. Chapter 91 Blood Berserker First Order by Zemin New Skill Part 1. Shang Yuanbingzu quickly hid behind a giant tree beside her and crouched down as she carefully observed the scene before her eyes in wonder. In the center of what appeared to be a clear patch of grass was a small lake of crystal clear water, a lake that, if she remembered correctly, was only a small island where there was a small rose and tulip garden. Next to the lake, there were at least 30 or 40 beasts of all kinds. Some of them had several legs. Some others were standing on 2 legs, and others were just casually crawling on the ground. Strange-looking snakes whose bodies stretched almost 15 meters. Giant elephant beetles, fat bees measuring more than 30 centimeters, dogs, cats, all kinds of creatures were there without a fight. Even though they occasionally looked at each other with fighting desire and eyes filled with murderous intent, none of them took the first bite. Therefore, The place was in peaceful silence where the sound of an occasional growl or the rippling water of the lake was the only thing that could be heard along with the wind blowing through the treetops. Suddenly, a strange creature that was surrounded by several other first-order creatures slowly crawled from its position to the shore of the lake. The other first-order creatures began to move carefully, allowing the strange creature to pass, but everyone's eyes remained fixed on the beast as if they were its guardians or its captors and feared it would slip out of their sight. Shangyu and Bingzu could not help but feel a surge of disgust when she finally caught a glimpse of the appearance of the creature which Chen He had described the day before. The creature was actually a huge worm. Its more than 3-meter-long body left a trail of disgusting-looking sticky liquid every time it crawled everywhere. Its stomach moved strangely as if there were millions of living objects moving inside it. For a moment Shangyu and Bingzu had thought that perhaps the huge worm was pregnant and perhaps about to give birth. However, she soon realized that this was not the case. The giant worm was extremely slow, so even though it was relatively close to the shore, it still took a couple of seconds for it to reach the water to start drinking. After a few gulps, the giant worm suddenly stopped its movements and its mouth opened wide, revealing a terrifying-looking set of teeth inside. Howl! The creature let out a high-pitched howl that caused ripples and raised some waves in the previously calm lake. The previously calm forest suddenly became agitated and Shangyu and Bingzu thought she had been discovered. However, soon everything calmed down again, and what happened next was something she could never forget. The giant worm's puffed-up stomach began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye as a thick cloud of sapphire-colored air came out of the creature's mouth. The sapphire-colored air soon spread to the surrounding area and began to blend in with the forest. The trees began to become more alive. The plants began to grow slowly, and the animals and insects began to suck in deeply. Mana Shangyu and Bingzu's eyes lit up and she finally understood everything, solving the mystery that none of them could solve before. Why were there so many first-order creatures in this place? How was it possible that the small front garden of the university suddenly turned into a forest that looked like something out of a prehistoric movie? Why weren't all these monsters fighting each other to evolve? It was all caused by that giant worm. Apparently, the giant worm had the ability to create and produce mana inside its body to evolve. However, the amount was so much that it had no choice but to release much of it, or else it would die. The other beasts simply took advantage of the situation and began to slowly grow. Shangyu and Bingzu suddenly felt a bad premonition and hurriedly turned around. Her expression froze as she saw what seemed to be hundreds of tiny leeches crawling towards her and slowly surrounding her. If she fought the leeches naturally, she could kill them all easily. However, if she fought here, she would attract the attention of the other creatures, and that wasn't exactly part of the plan. I have no choice. She gritted her teeth and shot out of her hiding place. Her speed burst into full gear, making wonderful use of all her agility, and in no time she had almost completely closed the distance between her and the lake. However, the first-order creatures noticed her and began to move while roaring ferociously. The synchronized roars of dozens of first-order existences were so terrifying that even an unnatural sound wave shot out towards her. Because Shangyu and Bingzu was focused on reaching her target, she could not afford to stop to defend herself or avoid the attack, because if she did that, she knew that the entire previously devised plan would fail. Therefore, she could only continue to move forward independently. Ugh! Her face turned slightly pale and her steps faltered for a moment, giving her a frail and pitiful appearance. However, she endured the dizziness she felt and bit her lips fiercely. Her cold eyes had a look of resolve and she continued to charge forward. Swoosh! Suddenly the wind seemed to be cut in two by an object moving at high speed, and Shangyu and Bingzu felt a horrifying pressure from her back. However, she ignored that attack and continued forward without stopping. What was behind her was a snake that was almost 20 meters long and was currently swinging its heavy tail at her. If she was hit directly by that attack, even if she survived, it was unlikely that she would be able to get up for quite a while. However, just as she was about to be whipped, a small ragged-looking bronze bell came out of the pocket of her combat robe and floated above her head, releasing a yellow glow that soon surrounded her completely. Bang! The 1-meter-thick tail ferociously slammed into the yellow barrier, creating a thunderous explosion that echoed throughout the forest. The barrier shuddered slightly and the yellow glow dimmed a little. However, that was all. Shang Yu and Bing Zhu continued to move forward without being injured in any way and had soon left behind the snake that was the fastest creature close to her. This small bell was precisely the object that Bai Zemin had given her just before she entered the mutated forest. It was his magic-grade treasure that he had acquired when he killed his first-order beast, and that treasure had saved her life, preventing the plan from collapsing and making everything more dangerous. Due to her speed and lightness, Shang Yu and Bing Zhu sprinted a few meters above the water of the lake, and just before she started to submerge, the water under her feet froze into small ice plaques. She stopped her footsteps abruptly and kicked hard as she made a full 360-degree turn. A wave of water several meters high rose as consequence, and before the wave of water fell on the giant worm, Shang Yu and Bing Zhu pointed her magic wand and shouted, "Freeze!" A cloud of frost came out from the tip of the wand and she fed it with her own mana. When the frost cloud touched the giant wave of water, it froze it completely, creating a beautiful ice sculpture almost 20 meters high. Moreover, the most impressive thing was that apart from the beauty of the ice wave, it was curiously pointed at the giant worm that was howling furiously at her. At this point, she had already done her best to pinpoint the main target that needed to be eliminated, thus fulfilling her main part in this whole business. "Now it's your turn to play your part, Bai Zemin," Shang Yu and Bing Zhu muttered as she ran in the opposite direction, being fervently pursued by the snake that had attacked her earlier and was now crawling through the water as it hissed with its tongue and glared fiercely at her. But she was not intimidated, and on the contrary, making use of the lake water, Shang Yu and Bing Zhu made dozens of ice pikes and began to attack the snake as she retreated. Chapter 92 Blood Berserker First Order by Zemin New Skill Part 2. As Shang Yu and Bing Zhu went into the mutated forest to fulfill her most important part of the whole plan that had been worked out for part of the evening and most of the night, the atmosphere outside the forest was considerably quiet. The survivors were in the library several streets away, anxiously awaiting the triumphant return of the four main leaders of the group, while Fu Zufeng, Kai Jingyi, Zhang De, and Kang Lan had stayed with the survivors to protect them, since with their current strength they had no chance against a first-order beast. They all knew that if Bai Zemin, Shang Yu and Bing Zhu, Shen He, and Liang Peng were defeated, then it was extremely improbable that the rest would be able to survive. After all, if even the four of them could not defeat the beasts in the forest, then it was only a matter of time before they were all devoured, since they would have no way to safely leave the university. On the other hand, Chen He and Liang Peng held onto their weapons tightly while their eyes remained fixed and focused on the trees and bushes several meters away. If a mutated animal or insect appeared, they were both prepared to attack immediately. Unlike the two of them, Bai Zemin was apparently more relaxed. Standing on top of one of the tallest buildings in the area, he stared ahead for several seconds in silence before asking in a low voice, "So, you're sure it's not a second-order beast?" "Right," Lilith chuckled and said lightly. "I already told you it's not. The creature inside that forest has a strange ability, but it's only at the top of the first order. It hasn't been able to advance yet, but if it's left as it is, then it could be problematic in the future." Bai Zemin secretly sighed in relief. As long as his enemy was not in the second order, even if it was a level 49 or 51st order existence, he was confident of coming out victorious regardless of what kind of skill his enemy had. What a pity. If only the death of that platinum ape yesterday had counted at this point, I might have successfully evolved to first order by now. He couldn't help but scratch his head with his free hand and sighed a little regretfully. "You think the soul record is that simple?" Lilith couldn't help but roll her eyes charmingly and pointed out. Countless beings tried to circumvent the soul record and tried to explore or find some sort of loophole when it came to fulfilling evolutionary requirements, but they all failed miserably. "Tell me more about it, please." Bai Zemin's ears perked up immediately, and he felt curious about the story. Whenever the soul record presents an evolution requirement, that requirement must be completed correctly and only by the person who wishes to evolve. Lilith responded briefly but concisely. Outside help is not allowed in any way. Also, if you use weapons of mass destruction or long-range weapons that you did not create with your own hands, you are likely to fail as well. Bai Zemin frowned and said hesitantly, "This. So, let's say I shoot a first-order creature in the head. Ha ha ha." Lilith couldn't help but laugh. She looked at him with amusement and questioned, "You think mana, an energy capable of forcing all existences to evolve or die, is that simple, Bai Zemin? Except against zombies or other animals without evolving properly. Normal firearms do not have the power to pierce the natural mana surrounding a first-order beast. To kill one, you'll probably need missiles or battle tanks. Maybe heavy machine guns will also do the trick. In fact, if you had used a firearm to kill your first enemy back then, there is a possibility that the soul record would deny you the loser's soul power depending on the circumstances." Lilith shrugged her shoulders and her voice was a bit bitter before concluding, "As for how this works, don't ask me. The soul record is an entity that is still being studied even to this day." Bai Zemin couldn't help but gasp when he heard this, and his eyes trembled with fear. Humans were weak by nature and most of them didn't even have the courage to fight. If firearms lost their effect, then how was humanity going to survive this apocalypse? As if she knew his thoughts, she reassured him with her soft voice, "But don't worry too much. First-order creatures are not so normal since it's only been 11 days since the soul record reached this galaxy. As for second order, let's hope there aren't any yet, or humanity in that area would be annihilated unless they had truly outstanding military might." Bai Zemin smiled bitterly and shook his head. He only knew the world inside this university. How was he to know the situation outside? The only thing he hoped was that his loved ones or otherwise. He didn't even want to think about that. At least now he knew that the soul record was not an entity to be played with casually. Although it was pretty obvious if he thought about it more carefully. After all, just like Lilith said before, how could an entity capable of causing so many changes in the blink of an eye be simple? It was probably for the reasons Lilith mentioned earlier that those driving the buses did not receive any experience, even though they killed several zombies by crushing them mercilessly. As Bai Zemin was lost in thought, a terrifying howl coming from inside the mutated forest caused his face to change and his expression turned serious. "It's finally starting," he muttered as he raised the blood trident that glowed like a ruby over his shoulder, leaned his arm as far back as possible, and used blood manipulation on himself, focusing all his power and ability to perform a single strike. With his right foot behind and his left foot forward, Bai Zemin leaned his body slightly backward. His bright eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of frost as he looked up slightly in search of the accorded signal. Bang! An explosion echoed from within the mutated forest, and soon after a wave of water more than 20 meters high rose into the sky. However, under the gaze of the three men present, the water wave moved in a strange direction before freezing into an ice statue. The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth curved upward slightly and he could not help but praise. What a beautiful sculpture. The right foot behind him suddenly stepped forward, overtaking the left foot by a wide margin, and the muscles of his right arm expanded to the maximum extent possible. Without delay, his right arm became like a whip that shot forward at full speed, and after reaching its maximum extension he released his grip on the blood trident. A split second before the blood trident left his hand, the blazing ring on his finger glowed, and immediately a crimson radiance surrounded the trident covered by a layer of mana, raising the temperature of the surroundings to impressive heights. However, that was not all. Bang! The hurricane necklace resting on Bai Zemin's chest shone with a green glow, and a tornado of wind perpendicular to the ground shot forward, reaching the blood trident surrounded by crimson flames in less than a second. Bang! With the strong wind impulse added to the great force with which Bai Zemin had launched it, the blood trident containing over 240 mana points broke the sound barrier, disappearing from everyone's sight and leaving several mock cones behind. You have learned the third order active skill Crimson Blood Judgment Level 5. Chapter 93 Blood Berserker First Order Bai Zemin New Skill Part 3 Last. Inside the forest, Shengyuan Bingzu was engaged in a death match with the First Order mutated snake. In her left hand was the magic wand, boosting her mana and magic stats by a large margin. In her right hand was an ice sword that had cost over 50 of her mana to make. Her beautiful angelic face was quite pale, but her eyes were as cold as the sword she wielded. Although the mutated snake's scales were incredibly tough and Shengyuan Bingzu could not pierce them, her physical and magical attacks contained a large amount of freezing power inside, so every swing of her sword or every time she crafted different ice weapons to attack a part of the snake's body over 20 meters long was frozen. The mutated snake hissed, and its bloodshot eyes looked at its enemy with murderous intent. Its body shook, and the layers of ice that were beginning to form broke into countless pieces that slowly fell to the ground. However, its blood was slowly beginning to cool and its movements were becoming increasingly stiff. Shengyuan Bingzu suddenly felt overwhelming danger of death after seeing how the mutated snake had its maw wide open. She didn't even think about it for a second as she immediately erected a thick wall of ice several meters high between her and the creature. A green cloud came out from inside the mutated snake's mouth a second later and clashed against the ice wall. The seemingly super sturdy ice wall began to erode at astonishing speeds visible to the naked eye. Bang! Suddenly there was a powerful explosion a few kilometers away, and the next thing Shengyuan Bingzu could see out of the corner of her eye was a bright crimson flash approaching at speeds impossible for her to comprehend. Bang! Before she could even comprehend what was happening and after a huge blast that shook the earth slightly, the mutated forest began to burn fiercely and the beasts within began to howl and roar in anger and pain as the flames raged mercilessly. The mutated snake was distracted for a moment and stopped its skill. The beast seemed to notice something wrong and quickly began to slither towards the lake where the rest of the first order monsters were. Swoosh swoosh! Followed by 2 whistles of wind. 2 ice spears pierced the beast's 2 eyes crudely. The mutated snake stopped dead in its tracks and began to shake its body all over the place in pain. Shengyuan Bingzu hurriedly backed away while keeping her gaze fixed on the beast. The snake that was over 20 meters long slammed into some trees that were on fire in the process of constantly writhing, and knocked them down with ease. She knew the crimson flames would soon reach her position, but instead of retreating she decided to rely on the bronze bell and charged forward, launching attack after attack at the now sightless first-order creature. As the victory drew closer and closer, she could not help but marvel and be frightened by the earlier attack. She had no idea what it was that Bai Zemin had fired before, but the destructive power of that attack did not lose in the slightest to the destruction that a couple of missiles could cause. However, she knew there were no missiles here, let alone ways to use them even if there were. Third-order active skill Bai Zemin's mind rushed at the speed of light, as he saw the green message flashing across his retina at the same time as he marveled at the trail of crimson fire blazing in the sky. However, circumstances did not allow him to focus too much as a flurry of green-lettered messages began flashing in his retina one after another. Critical hit. Bai Zemin's lips curved upward. His face pale from all the mana consumption recovered as if by magic and he could feel himself becoming terrifyingly much stronger than before. He had succeeded. He had completed a task that had been given to him alone in all recorded history, as he was the only person with the qualifications to fulfill it. You have acquired the soul power of First Order Mana Embryo level 48. Kill unranked enemies using blood manipulation with a single attack. 100,100. Kill First Order enemy using blood manipulation on yourself. 22. Kill First Order enemy with a single attack using blood manipulation on yourself. 11. You have successfully evolved to First Order and have become Blood Berserker. Attack power increases by 20 when using axes, spears, swords, maces, or bare hands. Your blood attacks become 20 more effective when facing more powerful enemies. Your attack power increases by 20. You have learned Second Order passive skill Blood Will level 5. You have reached level 31 and get 12 status points to distribute freely. All soul power accumulated during the evolution process has been calculated. You get additional stats Strength 65, Agility 43, Stamina 43, Magic 40, Health 35, Mana 30. You have fulfilled the necessary requirements to evolve 2 skills. You have received the title One Hit to Kill, after calculating the soul power of the Shadow Tiger, the Platinum Ape, the Mana Embryo, as well as that of a few thousand zombies, insects, and mutated animals. Zemin obtained a stat boost of approximately 30 compared to his previous one before evolving. Because he had already hunted some first-order creatures, the additional stats he obtained from enemies within that category gradually became less as his own soul power began to adapt to that range of evolution. In fact, now that he had reached the first order, it was likely that the soul power he obtained from such enemies would become even thinner, as he was also within the same category unlike in the past. However, a boost of approximately 30 in overall strength was something fearsome. Not to mention that he was currently past level 30 and had several tens of status points reserved for times of crisis. The number of green-lettered messages flashing across his retina were too many, so Zemin could not pay attention to them all at the moment as the battle had only just begun. After all he had done was to kill the central problem that had been marked with masterful accuracy by Shangyu and Bingzu, but there were still more enemies left inside the forest. But none of that mattered at the moment. Zemin could read in careful detail when all this was over once and for all, because the most important thing was that he had finally leveled up, fully recovering to his maximum and going even higher. The level up that occurred in the process of the wall blocking his growth became completely ragged, and that was all that mattered. His path was finally clear once again and he didn't have to worry about stagnating. Roar! The thunderous roars of dozens of mutated monsters echoed everywhere as the mutated forest began to burn increasingly out of control. Fueled by the wind from the previous hurricane as well as the gasoline and infamous oil that had been spread by the group led by Fu Zifeng and Zhong De earlier. Chapter 94 Powerful Zemin. Although Zemin's previous attack, which transformed into a skill called Crimson Blood Judgment, had not come into direct contact with the forest floor, the temperature of the flame from the blazing ring propelled by the strong tornado from the hurricane necklace had enough power to ignite the grass several meters below. When the heat from the flame came in contact with the gasoline and highly flammable oil spread earlier, the ground automatically began to burn. In addition, due to the wind from the hurricane, all the flames began to spread southward, slowly burning the forest and getting closer and closer to the center. Suddenly, the ground began to shake and the earth rumbled as if an earthquake was shaking the world. However, it was clear to Zemin and the other two men present that what caused the rumbling was not an earthquake. Roar! A giant elephant beetle roared with its head held high as it ran in a straight line directly toward the buildings. Its body was surrounded by yellow flames that protected it from the crimson flames. However, the creature was obviously expending a lot of mana to keep its skill active at all times. Following right behind the giant elephant beetle, two mutated dogs whose fur looked like an iron plate, two black-furred tigers, three green-spotted cats, 5 huge snakes that were even bigger than a normal python before the apocalypse, and a fat bee with a 2-meter stinger were rapidly approaching carrying murderous intent with bloodshot eyes. The blood disappeared from Chen, He, and Liang Peng's faces at the sight of such a monstrous lineup of evolved beasts. It's the end. Liang Peng couldn't help but exclaim as he tightened his grip on his hammer and prepared to fight to the death. Being the slowest of the three, Liang Peng knew that running away was an impossibility for him, so he had no choice but to fight whether he wanted to or not. On the other hand, Chen He was not only scared by the sight, but also for Shangyu and Bingzu. Did something happen to her considering the number of beasts that came out of the forest? The chances of her surviving were not very high. Soon we'll join up again, he thought as he raised his crossbow and aimed at the flying bee with eyes filled with sadness. In the midst of all this atmosphere, only Zemin had an indifferent expression. He looked at the first order blazing beetle and couldn't help but blank out for a split second, remembering his battle to the death against a creature of the same type. Let me see how strong I've become, he muttered under his breath and narrowed his eyes as he placed one foot on the edge of the building before lunging forward with all his might. Bang! The edge of the building's concrete roof tore into pieces, and Zemin transformed into a shadow hard to notice by the naked eye. Still in the air and taking advantage of gravity's momentum, Zemin made a complete turn and while holding onto the Xuanyuan sword slashed downward, without skill and without any elegant style, pure strength and speed. Boom! The speed of the blazing beetle was not particularly fast, and even back then Zeman managed to win precisely by making use of his superior agility, not to mention now that he had become countless times stronger. The First Order beast did not even understand the situation, and by the time it realized what was happening it was already too late. The Xuanyuan sword, a treasure capable of piercing through the defenses of almost any creature below level 40, might have difficulty piercing through the blazing beetle's defenses in normal times. After all, it was a mostly defensive beast. However, the current Zeman was capable of raising the sword's power to new heights due to his strength. His attack struck firmly right on top of the giant horn, causing a thunderous explosion. His eyes filled with murderous intent met the beast's disbelieving gaze for a moment before something terrifying happened. Crack, 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 bang. Small-sized cracks began to appear from the point of impact before spreading throughout the horn. However, that was not all. Roar! The fiery beetle's eyes quivered in shock, and it staggered back several steps as it roared in pain. Not because of the loss of its main weapon, but because its shell was cracking as well. Under the surprised gaze of the two men behind, cracks spread across the entire metal armor of the blazing beetle before bursting into pieces. The creature roared again in pain, and the yellow flames that belonged to it were extinguished as crimson flames were expelled by the shockwave of the previous attack. Flash! There was a sharp flash, and the next instant the roars of the blazing beetle came to a complete stop. Right in the center of the beast's head appeared a red line from which blood began to flow slowly. Splash! The head split in two and blood splattered everywhere, staining the cracked ground and attracting the attention of the other First Order creatures that were using the blazing beetle as a front charge to escape the crimson flame setting the forest ablaze. You have acquired the soul power of the First Order blazing beetle level 31. Mana 24. Magic 15. Health 12. Stamina 8. Strength 5. Standing over the now collapsed body of the blazing beetle, Zeman's gaze was indifferent and he couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that a little over a week ago he had almost been killed by a monster of the same type he had just slain so easily back then? Zeman was on the verge of death countless times, and even though he won it was a miserable victory. Moreover, something that surprised him was that he also received another message. Blood will activated. For the next 5 minutes, increase your overall attack power by 1 for each enemy killed, Enzvo. 1 for each surrounding enemy alive up to a maximum of 50. Current status 2. 350. Too bad. He didn't have time to study things too much since he was in the middle of a battlefield. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Suddenly the wind swooshed and Zeman couldn't help but let his expression change slightly. Without delay he hurriedly jumped forward, barely escaping from danger. Right at the place where he was standing before, several green orbs struck the flesh of the blazing beetle, and under Zeman's astonished gaze the flesh began to be corroded quickly. With narrowed eyes, he saw the 5 snakes looking at him coldly. A strange green liquid was still coming out of their mouths, and every time a drop reached the ground the earth steamed and small holes formed. Zeman identified the snakes as a dangerous target and quickly charged forward. The snakes were not idle either as they began to bombard him spitting acid-laden green orbs. Zeman did not dare to take the giant mutated snake's attacks head-on as he was not confident that his full coat would be able to withstand the acid corrosion, so he quickly began to move in a zigzagging motion. Chapter 95 Fighting the First Order Part 1. Bang 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 bang. The 5 mutated snakes blasted acidic orbs non-stop at Zeman. If just one of those orbs hit him, even with his full coat he would not necessarily be able to escape unscathed, and if he received a direct attack on his hands, feet, or worse yet his head, then that part of his body would undoubtedly begin to corrode. However, for such a thing to happen, the mutant snakes needed to somehow be able to match Zeman's agility, or at least be able to see his movements somewhat in advance. Zeman's body flashed across the battlefield like a ghost as he skillfully dodged the acidic orbs flying in his direction, trying to close the distance between him and the 5 feral mutant snakes he had identified as the greatest present danger to his life. With nearly 17 times the speed of a normal human before the apocalypse, a few hundred meters was a distance he could close in a couple of blinks. However, the mutated snakes were not his only enemy, and activating blood manipulation from so far away would not give him the result he was looking for. Swoosh! Suddenly, one of the two shadow tigers charged forward and lunged at him with its mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth with dried bloodstains on the inside. Zemin advanced instead of retreating and slashed with his sword diagonally. A split second later, after a sharp flash were the shadow tiger and he crossed paths. The beast's head came off its body cleanly and rolled on the ground as blood splattered everywhere. You have acquired the soul power of First Order Shadow Tiger level 37. You have acquired 17 agility, 15 stamina, 10 strength, 6 health. You have reached level 32. You gain 2 status points to distribute freely. Blood will 3. 250. Not even a second had passed when Zemin saw out of the corner of his eye the other First Order Shadow Tiger less than a meter away. The mutated tigers were incredibly fast and in this position, it was impossible for him to move in time to defend or dodge. However, roar! The First Order Shadow Tiger roared painfully as more than a dozen blood spears rose up from the blood of the dead Shadow Tiger, piercing its body all over from the bottom up and stopping it in midair. The beast did not manage to give a second roar of pain as Zemin turned 360 degrees and decapitated it with ease, sending its head flying into the air. You have received the soul power of First Order Shadow Tiger level 38. You have acquired agility 10, stamina 6, strength 4, health 1. You have reached level 33. You gain 2. Blood will 4. 150. Without delay, Zemin jumped to the side to evade the snake's attacks, while his mind quickly processed the previous mana expenditure. Approximately 15 blood spears had consumed about 40 mana points. If it were in the past, the amount would probably be double or more, proving how useful his previous training had been. If Zemin had trained alone without enemies, the results would not be as good as they were currently. FCK. It had only been less than 5 seconds since Zemin had engaged in combat with the mutated First Order beasts, but 3 of them had already been killed. Even the naturally well-spoken Chen He couldn't help but curse. That kind of power. It was simply insane. The terrifying evolved beasts in his hands seemed to be as weak as a newborn puppy. Chen He raised his crossbow and instead of shooting at the giant bee, he aimed at the 5 snakes slithering all over the battlefield. He was smart enough to know that he did not have the ability to pierce through those glowing scales. Therefore, he aimed for the eyes, since the mutated snakes were the biggest problem. Then, Chen He half closed his eyes and relaxed his breathing before pulling the trigger. His right hand moved strangely and the crossbow shuddered. If anyone saw it they would think it was due to nerves. But they couldn't be more wrong. The 5 arrows imbued with mana sliced through the air, moving at speeds almost on par with a bullet. But the most surprising thing was that the 5 were not moving in a straight line and slowly separated from the trajectory they were traveling. The 5 snakes opened their jaws just as the 2 mutated dogs charged toward Zemin. However, just before they could fire their skill, their eyes blasted out in a bloody mist. The 5 snakes involuntarily cancelled their skill and hissed in pain as they writhed furiously all over. Their scales were one of the strongest defenses among First Order creatures. Yet their eyes were the weakness of any living thing. As they writhed in pain, 4 of them collapsed the walls of some nearby buildings, while one of them viciously struck one of the green-spotted mutated cats that were also charging towards Zemin, blowing it away and sending it crashing into an adjacent building. The mutated cat had an agility-based proficiency, but its defense was among the lowest. Therefore, after being struck by a crazed mutated snake whose scales were incredibly hard and whose flesh was tightly compressed, the internal organs of the beast that did not expect such an attack broke out, killing it immediately. The wind howled, and the 2 mutated cats that charged towards Zemin suddenly stopped and began to attack the mutated snake that had killed the other mutated cat, becoming entangled in a battle to the death. The mutated snakes had high defense and great strength. A single blow was enough to end the life of a green-spotted mutated cat. However, the mutated cats were not easy prey either. One of the cats leaped forward and its claws glowed with a pale green glow. The beast slashed viciously and tore through the mutated snake's defenses with ease. tearing a large chunk of flesh and causing the snake to howl in pain. The snake hissed painfully and attacked with its tail again, but the mutant cat had already seen the miserable fate of its companion, so it hastily jumped to the side, avoiding a certain death by a hair's breadth. In addition, the other mutant cat also joined the fray, and between the two of them began to slowly wear down the mutated snake. You have received the soul power of First Order Spiny Dog level 35. You have acquired Magic 10, Mana 10, Strength 5, Agility 2. You have acquired the soul power of First Order Spiny Dog level 36. You have acquired Magic 5, Mana 4, Strength 2, Blood Wolf 5, 8. Nice. By Zeman ended the lives of the two mutated dogs and couldn't help but praise when he saw the mutated snakes that were giving him a headache writhing all over the place with one of their eyes covered in blood. He couldn't get close before because the 5 snakes were extremely cunning and surrounded him, attacking from places that made it difficult for him to reach. However, thanks to Chen He's timely intervention, that problem was now gone. Bang! Bai Zeman stomped on the ground and cracks spread everywhere before he disappeared from his position. Chapter 96 Fighting the First Order Part 2 Last. After disappearing from his position, and without having to change his course consistently after losing the harassment of the mutant snakes, Bai Zeman's terrifying speed, now unimpeded, was on full display. With nearly 200 agility points, the distance between him and one of the mutated snakes was closed in a moment. The beast hissed in pain and upon seeing him immediately retaliated by spitting out an orb of acid. Bai Zeman leaned at an unnatural angle to the left as if his body was made of rubber, avoiding what could be certain death. Taking advantage of that same movement, he swung his sword from above downward and fiercely slashed the mutated snake's body. Clang! Surprisingly, the mutated snake's scales could not be cut, and for the first time since he obtained the Xuan Yuan sword, he failed to break through his enemy's defenses. Not only were the snake's scales extremely tough, but Bai Zeman could also feel a strange slippery liquid that when he cut earlier caused the sword blade to slip and lose a great deal of its power. The mutated snake swung its tail like a whip and struck forward with a look filled with murderous intent. The power of its tail was terrifying enough to slay another first-order creature with a single strike, which was proof enough of how dreadful it was. However, Bai Zeman secretly sneered, and instead of dodging, he stepped forward as he slammed his left fist fiercely. Bang! When the human's small fist and the beast's tail with a thickness of over a meter collided, the normally expected scene of the human being crushed did not happen. The mutated snake hissed painfully once again, and its body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string before thunderously slamming into a building and collapsing it in the process. Bai Zeman did not give the creature time to prepare and lunged forward while sheathing his sword. After arriving next to the snake, he sat on top of its head and clamped his legs tightly around it before beginning to strike mercilessly with both fists. Bang 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 bang. The difference between the previous Bai Zeman and the current one was not small by any means. After evolving to First Order and successfully acquiring his Berserker Blood Job, he gained a great increase of power not only in the stats scrolling on his status window. As a Berserker, Bai Zeman's attack power increased by 20 when he used certain weapons or his bare hands. Therefore, his strikes at this time were actually several times more powerful than normal, and, as if this wasn't enough, he was also receiving a boost of almost 6 thanks to his new passive skill not yet observed by him. The mutated snake opened its single eye wide and held in pain. The beast began to writhe endlessly, but failed to shake Bai Zeman in any way. Even when it hit other buildings in the process, it failed to shake him off its back. Its scales split and blood began to flow, but Bai Zeman's blows did not stop, and in less than 2 seconds he had already struck a few dozen times. The mutated snake's wild movements slowed down noticeably, and the sparkle in its eyes slowly faded, showing that its life was coming to an end. Swoosh! Bai Zeman sensed danger from behind, but he didn't need to turn around to know who the attacker was this time. Just judging by the sound of the wind, it was obvious that it wasn't any of the other 3 mutated snakes. It was the giant bee. He laughed coldly, and as his fists blasted against the mutated snake's head, he said nonchalantly, "Wall of blood." Surprisingly, A 2-meter-high wall rose from the pool of blood accumulated from the death of so many sizable beasts, separating him and the giant bee. Mana's expenditure this time had been considerable. 20 points to raise the wall. But this was also normal since he had not yet mastered this new energy in any way, and like Shangyu and Bingzu had only an initial understanding. However, what happened next was most surprising. When the giant bee sting hit the wall, it seemed to pass through it as if it were a puddle of water without any difficulty whatsoever. In fact, it even formed ripples as if the wall of blood was not in a solid state. The giant bee's body began to glow slightly and gradually its size began to increase. It was obviously absorbing enemy blood to become more powerful. However, how could Bai Zemin have forgotten about the mutated bee he killed on the first day of the apocalypse back then? The big bee had absorbed some of the zombie's body to become stronger. Berserkers were known as a melee class with an attack power even more powerful than that of warriors in most role-playing games. However, Bai Zemin was actually a blood berserker. What was the difference? Magic. Blood spears. Bai Zemin's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. The wall of blood suddenly opened and 2 huge red spears shot out like a torpedo. The giant bee did not even have time to retreat when its 2 wings were sliced wide open by the 2 spears that pierced through its weak defense with ease. The creature let out a strange yell and fell to the ground, unable to do anything but shake its body. Without its wings, the giant bee did not have enough power to move as it would like, since its weight was too great for it, which had evolved by absorbing mana and not by absorbing soul power. You have acquired the soul power of First Order Geolao Snake level 45. You have acquired Strength 4, Stamina 2. You have reached level 34. Blood Will 6. 750. He dashed forward at full speed without rest, and before the mutated bee could even howl in pain, its head was ripped off its body after a sharp flash. You have acquired the soul power of First Order Blood-Sucking Bee level 39. You have acquired Agility 5. Blood Will 7. 650. Gradually, the soul power he received from First Order creatures became thinner. The evolution experience was still corresponding, but the additional stats were less. As to whether it would stop or not, he didn't know yet. Bang! Suddenly there was a bang on the battlefield, and Bai Zemin arrived just in time to see Liang Peng hitting one of the mutated cats with green spots and sending it flying with his hammer. Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow and was surprised to see that while he was killing, Chen He and Liang Peng hadn't been slacking off either. Apparently, at some point, one of the green-spotted mutated cats had been hit by the mutated snake, getting seriously injured. The mutated snake was still locked in a battle to the death with the other green-spotted mutated cat, so it could not break away, and Liang Peng took the opportunity to finish off the second cat. As for Chen he was currently moving all over the place while shooting arrows at the last mutated snake that was chasing him. Although his arrows did not possess the power to pierce through the snake's defenses, as they were just normal arrows empowered by a bit of mana, they did cause enough pain to make the creature enraged. The mutated snake was faster, but Chen He was cunning and jumped from building to building without getting caught. Every time a building was demolished, he jumped to another and continued. Moreover, the mutated snake did not dare to stop to cast acidic orbs, as it seemed to remember the consequences by feeling the pain in one of its now empty sockets. Thanks to the 2 of them, Bai Zemin had not been disturbed for a couple of seconds and was able to finish off 2 more First Order beasts. As for the last mutated snake, apparently, the beast realized that things were not looking good and quickly turned to flee. When Bai Zemin noticed it, he barely caught a glimpse of the beast's tail disappearing into the crimson flames in the direction of the forest. Using that liquid as a protective layer, the mutated snake might have a chance to flee in another direction, but if it stayed, it would definitely be slaughtered sooner rather than later. Chapter 97. Shangyu and Bingzu in danger. The green-spotted mutated cat that was facing the mutated snake was breathing heavily, and the glow on its claws had dimmed considerably. Its speed had slowed by at least 50, and its entire body was bathed in sweat and dust. On the other hand, the mutated snake was riddled with slashes across the length and breadth of its body, revealing red flesh and gushing blood. The red glow in its eyes had dimmed and its movements had become heavier than normal. Although the battle between the 2 creatures had only lasted a few seconds so far, Both had given 101 of their total in order to end the life of the other. A single mistake could cost anyone their life, so during those few seconds they had activated their innate skill countless times, depleting stamina and mana without reserve. To grow stronger, to evolve, to take a step beyond. Each existence might have different motives, but they all wanted to stand victorious. Unfortunately, the destiny of the green-spotted mutant cat and the destiny of the Geolau snake was not to advance. Swoosh! The wind whistled noisily, and all the green-spotted mutant cat could see out of the corner of its eye was the metallic luster of a blade approaching its neck. You have acquired the soul power of First Order Gale Cat level 40. You have acquired Agility 3. Blood will 8. 250. The creature's head shot skyward, and the bright red blood of the Gale Cat was reflected in the eye of the Geolau snake. That was the last the beast could see before its head was severed from its body as well. You have acquired the soul power of First Order Geolau snake level 43. Blood will 9. 150. No more extra stats from the Geolau snake soul power. Bai Zemin sighed as he shook the blood off his sword. Since the Geolau snake was weakened and riddled with wounds, killing it was easier than usual. Although it was a pity not to get more stats like that, it was something Bai Zemin expected to happen sooner or later. He stomped the ground beneath his feet and shot forward, following the booming sound a few hundred meters away. It only took him a couple of seconds to circle around the collapsed buildings to see the last living First Order beast chasing after Chen He and demolishing every building in its path with its tail. Such a scene was worthy of a science fiction movie. But now it was happening in reality right in front of his eyes. Even the most skeptical would be forced to accept that the world would never be the same in the face of such a horrifying view. The Geolau snake seemed to be able to sense Bai Zemin's overwhelming soul power as its head turned in his direction and looked at him coldly before lunging towards him as it constantly shot out acidic orbs. That won't work if you're alone, Bai Zemin muttered and suddenly disappeared from his previous position. His speed burst completely and in the next instant, he appeared right under the beast's body, right under its jaw. Boom! With a boost in his attack power of almost 30, Bai Zemin's fist fiercely connected with the Geolau snake's jaws, sending it flying. However, to his and Chen He's surprise, the creature did not stand up again and 2 orbs of light entered their bodies soon after, indicating the death of the enemy. You have reached level 35. Blood will 10. Apparently, Bai Zemin's blow had succeeded in destroying the brain from the outside, killing the creature with a punch. Bai Zemin gave Chen He a thumbs up before bending down to pick up the red-colored orb that had fallen next to the Geolau snake's death. In fact, not only had this snake dropped a treasure orb, for to Bai Zemin's delight, all the First Order creatures had dropped at least one red orb. Could it be that after the First Order there is always treasure? Bai Zemin would have to ask Lilith later. Hey! Bai Zemin. Chen He approached agitated and tired, but his eyes were filled with worry as he anxiously asked, Bing Zhu is still not back. Shangyu and Bing Zhu. Bai Zemin blinked before looking around. Between the excitement of successfully evolving to First Order, acquiring a powerful initial job, and the bloody battle against a dozen First Order existences, Bai Zemin hadn't had time to think too much about anything, so he only now realized that Shangyu and Bing Zhu was nowhere to be seen. The two men looked at the burning forest with different thoughts. Could she have been killed by those First Order beasts? Chen He asked in a low voice as he clenched his fists tightly. Bai Zemin remained silent and looked up at a building that was still intact in the midst of so much destruction. There, standing at the top, an incredibly beautiful woman to the point of taking the breath away from anyone who saw her was looking at him with a bright smile. Her hair waved in sync with the wind and her ruby eyes made her look like an angel from heaven if it weren't for the enchanting aura of a demon that surrounded her, as if she knew what he wanted to ask just by his gaze. Lilith's voice reached his ears. You have made this big sister very happy, little Zemin. This is the first time I see or hear about a First Order existence capable of wiping out a dozen in less than a minute and practically single-handedly. I wonder what you will become when you advance further in the order. Will you be able to satisfy this big sister in bed? Bai Zemin almost spat out 2 liters of blood when he heard her last sentence. However, to his surprise, She sounded genuinely pleased and joyful, as if seeing his previous performance was a great delight to her. That aside, Lilith looked at the burning forest and said lazily, "That lower existence called Shangyuan Bingzu is not dead. She's still alive, but you'd better hurry if you want to get her out of there." He nodded imperceptibly and looked at Chen He before saying indifferently, "You wait here. You'll go get her out. Go with Liang Peng and take care of the treasures until I return." What Chen He blinked, and looks to his side only to realize that Bai Zemin had already disappeared, and was now several dozen meters away. His face turned pale as he realized how horrifying Bai Zemin's speed was, and unconsciously glanced at the First Order Jiao Lao Snake's body. However, Shen He soon processed what he told him before, and his eyes shone. Take her out, so she was still alive. His legs felt weak and he had to force himself forward. He had to protect those treasures, or if Liang Peng did something stupid, then no one would be able to stop Bai Zemin if he went crazy. Let alone now that he had seen what Bai Zemin was capable of actually doing during this battle to the death. Chapter 98 Close Contact. The reasons why Bai Zemin decided to help Shangyuan Bingzu were varied. One of the reasons was because she still had his bronze bell in her hands. The bronze bell was a very important magic-grade treasure for Bai Zemin, as it was currently his safest defense, and he could not afford to lose such an item casually, as he did not know if he would be able to obtain another one anytime soon. In fact, the only reason he lent the bronze bell to Shangyuan Bingzu at that time was because his breakthrough to First Order and the acquisition of his Blood Berserker job depended largely on whether she succeeded in pinpointing the location of a First Order creature. That way, he would be able to prepare his strongest attack from a distance great enough for his killing intent to be sensed by his enemy, or he might end up failing miserably. And if he failed, even he would have to flee poorly or be killed by the army of First Order creatures. As for the other reason he decided to help her was to make her owe him a favor, just as he owed her in the past. Shangyuan Bingzu had mysterious origins, and even if the world had changed, her family had not necessarily collapsed. She was a proud woman and would certainly do her best to return the favor of saving her life even if he did not ask for it. Besides, she was currently an important asset to the group of survivors, as there was no way Bai Zemin's eyes and arms could cover nearly 500 people. He needed survivors, or else the difficulty of reaching his family would become 1,000 times harder. In the current group of survivors, not only Fu Zufeng, Kai Jingyi, Zhang De, and Kang Lan had the courage to fight. In fact, there were several male and female students who joined later who had enough courage to fight as long as they were given an appropriate weapon. When they finally left the university, things would be completely different than they were now, and Bai Zemin wanted to take advantage of that. Arriving at the edge of the forest practically covered by burning crimson flames, Bai Zemin stopped and frowned under contemplation. If he had his bronze bell, it would be a simple task to exit and enter the place, since with his current agility he could definitely travel several kilometers in about 1 minute. But without proper protection, even if he had evolved to become a First Order existence, he would definitely be injured and might even die. After all, even powerful beasts with high defense like the blazing beetle and the Jiao Lao snake were forced to flee from the flames. Let alone him. After considering the problem for several seconds, he finally gritted his teeth and pulled out several bottles of blood before starting to spray his entire body from head to toe. In a few blinks of an eye he had become a red person, and only the color of his eyes differed. The rancid smell of blood was truly foul, but his options were too tight at this point. Bai Zemin activated his blood manipulation skill, and the blood on his body shimmered under the stimulus of the mana. Soon, the blood that constantly collated hardened, forming a thin, insulating layer that separated him from his surroundings. Just close your eyes and move forward. I will guide you. Lilith appeared beside him and patted his shoulder lightly. Bai Zemin nodded and wordlessly stomped hard on the ground beneath his feet, lunging forward and stepping into the sea of flames. His current speed, with an agility of over 190 points, was equivalent to almost 20 times faster than a person before the apocalypse. This meant that at his maximum he could overtake a supercar with ease, before the arrival of the soul record on Earth. Bai Zemin's body flashed through the flames under the guidance of Lilith, who followed closely, unaffected by the surroundings. The embracing heat seemed intent on devouring his existence completely, and the solidified blood covering his body would have long ago evaporated already if it weren't for Bai Zemin constantly feeding the layer of blood with mana. However, even with his over 300 mana points, it was a terrifying expenditure that he could not sustain for too long. After all, the Crimson Flame was the remnant of a third-order skill. While it wasn't as strong now after the skill was cast, it still wasn't something that some blood of a first-order beast could casually endure. Knowing that time was running against him like every passing second since the beginning of the apocalypse, Bai Zemin focused on Lilith's guidance and exploiting his speed to the maximum extent possible. The muscles in his legs tightened to the point where if it weren't for his high stamina and health they would have been torn long ago. About half a minute later, Lilith's voice sounded magically in his ears. "Right in front of you is a lake. That woman is inside." Bai Zemin didn't even think about it and jumped in, entering the water that was evaporating at terrifying speeds. He cancelled his blood manipulation skill and the blood on his body was immediately washed away by the water. When Bai Zemin finally opened his eyes under the crystal clear water, the first thing he saw was the beautiful Shang Yuanbing Zhu submerged underwater. Looking at him with her blue eyes wide open, it was as if she was asking him what he was doing there and why he had come. Too bad Bai Zemin couldn't talk underwater, and neither could she, or else he would have told her. "Nothing. I just came shopping." He approached to her and saw that her face was starting to get redder and redder as a result of the lack of air. Holding her breath for a minute or two was fine, since even if she didn't possess high physical stats, she wasn't weak either. The problem was that considering the time of the explosion and release of the flame so far, a couple of minutes had already passed and she had been forced to hide underwater. Bai Zemin quickly pointed to the bronze bell, and fortunately she seemed to understand what he meant as she immediately nodded and passed it to him. Fortunately there was still some power left inside the bell before the treasure lost its energy and had to be recharged for a whole day. He naturally had no intention of kissing her like in romantic movies to share his oxygen with her. Bai Zemin turned around and pointed to his back while looking into her eyes, indicating her to jump up on his back. Shang Yuanbing Zhu secretly gritted her teeth and did not hesitate as she climbed on his back, riding him like a horse. Moreover, to his surprise, she did not doubt to wrap both arms around his neck and her legs around his waist, easing the burden on him immensely. Bang! Bai Zemin stepped onto the bottom of the lake fiercely and, taking advantage of the momentum, jumped upwards. While normally it would be difficult for a human strength to fight against the pressure of the water on the body, for him it was a matter of effort. In just an instant his body, together with Shang Yuanbing Zhu, who clung to him tightly, broke the surface of the lake that was struggling uselessly against the crimson flames. Chapter 99 Blood Will. Upon returning to the surface, crimson flames immediately began to assault them both. However, before they could even touch the corner of their clothes, the bronze bell flew out of Bai Zemin's pant pocket and floated above his head, releasing a faint glow that surrounded the two of them. Bai Zemin began to run madly forward without stopping, surprising Shang Yuanbing Zhu by his frightening speed, but at the same time easing her worries. She unconsciously sighed in relief and the tension in her body disappeared, causing her to relax on his back as she looked at the crimson world around them. No matter where she looked, all she could see was a blazing fire. Earlier, after killing a first-order beast alone for the first time, Shang Yuanbing Zhu noticed that the fire had surrounded the forest from the south to the east and then spread to the northern area, practically sealing off the exit. With no other choice, she remembered the water lake and returned to the place to seek cover. Although the bronze bell had power remaining, with her current agility it was impossible to close the distance between the center and the exit of the forest in less than a minute, and she would be stranded halfway. Fortunately, Bai Zemin's agility was just enough to get out unscathed with the support of the magic barrier. Outside the flaming mutated forest, Shen He waited anxiously beside Liang Peng. After collecting the treasure orbs and also a few skill scrolls that had been transmuted by the soul record from the soul power of the first-order creatures killed earlier, Chen He had not stopped looking in the direction of the burning forest. "Damn it, can you stop moving?" Liang Peng couldn't help but curse as he looked at Chen He. "You've been walking back and forth and it's only been 2 minutes since you came here. You're getting on my nerves. Shen He did not respond to him, nor did he seem to listen to what Liang Peng said. He was only worried about Shangyu and Bing Zhu, and no matter what anyone else said, it was not going to change by mere words. Tisk. Liang Peng clicked his tongue and muttered something that only he could hear, but they were obviously not too nice words. Bang! Suddenly there was a bang from within the flames, and when the two men looked over, they arrived just in time to see two people surrounded by a thin layer of yellow energy in the air. They finally came out. Chen He was extremely happy to see that both of them had returned. Of course, he was happier for Shangyu and Bing Zhu, but he was also glad that Bai Zemin had not encountered any problems holding him back. Yang Peng looked at him and wanted to say something, seeing how close those two seemed, but in the end, he swallowed his words, not wanting to ruin the mood. After almost 2 weeks of living together and working as a team, everyone was starting to get closer to each other. Bang! The ground broke out and dirt flew everywhere as Bai Zemin fell back down from over 10 meters high. Planting both feet firmly on the ground, his face was slightly pale and his forehead was covered with sweat as his agitated breathing constantly made his chest rise and fall. Bing Zhu, are you okay? Chen He hurried over and looked her over from head to toe, still not noticing by the close contact they were having. You don't need to worry. I'm fine. Buddy. Shangyu and Bing Zhu got off Bai Zemin's back and looked at him with a frown before asking, Are you okay? Bai Zemin waved his hand without replying and walked with heavy steps over to the corpse of one of the Jiao Lao snakes to sit on it. Why? Why am I so tired? Bai Zemin was dumbfounded. With his stamina, he should be able to fight for several hours without tiring, and although the battle to the death against the small army of first-order beasts was fierce, it had not been to the point of consuming so much stamina as to leave him in such a miserable state. Bai Zemin. Status points 52. Level 35. Race human. Job blood berserker blood will mode. Title 1 hit to kill. Strength 1 dex 30, agility 1 8 6, health 1 5, stamina 2 to 2 2 8 2 5, mana 2 240, magic 2 49 60. Skills. Blood manipulation first order LVL 5 special forces soldier unranked passive skill LVL 5 stone heart third order passive skill LVL 5 health boost unranked passive skill LVL 3 bronze skin first order passive skill LVL 1 throwing unranked passive skill LVL 5 regeneration first order LVL 5 blood will second order passive skill LVL 5 crimson blood judgment third order LVL 5. In fact, he still had a lot of stamina. However, Bai Zemin frowned and realized that he had lost 80 stamina points in a matter of 4 or 5 minutes, which was completely unnatural. The reason he suddenly felt so tired was precisely because of such an abrupt loss of almost 13 of his total stamina in such a short time. Bai Zemin's status window had practically changed completely after evolving to First Order, as he had finally made the first little big step. However, what caught his attention the most was the words blood will mode next to his job berserker blood. Blood will second order passive skill LVL 5 going into combat mode awakens the desire for the battle that slumbers in your veins. You gain Pro 1 additional attack power for every living enemy 100 meters around you, and 1 for every enemy killed. The effect is limited to a maximum of 50. The effect lasts 5 minutes and the timer resets to 0 for each enemy update. Secondary effect consumes 20 stamina points every 50 seconds as a consequence of the abrupt increase of power. The side effect is cancelled when the user goes out of combat mode. Bai Zemin sighed and finally understood the reason why he had lost so much stamina abruptly. Don't get so depressed. Lilith tapped his shoulder and smiled brightly. Blood will is an incredibly powerful skill to be just classified as second order. Of course it would have some side effect or it would be nonsense. You should know that even I don't have a skill that increases my power by 50. Bai Zemin nodded and said nothing to avoid being looked at as if he had gone mad, but looked at her with grateful eyes. If it wasn't for Lilith's moral support, he might not be able to stand as firmly as he did now. Besides, even though blood will had an annoying side effect, it wasn't as if he had no way to fight it. Although he could not solve the problem in its entirety, he could lighten the consequences to a great extent. After all, Bai Zemin had acquired the First Order regeneration skill. This skill allowed him to consume mana to obtain stamina in return, which was perfect for cases where he had to fight to the death, and did not need to use magic skills or the effects of magic were not as efficient as was the case with the First Order anti-magic zombie. Chapter 100. Waiting anxiously. As Bai Zemin sat down to get some rest before returning to important business, he didn't even feel like looking at his newly acquired skills, nor did he feel like looking at which two skills he could evolve. The battle against the First Order beasts had not drained his stamina to dangerous levels, even when blood will had been draining much of it. However, the mental exhaustion had been considerable, especially before the battle fully erupted. After all, before launching the blood trident enveloped by flames, Bai Zemin was very clear that if he failed to kill a First Order creature with a single shot, the odds of survival would plummet immediately. Therefore, although he appeared serene on the surface, he was actually under great mental pressure. Meanwhile, Shangyuan Bingzu was looking at him with a frown, and her eyes seemed hesitant about something. However, soon her attention was drawn by the person beside her. Bingzu, are you really okay? What happened inside that forest, Chen? He asked, still not feeling calm. Thanks to the treasure Bai Zemin gave me earlier. I'm fine. She nodded softly and observed the surroundings as she slowly explained what happened inside the forest. What? Several dozen First Order beasts and... Bingzu, you're already level 25, Chen, he exclaimed in fright and looked at her with wide eyes when he heard that she had killed a First Order creature single-handedly. But even more so, he was frightened to hear that there were so many terrifying beings inhabiting the mutated forest. Only now did Chen realize how lucky he was to get out of that place alive yesterday. Yes. Shangyuan Bingzu nodded a bit distractedly. She looked at Bai Zemin, who was resting with his eyes closed, and couldn't help but be surprised. Currently, she had already reached level 25 and had also received the message from the soul record in which she received a number of options to choose her job. Shangyuan Bingzu naturally knew that advancing was not easy. However, seeing the destruction of the surroundings, the corpses of the First Order beasts scattered on the ground and some of them in miserable conditions, Shangyuan Bingzu finally fully accepted that the young man before her was simply a monster in human skin. Bai Zemin opened his eyes and sighed as he pulled out a chocolate bar from his backpack. However, before he began to eat it, he took out 3 more bars along with 4 cans of soda. He threw a bar and a can to each of them as he said with a somewhat exhausted smile, "Good job, everyone." Shangyuan Bingzu and Liang Peng looked at each other before shrugging their shoulders. The 3 of them casually sat or simply stood and began to replenish their energies with bright expressions. No matter how small it was, everyone did their part today. Being able to overcome the most difficult challenge since the apocalypse broke out and the world changed. A single mistake could have ended the whole group, and the annihilation of nearly 500 people as well as the hope of many others. Therefore, they were naturally happy even if they did not say anything. Shangyuan Bingzu even thanked Bai Zemin for trusting her enough to lend her such a valuable treasure, to which he responded with a casual smile. As for the matter of saving her life earlier, she said nothing and he did not mention it either. They both seemed to understand each other's mind tactically, so words were unnecessary. After properly resting for nearly 30 minutes, Bai Zemin began to replenish his blood supply under the watchful eyes of the others. Although it was unpleasant, there was no choice in the matter, and he didn't want to die just because he didn't want to do some dirty work. The survivors were waiting anxiously inside the first floor of the library building under the care of Kai Jingyi and the rest. The atmosphere in the place was extremely heavy, and there seemed to be a black cloud over everyone's head as no one dared to speak, and even those who spoke did so quietly in extremely small whispers. Occasionally, the eyes of the 400+ survivors would unconsciously turn to the entrance of the building with hopeful eyes. However, each time their eyes receded in disappointment at not finding the people they were looking for, increasing the worry they felt even more. "How do you think the battle ended?" a male student asked quietly as his eyes drifted to the door. "I don't know. There's been no roaring and no explosions anywhere for a while now," another survivor whispered back as he looked at Fu Zifeng and the others before continuing. "I bet the battle is already over. Besides, Even the four of them are moving anxiously and looking towards the door, so obviously what the group leaders are doing is not simple. How could it be simple? Lai Na, who was sitting nearby, overheard the conversation and couldn't help but raise her voice, scared. They are facing an army of dreadful beasts that are as strong or stronger than that strange blue-skinned zombie. Lai Na, just like the rest, was incredibly scared. No, she was even more scared because she was aware of the danger the four leaders were facing this time. Therefore, she couldn't stop some words from slipping out of her mouth unconsciously. Blue-skinned zombie. What do you mean? The surrounding survivors became agitated upon hearing those words and looked at Lai Na for responses. In order to keep the chaos as controlled as possible, one person had proposed not to reveal the existence of the First Order beasts or monsters until the group had enough power to safely deal with them. Otherwise, letting the survivors know that there were even more terrifying enemies on the outside could cause some of them to go crazy and start losing their minds, making things difficult for everyone. Lai Na Wu Yijin called out, startling her friend. She had been the person who had planned the idea, and it was approved by Bai Zemin, Shangyu and Bingzu, Shen He, and Liang Peng right away, as the four of them were aware of something so basic. Seeing Wu Yujin's serious and angry look, Lai Na realized that she had spoken too much and quickly lowered her head in embarrassment, but still frightened. Seeing Wu Yujin intervene, none of the survivors pressed the matter further, as they knew that she was technically like a sister to Shangyu and Bingzu, so no one dared to offend her. However, Lai Na's words had already aroused the alertness of some people, and the atmosphere quickly began to worsen. Although no one did anything stupid or wild, as yesterday's massacre was still firmly etched in everyone's mind, they all began to look towards the entrance in fear, waiting for the final verdict of their fates. Wu Yijin also looked towards the entrance of the building, and her beautiful big eyes glittered with slight apprehension, not only for herself, but also for the safety of those who faced danger out there. While it was true that the sound of battle had ceased several minutes ago, only based on the terrifying roars and thunderous bangs, as well as the constant shaking of the ground, she knew that the battle that was currently raging was of such a magnitude that her mind was unable to comprehend, even if it was explained to her in words. Chapter 101 Treasures. So, how about we take care of our loot of war here? Bai Zemin proposed, as he gazed with impossible to hide excitement at the objects before him. I agree. Shangyu and Bingzu nodded, and even her natural cold expression had largely melted due to the heat in her eyes. Shenhe and Liang Peng didn't even think about it when they nodded. In front of the group of four, on a table inside a building that had not been demolished during the previous battle against the First Order, several objects lay there. Some glowed and attracted attention as if they wanted to be taken immediately, while others released a special magical aura around them. These objects were 12 treasure orbs, among which there were 2 rare ones, and there were also 2 skill scrolls. All the loot of war obtained after being victorious. While it was true that the danger of First Order creatures was overwhelming, even more so when they were in groups, if an existence managed to overcome that danger and emerge victoriously, then it was highly plausible that they would become rich overnight, as the number of treasures that could be acquired were in massive amounts. 13 treasure orbs. Even Bai Zemin himself had not had that many orbs in his hands despite all the dangers he had faced since day one. The four took an orb in each hand and squeezed it tightly, causing bright flashes of light to be released as the orbs disappeared and new items appeared on the large table. A few seconds later, the 13 orbs had disappeared, and in their place were 13 items. Before anyone stepped forward, Shenhe looked at Bai Zemin and offered, I think you should be the first one to choose. Although we all helped and did our part, the reality is that the final major part was done by you. Shangyu and Bingzu said nothing about it, and Liang Peng sighed before waving his hand to indicate that he too did not object, even if the greed was there. Seeing that no one objected and were at least as sensible, Bai Zemin nodded and stepped forward. Then I won't hold back. Bai Zemin looked at the treasures on the table one by one, and after touching them briefly, the information of each one flashed in his retina one after another. There were some treasures that he already possessed, such as piercing glove, hurricane necklace, blazing ring. There was even another Xuanyuan sword. But there were also some treasures that Bai Zemin currently lacked. Earth Bracelet rare grade treasure. When equipped it automatically increases magic by 10. Once per day you can use the skill Earth Spike. Earth Spike raises, from the ground, a 2-meter-high Earth Spike capable of piercing the defenses of a small armored vehicle. The Earth Bracelet was a rare grade item that increased an equivalent of 5 stat levels just by equipping it, and at the same time granted the wielder the ability to activate an attack skill capable of turning the tide of a battle if used correctly. Bai Zemin was not polite and took it for himself before observing the rest. Velocity boots normal grade treasure extremely light, easy to wear, and automatically adapt to the body. When equipped, agility 10. The only boots Bai Zemin had owned so far had been destroyed during his battle to the death against the first blazing beetle, the first order creature he knew of. Since then, although he had acquired several red treasure orbs, he had not been lucky enough to obtain a pair of boots to replace the previous ones. Now he could finally wear a pair again and increase his agility by another notch. In order not to break the balance and harmony that had grown in the group after several days of living together and shoulder-to-shoulder battles, Bai Zemin decided not to be greedy and take the other rare treasure. Besides, he already had a Xuan Yuan sword, so there was no point in taking it for himself anyway. However, Lilith appeared with a wild idea and pointed out as if she was excited. You can be like Kirito and wield 2 swords at the same time. Look, you even wear black and everything. Bai Zemin couldn't help but look in her direction. He looked at her with his eyes wide open as if he was looking at an alien, and if it wasn't for the circumstances he would have definitely asked her if demons watched anime too. Even so, he couldn't help but say, "Aren't you afraid of copyright?" Lilith replied, "Copyright bah. We can just say that we're using a set of words, and that's all. The fact that this beauty mentions that name should be a high compliment. Don't you think?" Unconsciously, Bai Zemin nodded and ignored the joke at the end. But, seriously, Lilith knew that anime Bai Zemin didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the revelation. "Bai Zemin, what are you talking about?" Shang Yu and Bing Zhu looked at him dumbfounded. "Forget it." He shook his head and continued to look at the treasures. Bai Zemin, being the biggest contributor, also picked up a normal treasure dagger and a small pearl that slightly increased the mana. He would use those 2 treasures for his direct subordinates in the future. Besides that, he did not pay attention to the 2 skill scrolls since one of those skills he had already learned and the other one did not suit his fighting style. However, he remembered Kang Lan and hesitated. One of them was Elephant Skin, the passive skill before First Order Bronze Skin. The other scroll was a First Order Level 1 skill called Poisonous Cloud. Poisonous Cloud First Order skill Level 1 releases a cloud of toxic gas with a width of 3x3 meters in front of the user. Uninfected enemies of level 15 and below will die immediately after inhaling the poison, and those above level 20 are completely immune. It needs to consume 5 mana points to activate. Kang Lan currently lacked an active magic skill that would allow her to better defend herself, as she only possessed a healing skill at the moment. "Take it." Shang Yu and Bing Zhu interrupted his thoughts and looked at him with clear eyes as she said, "Shen, he is right in saying that 60 of the entire plan was completed by you anyway. Even if you take a little more, I don't think it's necessarily wrong." Bai Zemin looked at her a little surprised and couldn't help but have his impression of her improve slightly. Although Shang Yu and Bing Zhu was boorish and sometimes even a nuisance, she was also a smart, capable, and strong woman. Moreover, she was also not shameless. And even with her hatred or annoyance for men, she did not hesitate to praise someone or point out their achievements when they deserved it. In the end, Bai Zemin gave her a natural smile and also picked up the skill scroll to hand it to Kang Lan later. After all, he still remembered his earlier promise to her, and if he wanted to form his own power he needed his subordinates to trust his word. Chapter 102 Fantasy World. It's been almost an hour since the sounds outside stopped. Gaumin whispered as her worried eyes occasionally turned in the direction of the front door. To avoid any trouble, after Bai Zemin and Chen he killed all the zombies on the first 3 floors. The survivors actively moved wooden shelves along with tables, chairs, and all sorts of things that could serve as an obstacle blocking the stairs and the back entrance of the building. This meant that when the group of 4 returned they would definitely use the front door. So that place became the central focus of everyone in this moment of anxiety and apprehension. Fan Wu and Lai Na bit their lower lip when they heard the worried tone and the voice of the usually optimistic Gao Min. If even she, who had managed to keep her mind clearer than anyone else after going almost a week without eating properly, could not keep calm, how could Fan Wu and Lai Na feel calm? Don't worry. Wu Yijin's voice attracted the attention of the three friends as well as some closer survivors. Think carefully. If something bad had happened, then those beasts would already be running towards us, considering the number of people alive in here. Don't you think then? Since we haven't faced even the slightest of dangers even after so long, it is most likely that Bing Zhu and the others have come out victorious. Her words contained belief and also great attractive power, as they made a lot of sense, causing the eyes of many nearby survivors to shine again. Her three friends also perked up noticeably and looked at her with a hint of admiration, as they thought that the daughter of a high-ranking politician really was different. Her talent for controlling the masses with her sweet and tender words was outstanding, to say the least. But then why haven't they come back yet? A survivor who had been rescued from Qiu Long's tyrannical leadership pointed out in a still unsure voice. I mean, if everything really went well, then why are the four leaders still missing? People began to mutter under their breath when they heard those words. Some of them even felt that they had been abandoned, but did not dare to say it out loud, as even they themselves did not want to admit or think about such a fearful idea. After all, it was clear to everyone present that if the people with proper weapons and enough courage to fight left without them, then 90 of those present would easily die, and the other 10 would have a small chance of surviving a while longer if luck was on their side. Immediately everyone looked at Fu Zifang and the rest without taking their eyes off them. It was as if they were afraid that the next second the four of them would disappear too and abandon them. Wu Yijin was smart, so she was already expecting someone to notice that little loophole. However, before she had the need to say anything, the door that was firmly closed creaked softly and opened wide, under everyone's surprised eyes. Bai Zemin, Chen He, Shangyu and Bingzu, and Liang Peng walked in one after another. Some of them were carrying weapons that they did not have before, while others seemed to be unchanged, at least on the surface. However, the most important thing was that they all seemed intact and had returned. Thank God. They really are back. Wu Yijin was right after all. They won. Bai Zemin and the others did not know how to react to hearing the excited murmurs of the survivors. Moreover, seeing some of them collapsing on the floor with weak knees and some even shedding tears of joy and relief, the four had no idea what was going on, not knowing what was happening and not caring too much about the others. Bai Zemin clapped his hands once and silenced everyone before saying with a stern expression, "Everyone, listen carefully. We have completely annihilated every living creature that is considered an enemy within at least 5 kilometers, with this place as the center. We have also taken care of the forest blocking our path to the exit and the creatures inside it now. You guys have to get to work collecting the meat of some mutated beasts and carrying the rest of the useful corpse to the buses." The survivors couldn't help but smile delightedly, and their eyes shone brightly as they listened to Bai Zemin. However, Chen He's next words encouraged them all even more. "The sooner you finish, the sooner we can leave the university and start seeking shelter from the government and the army. I hope all those willing to work will give their best effort this time. Leave the university and be sheltered by the government and the military, a place with established rules and social order." Although most of the survivors said nothing, many of them hoped to return to the embrace of the government and be sheltered by the rules of society. After all, no one was really willing to work hard for a small bowl of rice or a piece of bread. Lilith watched everything from the side and her eyes glittered with a tinge of amusement. This lower existence Chen He sure is smart to give everyone motivation to work faster. Bai Zemin secretly sneered and said nothing. Who knows if Chen He was just trying to do what Lilith said, or if even he himself still believed that the government and the army were standing firmly against the zombies and the other mutated creatures. Shangyu and Bing Zhu looked at her childhood friend out of the corner of her eye, and her eyes glittered strangely. No one knew what she was thinking. More than 300 survivors started working immediately, while the other more than 100 were made up of those who were unwilling to yield to Bai Zemin's regime or who had been injured the day before during the chaos caused by some people when the platinum ape appeared. These injured people had received some auxiliary treatment, but without doctors and the necessary equipment only so much could be done. As for Kang Len's lesser healing skill, Bai Zemin was not willing to let her waste the only 2 daily uses on useless people, since in cases of need he would need it. At this moment, one of the reasons why Bai Zemin wanted to leave the university once and for all was to find firearms and other assets. What he needed most were people willing to fight, although workers were certainly necessary since there was no way he could do everything by himself. Bai Zemin lacked courageous people. No. Instead of courageous people, he lacked an incentive great enough for that courage to awaken. But outside this large university campus, there would undoubtedly be many hungry or needy people willing to do anything to get food and safe shelter. Just like now, the majority of survivors willing to work hard were mainly those girls who were rescued from the female dormitory or those who were saved from the hands of Qiao Long. As for the initial group of survivors who had not suffered greatly or had not seen the true cruelty with which the strong treated the weak, they were the ones who were still living in a fantasy world from which they would soon be forced to wake up by the hard way. Chapter 103 Crimson Blood Judgment. 1 Hit to Kill. The survivors willing to work began to move immediately because, just as Chen he had said, the sooner they finished the task, the sooner they could leave the university grounds and really get into the outside world. Whether it was more dangerous or not, no one knew, but they did know that no one wanted to be in this gloomy place anymore. Under the care of Fu Zifeng and the rest, the survivors separated into groups of different sizes and began working together to remove the flesh of the evolved beasts that did not have an overwhelmingly high defense like the Jiao Lao snakes. When they wanted to remove the Jiao Lao snake's scales, they realized that it was simply impossible, so they had no choice but to set them aside to be dealt with when they had the necessary tools. Apart from the 4 evolved snakes, they gradually began to take care of the bodies that were in relatively better condition. As for the body of the first order blazing beetle, Bai Zemin had repeatedly warned them that they should not touch it, as the flesh had been affected by the corrosive skill of one of the snakes. All those who aimed or studied at Beijing University generally desired important and well-paid positions in society, so at first, it had been difficult to adapt to the large amount of blood and gruesome sight of such beasts similar to legendary prehistoric creatures. However, as the days passed after caring for the first blazing beetle, each of them had become used to getting blood on their hands, and the smell of iron was no longer as unbearable as in the past. This caused the work speed to increase by another small notch, proving that humans were also creatures adaptable to change. When the world made a 180-degree turn, the races living in that world needed to turn 180 degrees and adapt as quickly as possible in order to continue to exist as in the past. Otherwise, what awaited that race at the end of the road was only the cruel annihilation. While the survivors were doing their part in order not only to get out of this place faster, but also to receive better treatment and not be seen as useless burdens, Bai Zemin had isolated himself in a room of a building close to the place, but far enough away not to be disturbed by the noise of the workers. Sitting on a small couch away from the window, away from the door, and with his back pointed to the wall to prevent being caught off guard, Bai Zemin smiled and rubbed his hands together as he said excitedly, "Finally free time. Hurry up and let's see those messages from earlier." Lilith sat down beside him and stretched out her pristine hand indicating for him to take it. Even she wanted to see the records acquired and evolved by him. He. Bai Zemin chuckled and took her hand gently, letting it rest on his leg. He could still remember the first time they had physical contact. It had been practically suffocating for him. But now, something as small as holding hands didn't affect him greatly, even though she was a succubus. Soon, all the records from before began to flash in his retina. Bai Zemin ignored and let pass those he was already aware of, and simply focused and paid attention to those he had not yet observed. Crimson Blood Judgment 3rd Order Skill Level 5 obliterates everything in its path without distinguishing ally or enemy. The power of crimson blood judgment depends on the power of the flame used and the power of blood manipulation. Requirement 1. You need a second-order flame to activate, or a first-order flame boosted with first-order wind in conjunction with the exclusive blood manipulation skill. Requirement 2. Blood spear made up of more than 220 mana points, and at least have control over 200 magic points. That's an exclusive skill, which is great, Lilith pointed out cheerfully before her mood returned to normal. She sighed and said a little regretfully, "It's a pity that you're currently merely first order and don't own a particularly strong flame, or else this skill of yours called Crimson Blood Judgment would become the bane of your enemies." Zemin nodded, but his mood was high. While it was true that it was impossible to use Crimson Blood Judgment in direct combat due to its destructive peculiarity and difficulty to control, it was an ultimate trump card that he could take advantage of if he used it correctly. The records engraved on his soul continued to flash in his retina, and he, by simply joining hands, allowed Lilith to see everything without hiding anything of the past few hours from her. Title 1. Hit to kill when using spears, harpoons, tridents, or any throwing object. Your chance to cause a critical hit to the enemy increases by 10. Kek. Another 10 critical hit. Zemin grimaced strangely, and his eyes had an evil glint in them as he said, "At this rate, I won't reach 100 and be able to inflict fatal hits left and right." Lilith rolled her eyes and said in a coquettish tone, "Kid, do you think it's that easy to reach 100 in a tracking statistic? Very few have achieved it so far." Kid Zemin couldn't help but look at her and pointed out, "What part of me looks like a kid to you?" Soon, however, he regretted it as he realized that he might have fallen into one of Lilith's traps again. Indeed, she looked at him and smiled like a charming little fox as she said in a whisper, "I don't know. How about letting me check your body carefully? I promise it'll be nice to you." Zemin's eyes flashed and he said defiantly, "You can act flirtatious and all, but at the end of the day you are a virgin succubus. You just wait. When my power is great enough, I will definitely spank you into an obedient girl." Ho ho! Lilith smiled brightly and her ruby eyes shone slightly. "I see our little Zemin is growing courage, so you want to turn me into your personal good girl. Kia, little Zemin, you sure know how to drive this big sister crazy." Cough. Zemin coughed to clear his throat at the sight of her eyes and quickly looked away. She hadn't used any skills, but her innate charm alone was terrifying. He was sure she was holding back and restraining herself, lowering her natural charming aura to the level of a mortal. Otherwise, it was likely that he would have become a puppet by now. The more time he spent at her side interacting with her, the more Zemin realized how terrifyingly powerful and beautiful Lilith was. Sometimes, he couldn't help but wonder why she didn't make him her puppet anyway if it was her natural charm. With no mana, no magic, and without using a skill, the soul record shouldn't punish her for doing something like winning the heart of a human man. So why was she going to all this trouble? It was a question that would remain unanswered for a long time. Chapter 104. Past origin of the stone heart skill. Zemin decided to stop joking around, and Lilith gave him a slightly worried look before moving slightly back, without looking directly at him for fear of turning him into a toy. After a few seconds, she quietly asked, "Are you okay?" She felt a little bad as for the first time he was fighting back at her teasing, which she found amusing and interesting and caused her to slightly lose control over her own natural charm. Feeling slight guilt in her voice, Zemin acted as if nothing had happened and smiled refreshingly as he said in a somewhat complex voice, "Everything's fine. Although I must admit that you're really awesome, Lilith." Lilith's attention was drawn by his words and seeing him acting calm, neither looking at her with strange eyes nor raising his guard against her, she secretly sighed in relief. "I know I'm awesome. Didn't I tell you that several times?" she jokingly boasted before asking curiously, "But what part of me do you find amazing?" Zemin thought for a moment before deciding it was okay to show her. His absorbed and earned records quickly slid back. Soon, he reached what he was looking for and stopped. "This is..." Lilith's eyes widened slightly before they flinched unnoticed as she saw the message before her eyes and the information of the contents. "That is the skill I acquired several days ago. Zemin responded honestly as revealed to her and showed off his stone heart skill. Now I understand. Lilith sighed and shook her head softly. Regardless of how you think about it, it's not natural for your behavior and attitude to remain calm and indifferent after killing a person for the first time. But with a passive third-order skill entering the scene, things are different. What do you mean? Zemin asked, sensing that there might be important information for him regarding his stone heart skill. Before that, I need you to be honest with me. Lilith stared at him and asked in a soft voice. Zemin, why does this skill especially target the opposite sex? The soul record literally visualizes and utilizes the lived experiences of every existence, storing everything in something similar to a separate file as if it were a supercomputer. Each existence has its own file, and within that file everything lived is recorded, giving form to incredible skills and powers depending on the records acquired through training, experiences, or simply by absorbing records from other living beings. After a brief pause, Lilith continued, according to this record, your stone heart skill was born from a past trauma that transformed and created your current personality. So, surely a woman was involved. Was she otherwise? This skill wouldn't especially focus on protecting your heart against women. Zemin looked to no particular point and his memory went back to the past. His voice was casual and without any particular emotional fluctuation as he slowly narrated. In the past, there was a girl 2 years older than me that I really liked a lot. The me at the time was barely a teenager, and I didn't have enough courage to confess my interest in her. He paused and couldn't help but laugh as he slowly said, you know what I mean, don't you? The innocence of a young boy. However, my best friend, another young man my age who was in my high school, pushed me several times, urging me to ask that girl for a chance. In the end, under his constant prodding and moral support, I decided to try my luck. I mean, why not? It wasn't like I was losing anything anyway. To my surprise, she agreed to give me a chance to know her. Lilith paid attention to his words, but mostly in his eyes and in his voice. However, he really seemed indifferent as he recounted the past as if it really wasn't something important to him anymore. This made her feel relieved, as the first step one had to take to get better was to overcome past traumas. Otherwise one would always be stuck without being able to move forward properly. She and I started dating. But we weren't boyfriend and girlfriend by any means. I was just head over heels for her. After all, she was my first crush as a teenager. Zemin pointed out before continuing. Time passed, and everything was going well until almost a year later, during which we were getting to know each other and having good chemistry. I decided to ask her to officially go out as boyfriend and girlfriend. Here, Zemin couldn't help but shake his head and said in a somewhat sarcastic tone, the answer I got back then I can never forget. That girl teased me mercilessly and told me that she and I were two people from different worlds, since her family had considerable power while my family was just a small family of common workers. The sarcastic tone in his voice disappeared, and now returning to that casual indifference, he continued. Well, I was crying in the corners for a long time after that. However, eventually I came to learn that this girl was actually my best friend's fiancée. Apparently, they were both engaged by their families and were just enjoying themselves laughing behind my back. When I found out about this and came out of the shadow of depression, finally getting over this girl, I snuck into the male dorm one night. And well, my one-time best friend had to spend several months in the hospital after that. Since no one knew about me or saw me and the male dorm was crawling with men, no one could point the finger at me, the depressed guy. As for the girl, to be honest, I didn't care about her and simply learned my lesson. Zemin shrugged and concluded before looking at Lilith. Although I don't care about the past anymore, I did become very cautious and don't trust women easily. So what do you think? MMH. Lilith closed her eyes softly and after about a minute seemed to come to a conclusion. She looked at him and said calmly, I think I know what happened. Zemin nodded, waiting for her to continue. Their hands were still close together as he still needed to see 2 more records and she also wanted to see his progress up close, so they simply remained seated in the same manner. Heartbreaks are normal, and while not everyone does, almost everyone experiences one throughout their lives. Lilith slowly explained. Judging by your voice, I don't sense that you hate this girl, nor can I sense any trace of positive feelings towards her. She's simply someone transitory in your life. Isn't she? That's right. Lilith continued. However, as a consequence of your high magical control and large reserve of natural mana, the soul record probably gave special importance to the natural records that were deep in your soul. The wound in your heart was so deep that, when united with the mana in movement, that record was magnified and resulted in this skill called Stone Heart. Chapter 105 Skill Evolution Part 1. The mana of the world constantly generates magic. Lilith continued slowly. That magic, like mana, floats everywhere constantly and without special purpose. Your magic stat was too high from the first moment the soul record came to this world called Earth, since your body was able to support a higher amount of mana inside it thanks to your especially abnormal soul. Bai Zemin listened carefully and finally understood many things, resulting in him finally accepting that his Stone Heart skill was probably born as a consequence of his past records and his soul itself. The world was similar to a gigantic vessel, and inside it there was magic and mana floating in the air, occupying most of the space, but being energy without matter, it was as if it was not there. Each being or existence had a statistic called magic when the soul record reached the different worlds. This statistic allowed that existence to come into contact with the magic that roamed the world, and the higher the statistic, the greater the amount of magic to which they could have access. In short, magic and strength were not the same as magic damage and attack power. All four were similar and interconnected, but at the same time different. Even so, magic and strength did influence the magic damage and attack power that a being could inflict on their enemies, because the greater the strength, or the greater the amount of magic to which a being could access through their magic stat, the greater the damage the enemy would receive upon receiving an attack. Sometimes, the soul record would make small mistakes during the first week of reaching a world because, as Lilith had mentioned repeatedly, each world was an infinity of possibilities and different rules. It was most likely that when reading Bai Zemin's life records, and as a consequence of his soul being able to contain a vast amount of mana, and his ability to access greater magical power of the world, the soul record gave special importance to his most traumatic record. How ironic. Bai Zemin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said in a peculiar tone, "To think that girl and that idiot would eventually end up helping me several years later, haha." Bai Zemin, what are the requirements to evolve Stone Heart? Lilith furrowed her eyebrows slightly and asked in a funny tone of voice. Let me check. The Stone Heart skill has reached its maximum level and can evolve to the next order. To evolve, the following requirements must be met. Trust wholeheartedly in another being outside the comfort zones. 1. Falling in love incomplete. Second order soul stone 03. What the FCK? Bai Zemin almost fell backward when he saw the requirements needed to evolve the skill. Ironically, among the three requirements, the third one was the most easy in this case. Even though he was not confident in defeating a second order existence unless he could launch a surprise attack with his strongest skill, Crimson Blood Judgment. Even though he wouldn't necessarily be able to obtain his soulstone after killing the enemy, wholeheartedly trusting another being outside the comfort zone, this requirement was probably as difficult as killing a first-order existence in one hit while he had not yet evolved and without some control over the world's mana. As for falling in love, wasn't that crazy? Well, I'd be lying if I said I didn't expect something like that. Lilith shook her head softly and sighed. To evolve skills, it is often necessary to overcome the obstacles that the same skill imposes on us. In the end, Bai Zemin sighed and waved his free hand. Forget it. It's not something necessary right now anyway. Stoneheart was a good skill currently, as it was a protective measure for him in this new world. If someday the humans regain some peace, then he could start striving to evolve the skill. You have met the requirements to evolve skill Bronze Skin level 1 to level 4. Evolution requirements. Bronze Skin First Order Passive Skill Level 1 Level 2 Stamina 240 Naturally Complete. Level 2 Level 3 Stamina 260 Naturally Complete Soulstone 11. Level 3 Level 4 Stamina 280 Naturally Complete Soulstone 33. Currently, Zeman had reached 282 natural stamina points and also had a couple of unclassified soul stones that he had obtained from different creatures. That's good. Zeman smiled and concentrated on the skill, accepting the evolution. 4 normal soul stones flew out of his backpack and were soon enveloped by a bright bronze-colored light. The mana of the world surrounded the 4 stones, and the magic began to transform everything into a strange energy that was different from anything Zeman had felt so far. This is what happens when the soul record comes in contact with a skill and soul stones or different objects with soul power inside. Zeman. Lilith also looked at the glowing light with interest and pointed out, myriads of races and countless beings have tried to understand what is that strange energy that is produced during the evolving process, believing that it could be the greatest secret towards the real and absolute supremacy. The soul record was an entity that had existed since time immemorial, even when the God of the Bible, Lucifer, and different supreme existences rose in power. The soul record was already there, and it was only because of it that these beings were able to go beyond. To this day, no one had managed to surpass what the soul record was capable of. Zeman looked at the bright light and could not help but feel amazed. It was just a light. But for a moment he couldn't help but feel that even the beauty and charm of the beautiful Lilith beside him paled in comparison. Bronze skin first order passive skill level 4. Your skin becomes much tougher than that of any living being before the awakening of mana. Increases stamina by 140 points. Curious. Zeman looked at the bronze skin evolution requirements as his current stamina was really high. Level 4, Level 5 stamina 300, naturally complete soul stone 49. At this rate won't I end up having skin as tough as hell? Zeman couldn't help but wonder, dumbfounded. Although he was complaining on the outside, the truth was that he was delighted on the inside, as the higher his stamina, the crazier he could become now that he had acquired the blood berserker job. However, Lilith was thinking about something else. She couldn't help but shudder as she said, your current stamina could be compared to a third-order human or a second-order savage beast. Could it be that you want to punish me in bed so badly? The corner of Zeman's mouth constricted several times, and he looked at her with a dead expression as he said in a low voice, you just wait. You damn perverted succubus. You just wait. While it was true that his stone heart skill had helped keep Zeman sane and not lost in power thanks to his family, the one who had helped and supported him the most with her jokes and fun personality was undoubtedly the beautiful demoness at his side. Something he, perhaps, would never be able to thank her enough for. Chapter 106 Skill Evolution Part 2 Last. Bronze skin was not the only skill that had met the necessary requirements to evolve, as Zeman clearly remembered that the soul record informed him that he had 2 skills that could move to the next level or even to the next order depending on whether the other skill was at the maximum level or not. After searching through his skills for a moment, Zeman found that the next skill was actually Health Boost, another unclassified passive skill. Evolution requirements. Health Boost unclassified passive skill level 3 level 4. 100 health points naturally complete. Soul Stone 11. Zeman did not hesitate and evolved Health Boost to the next level. However, he did not stop, as immediately after checking the skill he realized that he had the necessary materials to evolve the skill again, and met the requirements perfectly. Health Boost unclassified passive skill level 4 level 5. 120 health points naturally complete. Soul Stone 33. Zeman looked at the evolution requirements and couldn't help but point out in puzzlement, what's wrong? These requirements are quite a bit tougher than bronze skins, considering Health Boost isn't even ranked yet. Different skills, different paths. Lilith reminded him in a casual voice. Although they are both skills that influence your stats passively, they are 2 different skills, and the final path they will reach will probably be completely different. True. Zeman nodded and accepted the evolutionary process. A similar view to the previous case during the evolution process of bronze skin occurred with Health Boost. Zeman could clearly feel how his entire body seemed to intangibly improve after the skill upgrade, and even the air entering his body seemed to be slightly purified. The rune engraved deep within his soul became significantly more vivid and clear than in the past, slowly acquiring a faint light greenish glow. Health boost unclassified passive skill level 5 permanently increases health by 60. Zeman took a casual glance at the skills to see approximately the evolution requirements. After all, if he ended up dying because he didn't know how and when to grow his own power, then it would be pathetic and lamentable. Even in death he would not be able to forgive himself. In the beginning, everything was fine. Some skills had strange or complex requirements, and some were relatively simpler in comparison. However, Zeman's eyes almost fell out when he saw the evolution requirements of a particular skill. Special Forces, Soldier, Unclassified Passive Skill Level 5 Evolution Requirements. Kill unclassified enemies 50,005,000. Kill First Order enemies 15,100. Kill Second Order enemy 010. Third Order Soul Stone 01. By Zeman. Lilith. The room remained deathly silent for what seemed like an eternity. The silence had reached such a magnitude that from a distance one could hear the constant crackling of the flames still burning over the mutated forest. After a minute of silence, Zeman asked quietly, "So, what is this all about?" His voice was soft, as gentle as the spring breeze. However, only he knew if he was so calm as he appeared on the outside. Lilith cleared her throat slightly and responded calmly. "As I said, each skill is a different world. Some skills might have simpler requirements, as there are several upgrades ahead and the difficulty scales slowly. However, there are also skills that reach maybe first order or second order before stopping completely, making the difficulty of evolving between each order incredibly hard." After a somewhat awkward silence, Zeman sighed and shook his head before standing up to stretch his body. The first requirement was already completed. The second was simpler since he had the strength, but where was he supposed to find so many first-order monsters? As for second order, Zeman didn't dare to say that he could kill an enemy of that level with his current strength. But he had to kill 10 as a third requirement to make matters worse. He even needed a third-order soul stone. With his current strength, a third-order enemy could slap him to death with one finger. But even if he hypothetically managed to kill one with his life at stake, what were the chances of him obtaining a soul stone? "You don't need to worry too much about such things." Lilith stood up and walked past him. While looking out the window, she slowly said, "It hasn't even been 2 weeks since the soul record reached this world. You will have time to achieve different goals, and when the world's mana starts to evolve, the strength of your enemies will also increase accordingly, so you will be able to hunt at your leisure." "Ha ha ha. That's supposed to make me feel better." Zeman chuckled and shook his head before heading for the exit. "Forget it, Lilith. I'll just do what I can do right now. If I think too much about tomorrow, today might devour me before the day is over." The remaining 2 floors of the library were cleared and the zombie corpses were all moved upstairs before being locked in several rooms with the door firmly sealed. The sun fell, and after nightfall, the survivors who were dealing with the flesh of the first-order beasts, or the still useful parts of their bodies, returned to the library, which would be the temporary place where they would be staying. Because the crimson flames were flames that came from a third-order active skill, even after many hours they still burned fiercely. The mutated forest that was plagued with mana due to the existence of the mana uterus was resisting the fire with that mana. But it would only be a matter of time before its entirety would turn to ashes and disappear completely. As long as the flames burned, they had no way to leave the university. However, the atmosphere was very lively at the moment. Those who worked hard looked with shining eyes at the blazing beetles' meat being cooked and swallowed silently. As a reward, the group leaders had agreed to let them eat as much meat as they wanted, which motivated them to work harder and made them even more excited. After all, the fact that first-order meat improved the body and gave stats was something Wu Yijun had purposely spread among the survivors to make them work harder. Praise for the 4 main leaders could be heard from every corner of the main floor. The windows had been sealed with large wooden bookcases, and the still functioning electric light was shining in all its splendor. Thanks to the efforts of the evolved fighters, all the creatures within a few kilometers had been wiped out. Therefore, they did not have to fear that a zombie would suddenly sneak in and threaten their lives. Compared to life in the gymnasium where they were cramped and restricted, this was certainly a great improvement. while some were silently delighted and others had shady expressions about the different treatment Bai Zemin. Shangyu and Bingzu, Shen He, Yang Pang, and Wu Yijin were in a separate second-floor room having an important meeting about the next move for when the crimson flames were finally extinguished. Moreover, the current Wu Yijin was no longer the same as before. Chapter 107 Wu Yijin's Skill. Wu Yijin was a beautiful woman, but by no means a vase that only served to display her beauty as an ornament. She was also a very intelligent and capable woman in her own right. While she had not been useful in combat, from the first moment she was rescued from the female dormitory along with the rest of the survivors, Wu Yijin had demonstrated that even without the care or recommendation of Shangyu and Bingzu and Chen He, she also had certain credibility that allowed her to participate in important meetings and contribute to decision-making. So far, the ideas Wu Yijin had put forward that had been implemented as a rule or as a push to increase work effectiveness, maintain order, or even to inflict fear and keep troublemakers at bay had not been just once or twice. Precisely for that reason, no one was particularly against her getting a little special treatment. After all, although she wasn't contributing physical labor, she was constantly coming up with brilliant and innovative ideas that were necessary for this new world where conventional thinking wasn't necessarily correct. However, under the astonished gaze of Bai Zemin, Yang Pang, and Chen He, Wu Yijin demonstrated that she was now not only a beautiful woman with a brilliant mind, but also able to stand up for herself. While standing in the center of the room, and under the gaze of the four most powerful people in this group, Wu Yijin pointed to a plant in the corner of the room, and the approximately 1 meter tall plant shuddered. After receiving a stimulus of some kind, the plant that was standing still suddenly shook fiercely, and a leaf covered by a strange pale green aura shot out at full speed towards the opposite wall. Bang! The hard and firm concrete wall of the university library, which had been standing unshaken for so many years, was pierced by a plant leaf as if instead of a leaf it was a bullet. Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow and walked over to check. But before he could get too close, the pale green energy disappeared, and the small leaf gently glided through the air before falling to the ground, leaving a small hole in the wall along with tiny cracks that stretched for an inch or two with the impact site as the center. This! Yang Pang was dumbfounded and quickly ran forward to pick up the leaf. He looked at it several times and even threw it against the wall as if to check that it really was a normal leaf. Chen He looked at Wu Yijin and said in surprise, "That was great, Yijin. When did you obtain such a powerful skill?" Wu Yijin's face was slightly pale and some beads of sweat had started to form on her forehead. However, she had a beautiful smile that seemed to blossom happiness as she looked at her best friend with grateful eyes and slowly said, "It came from Bingzu. She didn't come back right away back then to defeat a first-order beast and obtain a skill scroll for me." Yang Pang looked at Shangyu and Bingzu with a bearish face and snorted. "So you didn't come back to obtain a personal loot, and if things had gone wrong because of that, what, you can take responsibility?" Bai Zemin also looked at Shangyu and Bingzu, waiting for her next reply. Just when Shen He wanted to say something, she indifferently remarked, "The one who risked her life was me, not you. I don't want someone who is practically useless telling me what is right or wrong." She paused momentarily and pointed out, "Besides, wasn't Bai Zemin there? I didn't know you trusted me so much." Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow and commented casually, "It's not about trust or distrust." Shangyu and Bingzu shook her head and looked at him with indifferent eyes before recalling, "It's about facts. Until now, even though you were sometimes a brute, you always stood your ground and have never once lost. Back then, when we came up with the plan to wipe out the mutated forest and the first-order beasts, your voice seemed indifferent, but you were brimming with confidence. Not confidence based on arrogance, but confidence in your own intelligence coupled with your personal strength." The room fell silent after those words, and different glances fell upon her. After all, her previous comment was really strange. Lilith's seductive voice sounded next to Bai Zemin. "Looks like someone has paid quite a bit of attention to you, he." Bai Zemin secretly shook his head. In fact, Shangyu and Bingzu had not only been observing him, she had been observing everyone carefully since day number 1. Costumes, habits, skills, weaknesses, everything, to know how to move according to possible consequences. Really a very impressive and terrifying woman. Forget it. Bai Zemin waved a hand and did not linger on that topic. After all, it was true that the person who had risked her life to obtain that scroll was Shangyuan Bingzu herself, and the plan did not include her in the battle against the First Order beasts, so she had not broken any rules of the group. Wu Yijin, you are currently level 0. Aren't you? He asked as looked at her face slowly regaining its color after an abrupt expenditure of mana. She blushed and said somewhat embarrassed. Yes. Level 0. With my current mana, I can use my skill only twice because the consumption is too great for my current self. Although Wu Yijin had obtained a powerful skill scroll, her level was too low and control over mana was simply deficient. However, as long as she had a little courage, it would only be a matter of time before she rose to become a powerful evolved fighter capable of contributing not only with her brain and ideas, but also her personal combat strength. I see. Well, congratulations. Bai Zemin smiled slightly and nodded. I hope with all my heart that you will become stronger. He did not ask what skill she had as it would be extremely impolite and to some extent break the balance that had formed in the group after living together for almost half a month. Besides, if he asked that question, you would also have to reveal information about his own ability, which was not profitable from his point of view. Still, Bai Zemin was really happy and did not say those words casually. After all, if Wu Yijin became stronger, the more help he would have to start moving when they left the university once the sea of crimson flames was extinguished. Shen He took a step forward and with a serious face proposed. How about now we start discussing what we will do when we leave here? Everyone's gaze changed slightly, as this was a giant checkpoint and too important. Currently, they had all formed a group to increase the chances of survival and to not let their own race be wiped out by the other races. However, upon leaving the university, they would not necessarily all take the same path, and the chances of splitting up to walk different pathways were very high as well. The only person who was 100 calm in reality was Bai Zemin. Chapter 108 14 Days. 2 weeks taking separate paths Part 1. Beijing was a very large city and the number of inhabitants amounted to approximately 30 million in total. The city itself was composed of 16 major districts and 2 smaller counties while the population was evenly distributed in a large number of cities and even smaller towns or villages. Beijing University was located in Yanqing District, which was composed of 3 large cities or sub-districts, 11 towns, and 4 villages or rural townships just northwest of the capital of China. Accurately, the university was located in one of the 3 large sub-districts, Rulan Sub-District. I will head south. Bai Zemin broke the silence and said with determination glittering in his eyes. Specifically speaking, I am heading in the direction of Changping District. Yanqing District bordered Huaru District to the north and Changping District to the south. He continued, my family is in Yonfang and I have to get there as soon as possible. Another reason why Bai Zemin still harbored hope for his family was that Yonfang was a small town with just over 50,000 inhabitants. This meant that even if many people mutated into zombies, it was still better than in densely populated places, and the chances of survival would undoubtedly be much higher in such cases. Shen He shook his head and looked at Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijin before pointing at their targets. Bingzu, Yijin, and I are moving south as well, but we are aiming for Hadian District. That's where our families are located. Bai Zemin was by no means surprised, because from the time he learned about Chen He's military background he had made his own guess regarding Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijin. Although he did not know exactly what their backgrounds were, just based on the fact that they were Chen He's childhood friends, he could easily assume that they belonged to the government or the military. In that case, it was natural for the 3 of them to head south since Yanqing District was a bordering district of Beijing and beyond that, one would leave the capital. I guess we'll be temporary traveling comrades then. Bai Zemin smiled slightly and looked at the 3 people without his expression revealing his inner thoughts. We'll be in your care until then. Wu Yijin smiled brightly and 2 pretty little dimples formed on her cheeks as her eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. Seeing her sweet expression in contrast to her seductive body, Bai Zemin couldn't help but look at Lilith out of the corner of his eye and secretly thought that both women were like little foxes. As for Shangyu and Bingzu, she said nothing for several seconds until she finally sighed and slowly said, "I wonder if it will be that easy." Chen he looked at her puzzled and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" "It's nothing." She shook her head and did not continue the matter, but Bai Zemin knew that her thoughts were exactly the same as his. In any case, everything would be proven when they found the first human campment. At that time, it would come to light if China's army was able to put up a fight against the zombies, animals, and mutated plants, or if they were barely holding out with pitiful strength. "I will split up and head north," a deep voice interjected. Oh, Bai Zemin and the rest looked at Liang Peng, who had been silent until now, with a hint of surprise. "Is there anything that will take you north, family perhaps?" Chen he asked hesitantly. "It's not that. My close family died in a car accident 4 years ago. As for the rest, I don't care if they are alive or not." Yang Peng sighed and shook his head before looking out the window and continuing. "Before the world changed, I was just a soul in sorrow wandering around this world and without any special purpose. But, now that the world has changed, I would like to look for myself, or at least a reason to exist other than just breathing." After hearing his words, everyone remained silent for a long time before they nodded in understanding. Although they knew that separations were highly probable to occur, after almost half a month of continuous living together, after countless battles against zombies or other evolved creatures in which they risked their lives shoulder to shoulder, it was inevitable to feel a slight tinge of reluctance to say goodbye. Bai Zemin clapped his hands and said with a smile, "All right, everyone, let's work hard to get out of here once and for all." With clear objectives, the group of 5 left the room and began to organize several survivors for tomorrow's work as well as patrolling the buildings around the library to avoid major problems. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today, after the arrival of the first ray of light from the sun, the 14th day since the arrival of the soul record officially opened. 2 weeks ago, the world as everyone knew it had completely changed to the point where it would be completely and utterly impossible to go back to the way it was in the past. 2 weeks ago, and just based on the percentage of students, professors, and other university staff, approximately 7,080 of humanity had been turned into zombies just like the ones in horror movies, fictional movies that in the past were fun, but now everyone had been forced to be characters in a movie in which everyone was a secondary character. 14 days ago, going to bed and getting up the next day was normal. Everyone considered these simple actions obvious and natural. 2 weeks ago, opening the refrigerator and eating or going to a restaurant to eat was the most natural thing in the world for everyone. Dates, outings with friends, meetings, dinners. However, for the past 14 days, one could go to bed but would not necessarily wake up the next day. For 2 weeks now, food had become scarce and was now an asset more valuable than gold itself, for which countless starving people would be willing to kill for a small piece of dry bread. In the once prestigious and lively Beijing University, zombies wandered and growled purposelessly while many survivors sobbed in some corner, fighting against fear, and driven mad by the hunger that slowly ate away at their senses, threatening to drive them insane. A few kilometers from the southern exit, a large patch of what in the past seemed to be a forest crackled with small crimson flames that a few seconds later were completely extinguished, leaving only ashes that with the passing of time would be swept away by the wind and forgotten in the river of time. Inside a room on the 2nd floor of the library, lying on a mattress placed on the floor and casually covered with a pair of sheets, Bai Zemin slowly opened his eyes and yawned as he stood up. "Good morning." A soft, sweet voice sounded a few feet away, a voice he had grown accustomed to hearing over the past 14 days. Looking toward the source of the sound, he saw the most perfect being he had ever known in his entire life. Even though it had been 2 weeks since she had appeared in his life unannounced, even though he thought he had grown accustomed to her every time he saw her when he woke up, he could not help but be amazed. Sitting by the window frame and holding a book with the cover of a big full moon in her hands, a beautiful woman was looking at him with her enchanting ruby eyes and a small smile, bathed in the rays of dawn. Her body that was as elegant as the sculpture of a goddess, Her skin, as delicate and white as porcelain, seemed to glow as if small diamonds were covering her completely. She seemed to have stepped out of a work of art, as her beauty had broken all parameters. "Good morning," Bai Zemin replied before straightening up completely and smiling back at her. It had been 14 days. 2 weeks. Half a month since he and she had met. However, even though their strength was as great as the distance between heaven and hell, a lower existence and a higher existence were comfortable with each other as if they had known for several lifetimes ago. End of Volume 1. Chapter 109. 14 Days. 2 weeks taking separate paths. Part 2. Bai Zemin approached the window and looked outside. A look of relief flashed in his eyes momentarily before he inadvertently sighed. It's finally over. The crimson flames were flames that came from a third-order skill. While they did not have the power of a third-order skill since they were only remnant flames, they definitely could not be considered normal flames by any means. Back then, when Bai Zemin launched the blood trident enveloped by crimson flames and empowered by a hurricane of wind, the flames surrounded the mutated forest slowly, while the gasoline and flammable oil had greatly helped to increase the power of the fire. Therefore, even after more than 2 days had passed, the forest still continued to burn fiercely, and during the night the crimson blaze could be seen glowing in the sky, while the constant crackling sound of the flames could be heard even from the distance, because the wildfire was still there. The group of over 400 survivors had no way of leaving the university. While it was true that they could have circled the site using the areas that had already burned completely, that would be risky, as the tires of the buses would ignite when they came into contact with the still hot ground due to the high temperatures. However, apparently it had all ended sometime during the night or just before Bai Zemin woke up. Time to enter the real stage. Little Zemin. Lilith stood up and gently closed the book in her hands as she looked at him with glittering eyes. Bai Zemin nodded with a grave expression and walked toward the door as he replied, "It's time." The initial floor of the library. It was a little after 7 in the morning, and the survivors had just finished their breakfasts. Some of them had satisfied smiles. Others appeared to be semi-satisfied and often looked at the supplies hungrily, while others looked at the remaining small grains of white rice with discomfort. After eating only rice for so long, many were naturally dissatisfied. However, these were those who were unwilling to work to earn the right to receive better food. Moreover, no one dared to utter a single complaint, as their somewhat frightened eyes occasionally glanced to the front where that black-haired demon who killed without batting an eyelash stood. None wanted to die now that the hope of being embraced by the government was just around the corner. A few even believed that the heinous acts committed by Bai Zemin and Shengyu and Bing Zhu when they killed people would be punished by law. Suddenly, everyone's attention was attracted by Chen He, who was walking towards the stairs before stopping to look down with a straight expression. The voices and murmurs stopped immediately as everyone's eyes focused on him, waiting for the new announcement. As people without any power, the right to speak they had was practically nil. And even if they spoke at the cost of risking being expelled, it was likely that no one would listen, as had happened in the past. Therefore, they could only listen and obey. After a few seconds of silence, Chen He began to speak slowly. As everyone probably already knows, the mutated forest beasts were eradicated by us, and the forest was set on fire by Bai Zemin's skill. After 3 days of constant burning, the mana of the mutated forest was finally consumed by the flames, and all signs of mutation were turned to ashes during the last night. The expressions on the faces of the survivors froze before the murmuring began. The mutation was turned to ashes. That means the way is clear. We can finally get out of this damn place. Surprise and joy as well as hope, these were the emotions that could be felt in the voices of all those who began to murmur helplessly. Most of them had worked hard for the past 3 days, so the flesh of the mutated first-order animals had been properly cared for, leaving only the flesh of the blazing beetle that had been corroded by the acid of the 5 Jiao Lao snakes untouched. Therefore, they were somewhat exhausted, and the good news was certainly a good way to regain energy, even if it was only momentary. With a smile that delighted dozens of female students and even female teachers, Chen He announced, "Start boarding the buses in an orderly manner. We are leaving the university." 10 buses marched in a straight line down the ash-strewn road, carefully circling the areas that were still hot and moving through safe zones. Although the buses moved slowly, the sound of the engines was especially loud. Still, no zombies appeared in the vicinity, nor could any animal or mutated creature be seen charging to attack. 5 buses were being used to move the more than 400 survivors, while the other 5 were being used to move supplies. While the survivors were a little cramped, temporarily there was no other option, so they had to hold on still. No one was unhappy, as this was a normal occurrence in the past. On the roof of 4 of the 5 buses carrying supplies were 4 beasts over 20 meters long, being loaded as their long tails dragged along the ground. These 4 creatures were the Jiao snakes that had not yet been cared for due to the lack of working tools. Their tough scales were simply too resistant, and although Bai Zemin could tear them off one by one with his Xuanyuan sword, it would take him days if not a week to finish them off completely. It was precisely for that reason that he did not work on the body of the beasts. That was the job of those who did not fight, not his. The most important thing for him was to level up and absorb the soul power of those who were stronger. After approximately 20 to 30 minutes of driving at slowly embarrassing speeds to prevent tire problems, the goal was in sight. The exit. Inside one of the buses at the front, Wu Yijun exclaimed joyfully as she covered her mouth with both hands. It wasn't just her. Everyone was excited, even if they restrained themselves from shouting out loud. Even Shanghu and Bing Zhu sighed lightly, as if she was unconsciously relieving herself of a heavy weight that was weighing on her shoulders. While the outside world could be dangerous, with hundreds of thousands and millions of zombies as well as countless mutated creatures running rampant, the university was a place where bad memories of the beginning of the end, and to which if possible no one wanted to return. Today, 2 weeks after the apocalypse hit this world following the arrival of an unknown entity called Soul Record on Earth, they had finally managed to overcome the first major obstacle and had entered the real-world stage on which they could shine or perish. Sitting in one of the front seats of the first bus, Bai Zemin couldn't help but let a small smile rose on his face as he thought in his loved ones. Although nothing was certain, hope was something that could not be lost no matter what. For without hope he would have no reason to strive and continue to move forward. Chapter 110, 14 Days. 2 weeks taking separate paths, Part 3. Last. When the 10 buses left the university grounds for the first time in half a month, the students and teachers could not believe what they were seeing, even though the reality was right in front of their eyes. The main streets that had previously been crowded to the point where it looked like a shopping mall, even at night, were devoid of any sign of human life. The automobiles that previously roared with their engines constantly running were there, but their engines no longer roared and their wheels no longer rolled. Dozens of cars had crashed into buildings, houses, lampposts, traffic lights. The number of cars that had hit other cars in sight was at least 20. The whole street was a total mess with broken glass, plastic, fiberglass, and some houses knocked down by larger vehicles. Only as far as the survivors' eyes could see, they could already see dried bloodstains everywhere, as well as several hundred corpses strewn along the street and on the sidewalk in a careless manner. Some had been run over by a car when the chaos erupted, while others had been eaten by zombies or some other monster, as bestial bites and torn limbs could be seen on many of them. All the excitement they felt a few minutes earlier after finally leaving the university grounds disappeared, and the survivors' eyes were filled with apprehension and fear at such an apocalyptic view. Who never dreamed about an apocalypse, believing that you would survive just fine with great ideas in mind? However, imagination was one thing and reality was something else completely different. Fear in the face of real death devoured all rationality, and when danger really loomed, all that courage, which many believed they had in the past, would pop like a soap bubble. Sitting in the first bus leading the departure of the small caravan of 10, Bai Zemin also observed everything with an indifferent expression that did not reveal any of his inner thoughts. However, soon after he had no choice but to move. Blood will activated. Current status 7. 450. Stop the bus and turn off the engine. Bai Zemin approached the male student driver and tapped him lightly on the shoulder as he pointed to the edge of the road to signal him to stop. Oh, okay. The student driving the bus Bai Zemin was riding and nodded, coming out of his dazed state after the horrifying sight of the outside world. and hurriedly lined the vehicle upon the road carefully, seeing the main bus edging to the side of the road. The other 9 drivers did not know what was happening, but followed the example of the first one and began to edge as well, since the other leaders who were distributed among the buses did not object either. Shangyuan Bingzu, Chen He, Yang Peng, Wu Yijin, Fu Sufeng, Kai Jingyi, Kang Lan, and Zhang De got off the bus as they were riding on just in time to see Bai Zemin slowly descending from the bus he was riding on with his sword firmly gripped in his right hand. When the 9 of them gathered, and even before anyone asked a question to understand what was going on, zombies began to appear everywhere. From a flower shop whose glass door had broken, from a house with a smashed wooden door, from the edge of the opposite street, crawling out from underneath cars and tearing part of their bodies apart, turning around the corner, etc. No matter which way one looked, the zombies began to approach the buses slowly from the sides, from the front, and from the back. Although those inside the buses were terrified at the grotesque view of the corpses that no longer even looked human after half a month of decomposition, everyone's attention was fixed on the 9 people who remained calm with indifferent expressions. Bai Zemin looked forward, and then turned his face slightly to look behind him over his shoulder, as he secretly thought that his blood will skill also functioned as an alert, since when an enemy came within a certain range he was immediately warned. I need to study this skill a bit more, Bai Zemin thought before looking at the people beside him and proposing. There are a little over 70 zombies. How about we compete to see who can kill the most? Let's make this our last battle as a team before we go our separate paths. Chen He chuckled before patting Liang Peng's back and nodding. I agree with Bai Zemin. If we're going to say goodbye, let's do it willingly then. Shangyuan Bingzu also nodded in agreement. Although she did not like Liang Peng too much due to his lustful nature, she did not hate him either. And having fought together for so long and repeatedly, it was inevitable that in that discontent there was at least a hint of goodwill towards him. Fu Zufeng and the other 4 looked at each other before tactically retreating, leaving only the 4 main leaders shoulder to shoulder. The 5 of them had differences with each other, and there had been several times when they had come close to fist fighting. However, since day one they had been giving it their all, sharing the same fate in that if one died the others would probably fall as well. If they think I'm still that slow turtle from the past, then you all are wrong. Liang Peng laughed loudly before stepping forward. Bang! The concrete floor cracked noisily, and with a boom, Liang Peng had crossed several meters away in just a second. Bai Zemin laughed and pointed out, well, after acquiring the soul power of some mutated first-order beasts, it's only natural that you're not so slow anymore. Bang 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 bang. As if by prior agreement, the 3 of them dashed forward and in different directions before starting to hunt zombies. Less than 100 zombies weren't too much, and any one of the 4 was capable of killing them all in a short time. However, as if by prior agreement, the 4 slowed down the killing speed as if they wanted the battle to drag on a little longer. However, for better or worse, all things had to come to an end so that something new could begin. Since they had decided to separate, then they had to separate. This was something they had all known 3 days ago. They had met 2 weeks ago, and 2 weeks later they separated again. Be careful and don't get into trouble with that personality of yours. Bai Zemin gently tapped the burly shoulder and smiled friendly. Brett, you really are something. Yang Peng shook his head, remembering that moment when he almost fought with the young man in front of him. It was a pleasure to have fought alongside you. Chen He stepped forward and stretched out his hand, taking Liang Peng's hand and shaking it tightly as a sign of goodbye. Chen He and Liang Peng had fought shoulder to shoulder from the first moment the apocalypse broke out. So from a certain point of view, they were the closest. Chapter 111 Gunshot. Same here, pretty boy. Yang Peng chuckled before remarking in a playful tone. By the way, I honestly think you should forget about that ice girl and find yourself a hot girl. Don't you think it's better? Chen He blushed in embarrassment and kicked him. Go to hell, man. Yang Peng laughed loudly before looking at the indifferent Shangyuan Bingzu, who didn't seem to have any kind of reaction to his previous words. She nodded slightly and said nothing more. That was her farewell greeting. Well, I guess that's already good coming from you. Liang Peng shook his head and said without knowing whether to laugh or cry. If you had said some nice words to me, I would have thought you were actually secretly cursing me. Without another word, Yang Peng turned around and walked back to the bus he had gotten off, which also had 70 to 80 survivors inside. 3 days ago, when the group learned that they would not all be going the same way, Bai Xin and the rest made an announcement that some would be traveling south while others would be going north. The survivors with family in the northern part of Ruilin City quickly stood up and expressed that they wanted to follow Liang Peng in order to find their families, which amounted to just under 100. As to whether their families were alive or not, that was unknown, but hopes were not particularly high. In addition to the bus with survivors, a second bus loaded with supplies such as meat, mutated beast meat, rice grains, noodles, pure water, and some small luxuries such as milk, also started its engines. As one of the main leaders who had been fighting constantly since day one and who had obtained a large amount of supplies, Liang Peng naturally had the right to take a considerable share, and Bai Zemin was not so cruel to take everything from a person with whom he had fought shoulder to shoulder. Soon, the two buses departed with one behind and one in front, slowly moving away in a northerly direction. As the two buses disappeared from his line of sight, Bai Zemin announced, "We should start moving too. We have a lot of work to do yet." The rest agreed and quickly all boarded their respective buses, except Shenhe, who stood for a few more seconds looking off into the distance before departing as well. Soon, the engines of the 8 buses started up and the now smaller caravan began to move in the opposite direction from where the previous 2 buses had left, directly moving south of Ruilin City. As to whether the bus leaders would ever meet again, that was still unknown. In this new world, it was difficult to know if people would have the opportunity to meet again someday. The streets near the university were a total mess, with crashed cars and collapsed light poles along with various building debris. Therefore, even after riding for half an hour, the buses had not made much progress. On several occasions, the group had to stop the engines to move obstacles out of the way, such as moving cars off the road. As for this, Bai Zemin also made sure to have a group of survivors get off the buses under the protection of Fu Zufang and the rest before starting to empty the gas tanks, thus filling bottles and gallons of fuel. At present, with work at a complete standstill, fuel was as valuable a commodity as the food. 1 drop less of fuel meant that there was 1 drop that could not be recovered in any way. And while it was already a non-renewable energy, this had worsened by thousands of levels with the coming of the end of the world. After traveling approximately 50 kilometers south, the 8 buses stopped at the roadside, right in front of 4 convenience stores and a large trucking company. Kaijingi, Kanglan, take a group of people to collect anything you find useful or that may be useful in the future inside the convenience stores, Bai Zemin ordered before telling Fu Zufang and Zhongde to stay outside guarding the survivors and guarding the buses. The 2 women nodded and quickly went to delegate the job. On the other hand, Bai Zemin in the company of Sheng Yuan Bingzu, Shen He, and Wu Yijin, went into the trucking firm to look for as large a cargo truck as possible that would suit this new world. The buses were good for transporting people, but they were definitely not good for carrying supplies. Besides, the snakes hanging from the roof were too conspicuous and could attract unwanted attention or trouble that could easily be avoided. The group searched for about half an hour as the place was really big, with all kinds of trucks, tanker trucks, small cargo trucks, ladder trucks, etc. Occasionally groups of zombies dressed in blue with hats and name tags on their chests would appear, indicating that when the soul record arrived on Earth, these people were at work and could not withstand the wave of mana entering their bodies, turning them into mindless mutations that only knew how to wander everywhere. Even before these zombies could get too close, Shenhe did a great job with his crossbow, killing almost all of them. The reason he left some alive was because they all wanted the beautiful and seductive Wu Yijin to level up so she could become more powerful and use her skill properly, becoming a great asset to the group as a whole. Gradually she killed zombies, slowly increasing her level. Over the past 3 days, Shengyuan Bingzu had taken her hunting around the university, which helped her raise her level to 8. Although she was still weak, she was many times more powerful than in the past, and with a little effort and time she could catch up. Or at the very least, strong enough to not be a burden. As she referred to herself, "This one will do." Bai Zemin nodded in satisfaction as he arrived in front of a huge cargo truck with a giant box in the back. Not only was the box firmly closed by two large doors, but the front had a powerful bumper capable of withstanding the constant impact of zombies that came across the road, although some changes had to be made and modified so that it could circulate like the buses. Temporarily, this Dongfeng truck was the best there was in this place. While they were at it, a gunshot sound suddenly rang out from outside and everyone's face abruptly changed. Bang! Damn it, Bai Zemin cursed and rushed towards the exit like a whirlwind. Clearly, something was going on. If one of the people he was nurturing died when they were not yet fully grown, it would be a great loss to him. Especially Kang Len. Her lesser healing skill was something that Bai Zemin needed, because even though he was strong, in a battle to the death, he knew perfectly well that injuries would be inevitable. Shang Yu and Bing Zhu and the rest quickly followed from behind. Chapter 112. Yang Pei. On the third floor of a bungalow, a group of more than 15 people was gathered in silence. Some of them were simply sitting down, others were leaning against the wall, and two of them were crouched by the window with binoculars looking off into the distance. What was most surprising was that although the group clearly had no special training, there were 5 of them carrying Type 54 pistols with 15 rounds of ammunition each. As for the rest, some had bats, steel pipes, watermelon cutting knives, machetes, and other melee weapons. It's been almost 15 minutes, but those guys who went and haven't come out. A bearded, burly man pointed out without taking his eyes off the group of survivors working. The other man next to him turned the binoculars to the buses and said with a tinge of alarm, "Still, this group is definitely not simple. Those scar-looking snakes were hunted by them, and the buses were modified with a material I can't recognize from here." The bearded man snorted and licked his lips before chuckling. "They may not be simple, but can they survive a bullet? Remember, Boss Yang came with us this time. Besides, I haven't touched a beauty for over a week and am already getting a little impatient. Aren't you the same, Yuo Chang?" Yuo Chang hesitated but in the end, remained silent. In fact, it had been a while since he felt the warmth of a woman, and all the women in the group who were at the base were not too pretty if compared to the young female students with live bodies in the group of survivors a few streets away. As for the prettier ones, they all belonged to the leaders of the group, so little punks like them would never stand a chance with them unless they were willing to die the next second. Suddenly the door opened, and a young man of about 24 years old who dressed like a hooligan entered the room, silencing everyone inside for a moment before they all stood up. "Boss Yang! Boss Yang!" Yang Pei casually nodded as he casually chewed on a piece of gum before walking over to the window and roughly grabbing one of the binoculars. The bearded man, Feng Hu, dared not show the slightest displeasure and stood silently as he looked at Yang Pei watching in the distance. After a minute or two, Yang Pei threw the binoculars at the burly man and said with a smile that was not a smile, "I just saw some little beauties over there. After taking the ones I like and leaving others for the other bosses. You guys can have fun." The small group perked up immediately and everyone's eyes sparkled. Even if the other group had over 300 people, they hadn't seen any firearms with them, so they weren't worried. A single Type 54 pistol was enough to dissuade dozens of people, and 5 of them were certainly enough to dissuade a few hundred. In addition, the other group was composed of people who had not seen cruelty. This was obvious since they all had bright faces, and none seemed to have been through hardship. Such a group filled with hothouse flowers could never stand against the terror of a storm. Remember, shoot as few as possible so as not to waste ammunition. We didn't bring so many bullets or weapons for this mission since we were only supposed to take supplies from these 4 convenience stores. Yang Pei barked before walking towards the exit and saying, "If anyone moves, goes wild, or doesn't obey, just kill them," to warn the others that were not playing around. The 15 or so men had a glint of madness in their eyes and quickly followed Yang Pei before boarding some 4x4 pickup trucks and off-road jeeps. while Bai Zemin and the rest were clearing the hazards inside the truck company blocking the road and looking for a new transport needed for the group. Kai Jingyi and Kang Lan were looking after the survivors who were working hard to move as many supplies as possible towards the entrance. Even the small cigarette packs were not spared and were moved as well. Across the street, Fu Zifeng and Zhang De were checking on the survivors who had not been chosen to work this time or who simply continued to maintain their non-working attitude. To avoid major problems, they simply forbade them to get off the buses and made them wait in their seats with order. Little by little, cardboard boxes filled to the brim with packages of noodles, rice, bottles of water, salt, sugar, milk, candy, cookies, and many other foods began to pile up one by one next to the 4 convenience stores. While it might seem like a lot at first glance, the reality was that considering the sheer number of people, all the food they were taking out of the stores could last at most a month before it was completely depleted. After all, properly feeding nearly 400 people was not a simple task to scoff at. Jingyi, how strong do you think Bai Zemin really is? Kang Lan asked to the girl next to her. Through her glasses, her dark eyes seemed to glint with intelligence as she carefully observed the surroundings. Kai Jingyi thought for a moment before shaking her head. I don't know. Even though I've been adding every point in agility and stamina each time I level up, I can't catch up to his agility. Even though I have my dagger that increases my agility greatly, when he fully bursts I can barely see his shadow flashing. The two girls had become close to each other after deciding to follow in Bai Zemin's footsteps. When they were still in university, they often went out to hunt zombies and some other creatures to level up and improve their strength, creating a strong bond of companionship between them. Suddenly, the sound of several engines roaring from a distance and rapidly approaching alerted everyone. Zhang De's face changed slightly and he hurriedly shouted, Kang Lan, Kai Jingyi, have the workers hide inside the stores and don't come out. Kang Lan's face also changed and she ordered, everyone, inside and don't come out until told to do otherwise. In the past, she was shy like a turtle that dared not stick its head out of its shell. She was always alone, lost in her own books. However, after half a month of killing hundreds and hundreds of zombies as well as other mutated animals, Kang Lan had gained more self-confidence and her words no longer faltered in moments of gravity. She was a smart woman, and even though they had not yet encountered any more survivors, the case of Qiulong was still fresh in her memory. No, not only her, everyone remembered it clearly and knew that sometimes humans were the worst enemy. Survivors who were moving boxes of food and other supplies turned pale at the sound of the order and the approaching engines. Without hesitation, they all ran into the stores and hid while looking out with terror-filled eyes. Chapter 1113, Confrontation and Death. The apprehension that Zhang De and Kang Lan felt and that soon spread to the rest of the survivors proved to have a valid reason after all. 4x4 pickup trucks followed by 2 modified jeeps raced by at full speed before noisily braking, stopping in front and at the rear, blocking the bus's path to impede their escape. Immediately after, 15 men with all kinds of weapons descended from the vehicles and surrounded the 8 buses. Several of them had hair dyed yellow, green, blue, and other bright colors, while others were wild-looking middle-aged men. At the sight of the 15 new arrivals who clearly had no good intentions, the survivors inside the buses and convenience stores became frightened. None of them dared to make the slightest sound for fear of attracting too much attention and looked at Kai Jingyi and the rest with hope they were what the survivors could rely on at the moment. Everyone get off the damn buses. A fat man with several acne marks on his face approached one of the buses and shouted loudly as he swung his bat at the shell of the blazing beetle that protected most of the vehicle. 7 other men approached the other buses and began viciously beating the vehicles with the weapons in their hands as they bellowed and cursed, terrifying the survivors even more. Zhang De frowned and was about to step forward, but the burly man pointed the muzzle of his gun, forcing him to stop immediately. I'd advise you not to play the hero here, big guy. The burly man named Naihu sneered. I know several of you are strong enough to be able to hunt these monsters here, and we probably won't be your opponents. However, I don't think you can dodge a bullet. Can you? Even if the people in this group had the strength to hunt those terrifying snakes, they were still human. A bullet was enough to end the life of any of them or injure them at the very least. A gun was enough to keep them at bay. This was what everyone thought, and in fact, it was not wrong. Although Zhongde and the rest were much stronger than a normal human, a shot in the head meant the end of the game. Even Bai Zemin would die if he was shot in the head or heart. With Zhongde forced to stop, another armed man approached Kai Jingyi and Kang Lan. The man looked at both women with obvious obscene desire in his eyes and licked his lips as he said with a hint of regret, "Too bad I won't be able to play with any of you little beauties. At least not until the bosses get bored of your bodies, hee." The gunman stretched a hand forward with the intention of grabbing Kang Lan's chest while two other gunmen watched the scene with amusement, pointing their guns at the two girls as if to intimidate them with their presence. Kang Lan's face changed as she did not expect these people to be so brazen and bold. She took a step back, evading the man's grip before pointing her index finger at him. "Don't touch me, you filthy pig." Before the man could react, a magic circle appeared on the tip of Kang Lan's finger and a dark green cloud completely enveloped him and one of his colleagues. The green cloud only lasted a second before it vanished completely. However, the two men who were previously standing with smiles on their faces were now lying on the ground on their backs. Their previously smiling and confident faces were now filled with disbelief, and the color of their skin had a strange-looking greenish tint on it, giving them a terrible appearance. The man who, fortunately for him, was a meter or two behind and managed to escape the range of Kang Lan's magical skill, turned as pale as a sheet, and raised his gun. "Bitch!" Seeing this, Kai Jingyi immediately lunged forward and pushed Kang Lan to the ground. Only a split second later, there was an explosion that echoed everywhere. The survivors inside the bus screamed in fright and Kang Lan's face turned pale with fear. As if it wasn't for Kai Jingyi's quick reaction, she might have died. Ugh! Kai Jingyi frowned and looked at her left arm with pain in her eyes. Although she had managed to avoid a fatal injury and had saved Kang Lan, the bullet still impacted against her left arm and pierced it from side to side. The gunman took aim again, preparing to fire. However, to his utter disbelief, he felt a sharp pain in his chest that forced him to stop his movements. There, he saw a weak-looking hand holding a knife, stabbing right into his heart. With wide eyes filled with panic, the gunman raised his head and saw that, at some unnoticed moment, a young man with glasses as thin as a matchstick had appeared. A second later, the life disappeared from the man's eyes and he fell heavily backward. Of course, this person was precisely Fu Zufang, who had hidden with his level 5 stealth skill as soon as he noticed trouble. Fu Zufang took a deep breath and looked at his first human kill with complicated eyes. Although he knew it would end up happening since he decided to follow Bai Zemin, it felt strange to know that his once innocent hands now carried the life of a person and his own soul power contained the soul power of another human being. The events happened in a matter of seconds and the other men couldn't even react when 3 of them had already died at enemy hands. Little bastards, the burly man, Naivu, who was aiming at Zhongde, shouted to shake off the fear he felt and took aim with his gun, before firing 2 shots in a row. However, Naihu was so scared that both shots missed miserably. Before a third shot could be fired, Zhongde activated his power boost skill and rushed forward. Go to hell. Bang! With a strong punch charged with over 50 strength points, Naihu's head popped into meat paste and his body hit the ground noisily. In less than 5 seconds, 4 of the 5 gunmen were dead at the hands of a group of 4 students who 2 weeks ago would not even have had the courage to resist a single Type 54 pistol. Just when they thought they had the upper hand and were about to begin a counterattack, a lazy, arrogant voice sounded from inside one of the pickup trucks. Really crap. 4 loaded guns and they can't control a couple of kids. They better be dead or this old man would shove a stick up their asses until they scream like mules. Yang Pei, with pierced ears and dyed red hair, walked lazily and looked at the guns on the ground. As long as the weapons were there, the death of the gunmen was no problem. At the base there were dozens if not hundreds of people willing to fight if given a weapon. Chapter 114 Summons. Little beauty, you sure are dangerous. Yang Pei looked at Kang Lan, ignoring the rest, and scanned her body up and down as he said, How about you become my woman? Not only will I respect you, but you will also have the right to participate in important decisions with your strength. Without waiting for a reply, he looked at Kaijini and nodded. You seem to be quite quick and your reaction is good. You can also be mine. Are you retarded? Zhang De barked, tired of so much nonsense, and abruptly rushed forward with the intention of putting an end to the whole charade. The ground beneath his feet cracked slightly due to his explosive power, and taking advantage of the strength on his feet, his speed exploded for a moment. Yang Pei snorted and quickly stepped back while muttering some strange words. A second later, 2 magic rings appeared on the ground in front of him, and in a flash of light 2 creatures came out. One was a wild-looking brown bear that was over 2 meters tall even on its 4 legs. Its eyes were blood red and its front paws looked especially formidable, as if it could crush a rock with one swipe. The other was a white wolf whose fur was as pure as snow except that its nose was spotted with black. Its eyes were blood red like the bear's and its teeth were as sharp as razor blades, giving the illusion of being able to cut through any defense. When Zhang De saw the 2 beasts he was surprised, but because he was in the middle of a charge had no way to stop. Therefore he exploded with more strength and punched fiercely forward with both fists. The brown bear roared ferociously and stood up on its hind legs before dropping down with all its weight. Boom! When Zhang De's 2 fists connected with the brown bear's 2 front paws, there was a small explosion before the winner of the clash was decided. Although Zhang De had already reached level 16 and his strength was incomparable to the past, he was still slightly below Yang Pei summoning. He was forced to retreat 5 steps back before he finally regained his balance and looked at the brown bear in surprise. However, the brown bear did not give him too much time to think, as it immediately charged forward and attacked again. Damn it! Zhang De gritted his teeth and began to fight against the brown bear, engaging in a fierce melee using his fists and legs to attack. Swoosh! Suddenly, the air behind Yang Pei shook slightly, and Fu Zifeng appeared with his knife still stained with blood. Now that he had already killed once, and given the circumstances, he didn't mind adding 1 more kill to the count. However, the wolf suddenly howled and looked in his direction as its nose twitched before lunging at a speed that rivaled his own. If Fu Zifeng continued his attack, then the wolf would be able to injure him, and while it was true that Yang Pei was the prime mover, which meant that his death marked the vanishing of the summons, Fu Zifeng had no real combat experience, and the fear of pain and death was still present. With no other choice, he stopped his attack and quickly began to fight with the summoned wolf. Both were fast, blinking constantly and trying to take the advantage. However, Fu Zifeng was just a notch faster, which allowed him not to lose against the savage beastliness of the white wolf. Before Yang Pei could say anything, Kaijini gritted her teeth and ignored the pain in her bleeding arm. With her Agarth dagger firmly gripped in her right hand, she appeared in front of him in just 2 seconds and stabbed mercilessly into his heart. She obviously intended to end her enemy's life and had not even hesitated for a second before doing so. Yang Pei's face turned ugly as he did not expect this group of people to be so powerful that they could resist his summoning for so long. Although his summons were strong, mana's consumption was terrifying. He could only sustain both beasts for a couple of minutes at most before losing his mana completely. You really don't leave me any more options, little bitches. Yang Pei pulled out a Type 54 pistol from his waist and aimed it at Kang Lan. Although he wanted to keep her to himself, he had no choice but to kill her for him to survive. It wasn't like it was the first time he had done something like killing women anyway. Kaijini's face changed and quickly turned around, wanting to rescue Kang Lan once again. However, although her agility was high, she didn't have time to get there. Bang! The sound of the gunshot thundered out and Kaijini turned pale as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. She knew that in terms of value, Kang Lan was the most important to Bai Zemin, since she had the ability to heal if something happened to her. Who knew how he would react when he returned? However, what happened was even more surprising. Right in front of Kang Lan, who was also as pale as a sheet, a wall of ice rose up. The localiber bullet hit the wall and left a small white mark without being able to do anything else before falling to the ground with a clink. Lucky, Kang Lan muttered before sitting down on the ground in fright. She could no longer stand upright. Kaijini also sighed in relief and unconsciously relaxed. which caused the pain in her left arm to increase several notches. Yang Pei's face changed completely when he saw the ice wall, and realized that the gunshot surely alerted the people who were still inside. He had thought that the people outside were the real deal, but when he saw how hard the ice wall was, he was terrified to discover that he might have made a mistake. Hastily he ordered his summons to return to protect him. However, how could Zhongde and Fu Zufeng let him do whatever he wanted? "Now you are really dead, you son of a bitch," Zhongde shouted as he forced the brown bear to stay in place, not letting it go to help its master. Fu Zufeng did the same to the white wolf, suffering a few scratches in the process, but firmly enduring. While Zhongde was fighting the brown bear, suddenly a magic circle appeared on the ground and an earthen spike rose up. The tip of the spike pierced the bear's body and lifted it into the air 2 meters above the ground before the beast let out a roar of pain and disappeared as if it had never been there. On the other hand, the wind whistled and 2 mana arrows struck the white wolf that was entangled with Fu Zufeng. The wolf howled in pain, and just like the brown bear's body, it burst like an air balloon and disappeared from this world. The 2 summons were connected to Yang Pei himself, so after being killed he also suffered a hard backlash and ended up coughing out 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood. Chapter 115 4 Big Bosses Camp Part 1. Yang Pei staggered slightly and his face turned pale due to the aftershock of his skill. His first order summoning skill level 2 was powerful enough to allow him to take on several evolved ones at the same time. This was obvious from how he alone was able to fight the group of 3. Summoning allowed him to currently summon up to 2 creatures that had the same level as him, consuming 1 mana points per summon every 5 seconds. Therefore, it was a skill that Yang Pei could not keep active for a long time, 1 or 2 minutes at most, but this time was enough for him to slaughter most of his enemies, as he had done until today. However, his skill was a double-edged sword, as when one of his summons was completely overwhelmed he received the remaining damage as a consequence, just as had just happened. Yang Pei saw 2 women and a man with a crossbow approaching from inside the facility. Although the women were incredibly beautiful, Yang Pei was not in the mood to joke around like before. But to his utter terror, a voice rang out from just behind him. "Jingyi, are you okay?" As he hurriedly turned around, was startled to see that at some point he didn't notice, a young man in his early 20s had appeared a few meters away. "I'm fine, thank you." Kai Jingyi nodded, and accepted Bai Zemin's help to sit comfortably on one of the bus steps. Although there were still 10 or 11 hooligans surrounding the buses, they only had bladed weapons and had no power to do anything. Even though some of them had evolved, they were only level 2 or 3 at most and without any striking ability, so in the previous battle, they could only watch from the side. When Bai Zemin approached with Kai Jingyi, they all stepped back with pale faces and did not dare to say anything. After all, not only was the current situation extremely unfavorable, but the young man in front of them had appeared out of nowhere as if he was a ghost. Bai Zemin ignored everyone around him and gently stroked the shy Kai Jingyi's hair and praised, "You did a great job." Although he had not seen the unfolding of events, he was smart enough to judge that the girl beside him had been injured to protect someone weaker, considering that the survivors were covered and Zhongde was fighting the bear. Only Kang Lan remained. After all, Kang Lan had focused 100 on the path of magic, unlike Shangyu and Bing Zhu, who could use her ice skill to fight in different ways. Kang Lan timidly approached and lowered her head in embarrassment. "Jingyi, I'm sorry. Because of me you?" Kai Jingyi smiled sweetly, ignoring the pain, and shook her head gently. "It's okay. An arm wound is nothing compared to the death of a friend. Besides, the bullet went in and out, so it's no big deal." Bai Zemin couldn't help but pat the shy but brave girl on the head. "Kang Lan, heal Jingyi with your skill." Kang Lan didn't even hesitate and immediately cast her skill twice on Kai Jingyi's injury, just that this time her face didn't turn pale like in the past. After all, the current Kang Lan had already reached level 15. The blood immediately stopped flowing and the tissues began to regenerate at frightening speeds. Although the wound was still there as well as the pain, 2 or 3 days would once again leave the skin on her arm as perfect as it always was. Bai Zemin turned around and looked coldly at Yang Pei before he began to walk step by step in his direction without saying a word. To him, His subordinates were valuable to the extent that he was nurturing them with treasures and skills. However, in a matter of minutes, they were all close to being killed. While it was good for them to experience life and death battles like this to gain experience, if just one of them was killed it would be a great loss for Bai Zemin. Especially Kang Lan. Even now he had not seen a second person obtain a healing skill like her, and with such high magic and mana stats compared to a normal person. Although Bai Zemin did not speak and only walked, Yang Pei could feel as if a wild beast was watching him, and immediately raised his gun to shoot. This was because his summoning skill could not be activated again until 10 minutes after the summonings were killed. However, before he could pull the trigger, the wind whistled and the gun in his hands was sent flying by an arrow. When Yang Pei stepped back in fright, he saw the young man with the crossbow looking at him indifferently. Just as the young punk was about to look forward again, a hand shot out at full speed and grabbed him by the throat before slowly lifting him off the ground. "Be bastard." He barely managed to mutter those words between his teeth as he struggled with all his strength. Yang Pei's fists and kicks landed hard on Bai Zemin's body, making small bangs. However, to the young punk's terror, none of his blows caused his enemy's expression to change in any way, let alone being able to break free from his grip. Suddenly, Bai Zemin kicked twice without warning, and the sound of bones breaking echoed everywhere, followed by a painful choked scream. Thud! Yang Pei's body was casually thrown to the ground, and the young punk writhed in pain as he howled at the sight of his legs twisted at an impossible angle. "Don't worry. I will soon continue to entertain you." Bai Zemin spoke for the first time before punching and knocking him out easily. Without his summoning skill, Yang Pei was simply crap in front of Bai Zemin. In fact, even with his skill, the difference would not be noticeable due to the difference in power between the two sides. Bai Zemin looked at the approximately 11 gang members with bladed weapons and picked up the Type 54 pistol that previously belonged to Yang Pei. "Everyone on your knees. Now," he ordered in a deep voice as he pointed the gun forward. Kang Lan, Fu Zufang, Chunda, and even Kai Jingyi had picked up the other 4 guns and aimed at the enemies coldly. The 4 of them had already killed humans, and had witnessed how if not for timely help they might all be dead. This convinced them even more that what they were doing was the right thing to do. Being pointed at by guns, the 11 gang members had no choice but to kneel obediently, waiting to see what kind of treatment they would receive. Bai Zemin looked at a middle-aged man with a shaved head, and asked coldly, "Who are you? Why did you target us? Where did you come from?" "Hey! Do you want me to talk and rat on the others? Forget, you little bitch." The middle-aged man spat on the ground and looked at him defiantly. Chapter 116 4 Big Bosses Camp Part 2 Last. Wu Yujin could not help but look at the middle-aged man who had just pronounced those words with a hint of sympathy. It wasn't just her. Practically every survivor present knew that Bai Zemin was by no means a saint. Bai Zemin looked at the phlegm on the ground for a second before looking the bald man straight in the eye. "How honorable of you." He didn't even hesitate, and with a bang the head of the militant exploded. Pieces of broken skull along with chunks of flesh and blood flew across the ground, causing the timid survivors to let out groans of terror as they looked at the scene from the buses and from inside the convenience stores. He could not help but frown. Even now he could not completely agree with Bai Zemin's methods, as he had a strong sense of justice from the way he was raised since childhood. However, although he was relatively fair, he was neither pedantic nor stupid. Since before the apocalypse he already knew that society was rotten. There were even cases in which he knew about politicians, policemen, or military officers who, as long as it did not cross a certain threshold, were willing to carry out certain assignments or orders that went against the established rules. Seeing the militant's death, the rest of the gang was shocked and could not help but look at the young man in front of them in a new light. Although he was only in his early 20s, he hadn't even blinked when he pulled the trigger. Bai Zemin pointed the gun at another militant and asked coldly, "Who are you? Why did you point at us? Where do you come from?" "I will speak. I'll fucking speak. Don't shoot me." Bai Zemin's target this time turned out to be Luo Cheng, who had been monitoring the group from a distance with binoculars. Luo Cheng was already sweating cold bullets seeing the deaths of the other militants, so when he felt the gunmetal right above his head he didn't even hesitate and agreed to speak all he knew. He was not a heroic warrior by any means and feared death. The burly man, who had been monitoring the group from a distance next to Liu Cheng, suddenly shouted loudly, "Liu Cheng, none of the bosses have treated you badly, but you are going to betray them. Aren't you afraid that they will throw your younger sister to the soldiers to have fun with her?" Bai Zemin didn't even let him continue saying another word before he changed his aim to the head of that burly man, and pulled the trigger. Seeing the death of the burly man who had stood up, the other gang members did not dare to utter the slightest sound for fear of being next and having their heads blown off by a bullet. If any of you want to continue to be loyal and honorable to your good bosses, then come out now. I will give you all the opportunity to continue to be loyal until the last moment and die a death worthy of a brave warrior. None of them dared to stand up or highlight and quickly lowered their heads like timid chickens. There was not even one of them who wanted to be the next target of the Type 54 pistol. Bai Zemin ignored them and pulled Liu Cheng away from the group before putting the barrel of the gun back on Liu Cheng's head. "Now you can start to speak. If you dare to lie to me, if you dare to hide information, if you dare to give even one wrong name, I will bang your brains out. I have 8 others like you here, and I don't think all 8 of you are willing to die for honor." Liu Cheng nodded quickly as he sweated and began to spill the beans one after another without stopping. Although he was worried about his younger sister's future, he had to survive to protect her first, or else nothing would make sense now that his life was in someone else's hands. He had to adapt to the rules of the other person's game. That was the way the world worked now. Liu Cheng and the rest were part of a gang called 4 Big Bosses Camp. At the beginning of the apocalypse, there were too many zombies and chaos had broken out everywhere when people's pets suddenly turned on their owners and started slaughtering them all. Zombies did not fear bullets and did not know the meaning of pain, while many evolved animals were even more terrifying, as many were impervious to bullets, ferocious beyond belief, and aggressive in nature. Compared to zombies and evolved beasts, normal humans were simply too weak. At that time, 4 people suddenly appeared southeast of Ruolin City, about 50 kilometers from here. These 4 people were part of a gang in the past, but somehow acquired powerful skills and also had some firearms with them, thus saving the lives of many people. These 4 people were Yiqigang, Lei Su, Dumeng, and the currently out of action Yang Pei. At first, the 4 acted somewhat restrained, and although they abused their powers, also protected the weak. They cleared a small village of zombies and killed several evolved animals, creating a relatively safe area for the currently over 700 people to get some rest. However, when no police or government support showed up after almost a week, things began to change. The 4 bosses began to feel the pressure due to the lack of food, and in a fit of anger, began to abuse several women no matter how much they screamed or cried. The 4 bosses gathered several men willing to do anything to get some food in their stomachs and raided the local police station, obtaining a small supply of weapons. After arming approximately 50 men, they began to clear the surrounding area, killing zombies and obtaining some supplies in the process. With the firearms and supplies under their control, the other survivors could only obey no matter how cruel the 4 bosses' orders were. Currently, the village was living under total oppression, and there was no hope at all in that place. According to Liu Cheng, the target they were aiming at this time was these 4 convenience stores, and they only came across them by accident. The reason they raided them was not only to steal the supplies, but also because there were many young and beautiful women, which could become a great merit if they presented them to the bosses. Yang Pei himself drooled over them. "So, you're telling me that for 4 small convenience stores, one of these 4 bosses personally moved in?" Bai Zemin shook his head and laughed coldly. "It's the truth, I swear. I don't know anything else." Liu Cheng was scared and cried out in terror as his body shook nonstop. Bai Zemin looked at him indifferently before saying in a deep voice, "Chanda, Fu Sufeng, take 2 of these guys away and see if you can get some information." If what Liu Cheng was completely true, it would soon come out, and in case anything didn't match, any of the 3 who lied would be executed immediately. Chapter 117 Surrender. Fu Zufeng and Zhang De casually dragged 2 other militants and took them to separate locations. Although the 2 hooligans were frightened and tried to resist unconsciously, With the strength of 2 revolvers they had no way to break free. In fact, the 2 militants were so scared after seeing the death of their comrades that Fu Zufeng and Zhongdu did not even have to pressure or beat them to make them speak, as immediately spilled out all the information they knew. After a conversation lasting several minutes, Bai Zemin and the rest came to the conclusion that none of the 3 seems to be lying, although there were slight changes in the words they said for obvious reasons. The core of the information remained the same. Bai Zemin approached the frightened Luo Chang and threw his Xuanyuan sword to the ground before pointing to another militant. If you want to live, then kill him, and I will allow you to join us. Luo Chang's face changed slightly upon hearing his words, as he clearly understood what the young man in front of him meant. If he killed a member of his group, then it meant that he was willing to leave the 4 big bosses' camp. After all, it would be impossible for him to return because he would be branded as a traitor immediately, since he would not even be able to explain how he alone managed to survive in the face of a calamity, but Yang Pei did not. In short, if Luo Cheng killed the militant, it really meant that he would be joining Bai Zemin's group completely, and without return. In the end, under the terrified eyes of the militant singled out by Bai Zemin, Luo Cheng gritted his teeth and picked up the sword. Before the militant could have a chance to say anything, Luo Cheng mercilessly slashed and decapitated him. Blood flew everywhere and the militant's head rolled on the ground. His eyes were still wide open, filled with disbelief and hate. The hidden survivors cried out scared, and some of the militants directly peed their pants without being able to control their own bodies. Wu Yijun and Chen He, who still had no blood on their hands, quickly turned around with pale faces. Even Fu Zufeng, Kai Jingyi, Dan De, and Kang Lan, who had killed before, could not help but turn slightly pale at the bloody scene. Only Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu remained without noticeable changes in their facial expressions. Luo Cheng put the sword on the ground and knelt down before bowing. Luo Cheng is willing to work for you. I just hope you will help me take care of my little sister. She's only 9 years old and can't protect herself. Bai Zemin waved his hand and said indifferently, as long as you are honest, and don't give me trouble on purpose, you will naturally be treated as a subordinate with rights. I will personally take care of protecting your family, and if anyone dares to even harm a strand of your little sister's hair, I will make that person regret it in hell. Thank you. Thank you. Luo Cheng bowed profusely and thanked from the bottom of his heart. Although the fear was lingering and the insecurity towards the future was still there, he had no choice but to believe and wait to see if the young man in front of him would keep his word. The rest of the militants looked at Bai Zemin fearfully before one suddenly stood up slowly. Boss, I, Xiao Min, am willing to work for you. Bai Zemin looked at him before casually pointing to another militant. If you want to follow me, then kill him. Xiao Min did not hesitate as he picked up the sword and decapitated his former comrade, bathing in his blood as if he were a demon from hell. In the end, Bai Zemin gained a total of 4 more subordinates. The rest of the militants were decapitated on the spot and their blood pooled together with their corpses, forming a small pool of blood on the road. The reason why Bai Zemin had no qualms about killing these people was because they were all not good birds. If his group had been on the losing side, all of these men would probably have started beating or killing men while physically abusing female students and teachers. It was also for this reason that Shangyu and Bingzu did not try to stop him, and for the same reason, Chen He did not complain even though he did not agree with his methods. Only those who are willing to die have the right to kill. It was a phrase that Bai Zemin was quite fond of and applied in this case. Since the militants had bad intentions towards them, then they had to bear the consequences for failing. Because he still did not trust the 4 new recruits, Bai Zemin left them under the care of Fu Zufan and the rest. With guns in their hands and being considerably high-level evolved, they would have no problem handling 4 people even if they wanted to go wild. The survivors continued to empty the convenience stores since work had been interrupted by the arrival of the militants. On the other hand, Chen He looked at the Type 54 pistol in his hands with fondness, because although it was not his preferred choice, with that firearm he felt 1,000 times more comfortable. With Chen He's marksmanship and ability, a small caliber pistol could be even more terrifying than a heavy machine gun in the hands of a novice. As for Bai Zemin, He was currently inside a small bungalow a few streets away. If something happened, with his agility he would be able to arrive on the scene in a matter of seconds to provide support. The reason he moved away was that he needed some privacy for what he was going to do next. Bai Zemin crouched down and looked at the unconscious Yang Pei for a moment. He made a deep cut on the chest of the young man who was about the same age as him, and seeing that he still did not wake up, he threw a handful of salt into the wound. The result was immediate. Yang Pei's eyes opened immediately, as big as 2 saucers. His face distorted like that of a terrifying monster, and a roar of pain broke through his throat, bursting through the walls and going beyond. He looked at Bai Zemin and barked like a wounded beast. "You bastard, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces and feed you to the pigs." 2 magic circles flashed on the ground and 2 white wolves came out from inside. The 2 summoned beasts seemed to be able to sense their master's pain as they howled ferociously and lunged at Bai Zemin with their jaws wide open. "You really don't know what's good for you?" Bai Zemin coldly snorted and took a step forward before striking out with both fists. When his 2 fists collided with the 2 summons, the beasts exploded on the spot without even being able to howl in pain. Disappearing from this world completely, Yang Pei spat out 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood and began to cough ferociously, choking on his own blood amidst the yells of pain that had now turned into almost inaudible grunts. "Let's see what you do, little baby." Bai Zemin opened the small pocket on the side of his backpack and carefully pulled out an object. Chapter 118, 24 Hours. The object that Bai Zemin took out was actually the small mutated plant that he had found about a week ago in the female dormitory after successfully hunting down the first-order anti-magic zombie. So far, Bai Zemin was practically 100% sure that this plant was a treasure. However, that small percentage remaining to reach 100 was holding him tightly, and he did not dare to eat its fruits. After all, Lilith had already made it clear to him that if it was a harmful mutated plant, his body could end up exploding in a mist of blood. Just imagining the scene made his hair stand on end. The small mutated plant was still the size of a palm, but there was a big difference in its overall appearance. This was because in the past there had been 5 small green fruits and 2 slightly bigger red fruits now. However, there were 4 green fruits and 3 red fruits. During the time of 1 week, the small mutated plant had been watered by Bai Zemin every day with great care, and every time he went to sleep he made sure to leave his backpack near the window at an angle where the moonlight would illuminate it. During the day, he made sure that the little plant received enough sunlight and also checked periodically to make sure that the holes in the plastic bottle were large enough so that there would be no problems. Now the time had come to see if his efforts were worthwhile or if they were in fact a total waste of time. "Lilith, do you think I should use a red one or a green one?" Bai Zemin looked at the plant unsure, so he couldn't help but ask the most important question. Yang Pei seemed to have forgotten the pain he felt when the most beautiful being he had ever seen in his entire life appeared out of nowhere like a ghost. His eyes widened in surprise and his mouth moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end no words came out from inside it. Lilith didn't even give him a look and directly treated him as if he was even more insignificant than the air that was everywhere. She stood next to Bai Zemin and looked at the mutated plant before looking at him and responding, "I think you should try the red fruit." Bai Zemin nodded with a frown. "Indeed, I was thinking the same thing as you. If it's something bad, the red fruit will have the worst possible effect. But if it's something good, then it will be my loss since I will have wasted a fully mature fruit. Loss and gain go hand in hand just like life and death." Lilith shrugged and pointed. This was an irrefutable truth even before the soul record arrived on Earth. But after the arrival of this unknown entity, such truth became much more accentuated and evident. After listening to Lilith and realizing that they both thought alike, Bai Zemin nodded silently before looking at Yang Pei, but seeing his current condition he couldn't help but laugh. "You seem to have him enchanted even without looking at him, Lilith. That's why men are so boring." She rolled her eyes before looking at him with a seemingly shy slight smile and whispered, "But you look interesting to me." Bai Zemin didn't dare look at her too much at this point. He really couldn't understand how a being could be so seductive with such an elegant body, but at the same time have attitudes that a small, immature girl who had not yet been contaminated and corrupted by the outside world would have. Seizing the opportunity, he took one of the 3 red fruits carefully before stepping forward and throwing it into Yongpei's mouth. The young man, who was part of the 4 leaders of the 4 big boss camp, had not closed his mouth from the moment Lilith had shown herself. Yongpei's face changed completely and hurriedly tried to spit out the mutated fruit. But how could Bai Zemin let him do as he pleased with a strong punch? Yongpei was forced to swallow the small red fruit along with a few teeth in the process. "Cough, you bastard, cough, cough, what did you feed me?" Yongpei coughed fiercely and barked curses. However, suddenly his face turned completely red and his eyes rolled back before he fainted on the spot. Bai Zemin frowned, and when checking he realized that in fact, Yongpei's temperature had risen and he was now suffering from a high fever. "And now what's wrong?" Bai Zemin scratched his head at a loss. His body didn't explode, but something good didn't happen either. "Ha, that's because good always comes hand in hand with bad. Haven't you understood that yet?" Lilith giggled softly and disappeared from sight, not before pointing out, "Tomorrow will probably show the effects of the fruit. Look forward to it." Left alone once again, Bai Zemin sighed and picked up the unconscious body while muttering, "At least he didn't explode in a mist of blood." The group continued moving in a southerly direction until dusk, traveling approximately 30 kilometers before stopping as the sun was beginning to set, and riding through the night was not a good idea. Along the way they encountered several obstacles that made the speed of the 8 buses and the Dongfeng truck extremely slow. After all 9 were large vehicles, so to avoid accidents the drivers had no choice but to exercise caution. As Liu Cheng pointed out, the 4 big boss camp was only 20 kilometers away from this place in a southeasterly direction. Therefore, before starting to move, Bai Zemin and the rest decided to take a proper rest for the night. Inside a 5-story hotel, 5 zombies staggered along the corridor. Their pale faces and white eyes devoid of the sparkle of life along with their blood-stained teeth gave them a grotesque appearance that no one in their right mind would want to approach. Wu Yijin observed as the 5 zombies slowly approached and could not help but notice that these creatures seemed to become slower and slower. However, it was not the zombies who became slower, it was she who became faster every time she evolved and absorbed soul power from an enemy. She opened the palm of her delicate hand and looked at the small seeds lying silently before activating her first-order plant empowerment skill. 5 small seeds glowed and under her command shot out at full speed, breaking the air that tried to slow them down. Before the 5 zombies could react, a finger-thick hole appeared in the head of each of them, killing them with ease. Lai Na, Gao Min, and Fan Wu looked at their friend with envious eyes. They too wanted to be able to kill zombies like she did. Too bad they didn't have the courage to fight. Within half an hour, the 5 floors of the hotel were cleared of all standing zombies, and the survivors dragged the bodies to the rooms on the top floor before locking the doors firmly from the outside. Soon, night descended and an important conference was once again underway. Chapter 1: Night Lily. The main floor of the hotel was separated into different sections: reception, kitchen, a huge general lounge or shared living room, a restaurant, bathrooms, etc. Actually, the group had separated into 2 parts within the initial floor. The first group consisted of almost 400 people and was formed by all the survivors regardless of whether they were workers or non-workers. Seated at several tables in the area that had been designated as a restaurant in the past, the group was currently eating their respective dinners with enthusiasm. However, although those who were unwilling to work and those who did work were together, the differences were obvious if one looked at their bowls. While the leeches or parasites had a bowl filled with white rice, those who did any kind of logistical work enjoyed rice, vegetables, and even a small piece of fresh meat. This was the main rule of the group. Those who did not want to work would definitely not starve. But they also had no right to complain and could only eat 3 bowls of white rice or gruel a day with an extra steamed bun at breakfast and in the evening. Even if some were unhappy, they knew that complaining would not bring anything good. Today a dozen people had been killed by Bai Zemin and his subordinates, so obviously it was better not to provoke them. Moreover, seeing how some female students who were rescued from the female dormitory after almost a week of starvation ate with delighted expressions the white rice which they abhorred, Some smarter ones realized that perhaps they were more privileged than they thought. On the other hand, the second group was far smaller and consisted of just over 10 people. In the living room of the hotel, separated by a double door from the restaurant, was a large wooden table that had been moved to the center of the room. On the table were all kinds of delicious dishes: fried evolved beast meat, vegetable and meat soup, rice, noodles with different sauces, sautéed vegetables, baked fish. There were even 5 big bottles of soda for everyone to help themselves at will. The difference between what this group of people ate and the food of those outside the hall was so great that there was no comparison to begin with. Sitting at the head end of the table, Bai Zemin looked at the people present one by one: Shengyuan Bingzu, Shen He, Wu Yijin, Fu Sufeng, Kai Jingyi, Zhang De, Kang Lan, even Gao Min, Fan Wu, and Lai Na were present, although the latter 3 had no right to be present, because they were good friends with Shengyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijin. No one said anything about it. After all, it was natural that as leaders they had privileges, and bringing a couple more people was not a problem considering their current rations. For example, if Bai Zemin wanted to bring a couple of friends for dinner here, no one would say anything about it since it was his right as someone who fought at the front and as the group's main fighter. I'd like to hear what opinion you have about the information we got today from the mouths of those road thieves. Bai Zemin finally broke the silence, initiating tonight's main topic. I think we should try to communicate with them somehow and cooperate. Shen He proposed in a serious voice. I'm sure if we show the strength of our group, those guys who call themselves 4 big bosses will have to change their attitude toward the survivors. Shen He, are you crazy? Wu Yijin looked at him in shock and shook her head without hesitation. Those men abused several women as far as we know until now, and have even killed innocents just because of the slightest disturbance or discomfort. How can we cooperate with people like that? Kai Jingyi also shook her head and disagreed with his proposal. Not only that, today we killed several militants of the 4 big bosses camp group. I don't think they will take the matter casually. Hearing the reasoning of the 2 women, Shen He became silent and fell into deep contemplation as he somehow realized that the passive and friendly encounter he wanted would not work so easily. Finally, Shengyuan Bingzu also expressed her opinion. I think we should sneak in, pass ourselves off as normal survivors and study the place before deciding what to do. Kang Lan nodded in agreement and pointed out, although our group is strong, we can't forget that they have over 50 men armed with modern firearms while we only have 5 Type 54 pistols with less than 40 rounds of ammunition in total. It would be better to be a little cautious to prevent major problems. Bai Zemin tapped his finger on the table softly as he fell into deep contemplation before looking at the person standing behind him as if she were his personal servant. What does it look like to you, Lily? Everyone's strange gaze fell on the woman of seemingly average appearance, but with a bombshell body that could not be hidden by her baggy dress. This person was, of course, Lilith. She had suppressed her charm as much as possible, and her beautiful face had been changed to that of a slightly above average woman before showing herself to everyone. The explanation was simple, and Bai Zemin said that she was a solitary survivor who had hidden herself in the hotel's storeroom, where there were a few food reserves. However, everyone found the closeness with which the 2 acted very strange considering that they had only met a few hours before. Still, no one mentioned anything about it and no further questions were asked despite the suspicion. Although Lilith had the appearance of an average European woman, her charming aura as a higher existence could not be completely suppressed. Therefore, no matter whether it was Chen He or any other male survivor, everyone secretly stole glances at her. Before I answer your question, may I know if you, Master, intends to take control of the 4 big bosses camp or simply try to cooperate with the 3 leaders? Lilith, who was currently acting as a survivor named Lily, asked in a respectful voice. Bai Zemin almost choked while drinking a glass of Sprite when he heard the way she referred to him. The others couldn't help but give him strange looks, and Shengyuan Bingzu looked at him as if he was a pervert. Secretly gritting his teeth and ignoring the strange looks he was receiving, he replied in a normal voice, I want to take control of the entire camp, from firearms to supplies and survivors. Everything. Everyone's face changed slightly. The exception being Wu Yijin and Shang Yuanbing, who had a look that suggested saying, "It turned out that way in the end." On the other hand, Fu Zifeng and Zhang De looked at each other and could not help but smile while sighing in relief, since Bai Zemin decided to conquer the place. Once he tasted the feeling of ruling, it was highly implausible that he would surrender to the old Chinese government. Chapter 120 Infiltrating into the Human Camp. I see. Continuing in her role as Bai Zemin's personal servant, Lilith thought for a moment before explaining her idea. I think the two ladies' words are correct, and the best option is to infiltrate. Pretending to be an ordinary survivor, you can not only get information about the important checkpoints that need to be attacked first, but you can also gather manpower from the inside. That idea is great. Shang Yuanbing's eyes glittered and looked at her appreciatively. If what that man named Luo Chang and the rest said is true, then many survivors must be unhappy due to the way they are treated by the camp leaders, but without receiving proper food. If we can bring them to our side, they can certainly be of much help in case of need. Bai Zemin remained silent for a minute or two until he finally decided. Then so be it. Tomorrow when the sun rises, Fu Zifeng and Zhang De will come with me to the four big bosses' camp, and we will pretend to be survivors to study the area before finally launching an attack to take control of the village. Shang Yuanbing frowned and asked in confusion, "Why only the three of you?" Bai Zemin looked at her for a moment and replied in a flat voice, "You, Wu Yijin, and Chen He are no good." "What do you mean?" Wu Yijin looked at him with a playful smile, apparently already knowing the answer. "You would attract too much attention." Bai Zemin shrugged and said casually, "You two are two beautiful women and Chen He is too handsome. On the other hand, Fu Zifeng, Zhang De, and me are just average at best, and won't attract anyone's attention after a few simple arrangements." Hearing Bai Zemin's reply, Chen He unconsciously felt a little embarrassed, but at the same time slightly proud because of his appearance. As for Shang Yuanbing, she finally silently accepted his reasoning, and was secretly a little surprised as Bai Zemin was not praising her on her appearance. He was simply stating facts with complete indifference, even if she didn't particularly care about her appearance. Shang Yuanbing was a very smart woman and naturally knew that to men she was beautiful to the point where she sometimes appeared to be dazzling. Therefore, it was a rarity for someone not to praise her or actively try to court her. For a split second, she even thought that maybe they could be friends. "You think so?" Wu Yijin stared at him and said with an honest expression, "I think you're quite handsome if we're talking physically, especially lately." Bai Zemin chuckled and shook his head, reluctant to comment on the matter. He knew better than anyone that his appearance wasn't dazzling by any means. But it wasn't bad either. It was just that he didn't think a beauty like Wu Yijin, who had seen handsome men like Chen He since she was a child, would think he was handsome. Lilith looked at him from behind and secretly laughed. Bai Zemin might not notice it himself, and even for the people around him, it would be different to notice it, as the gradual change was hard to see. However, she could notice how very slowly his appearance improved little by little the more he leveled up. The more it improved. The reason Wu Yijin said that especially lately was due to Bai Zemin's jump to First Order, a great milestone for any existence. During dinner, they discussed a few more details, and when everyone had eaten their fill they went to sleep comfortably. For the first time in half a month, everyone had beds to sleep in, so practically every survivor went to sleep with a smile. Something that used to be normal could now bring them so much joy. This was another proof that human beings really didn't know how to enjoy the small details. After a refreshing night's sleep, after such an eventful day of writing in which they were even threatened by a group of militants with guns, all the survivors inside the hotel woke up, and the people in charge of food began to prepare breakfast. Since the site was approximately 20 kilometers away from the village where the four big bosses' camp was located, all activities that required going out were ceased to avoid being noticed. As for Bai Zemin, he was currently sitting in the back seat of a pickup truck that had been taken yesterday from the militants. Driving, Zhang De had a stoic expression as most of the time, and Fu Zifeng, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked nervous, as he constantly rubbed his hands together while looking out the window cautiously. All three wore tattered clothes with dusty faces and disheveled hair. The stink was so unbearable that they looked like someone who hadn't bathed for at least a week, and if it wasn't for the fact that the three of them had already gotten used to the nauseating smell of blood and organs every time they killed zombies, they couldn't have endured it for that long, no matter how much one looked at them. They definitely looked like Wanderers survivors who managed to evade being eaten by sheer luck and coincidence. After about 30 minutes, Bai Zemin looked ahead and ordered, "Zhangde, stop the pickup truck here." Without hesitation, Zhangde stopped the pickup truck at the edge of the road next to a small building. Bai Zemin got out, followed by the other two, and they entered the building. He hid most of the contents of his fat backpack before taking a large plastic bag and putting in a small bag with 300 grams of rice and a carton of milk before stepping out again and continuing the ride south. 10 minutes later, Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and saw that 100 meters ahead there were several wooden fences surrounding a small village, as well as what appeared to be a watchtower about 5 meters high constructed with wood. Two militants who were joking with each other without much concern seemed to be the custodians of the gate. Hearing the sound of the approaching engine, the two immediately became alert and raised their guns. "Stop the vehicle and get down slowly or else we will shoot," one of the militants shouted loudly. Zhangde looked at Bai Zemin and seeing him nod slightly stopped the vehicle gradually until it came to a complete stop about 10 meters far from the entrance to the village. "Fu Zufeng, you talk with them," Bai Zemin ordered and got out without waiting for a reply. As he got off the vehicle, he narrowed his eyes slightly and realized that the firearm in the militant's hands was actually two Type 79 submachine guns. Although it was an old weapon that began to be mass-produced in the year 1983, it was a relatively powerful gun as it was capable of shooting up to 1,000 rounds per minute. Of course, this would only be possible if it were not for its 20-round magazine capacity. Still, with two Type 79 submachine guns at the forefront, even Zhangde and Fu Zufeng could die if they were not careful. Chapter 121 Liu Ning, Four Eyes. "Are you fucking deaf?" the militant who warned before yelled when he saw that Fu Zufeng still didn't get off the pickup truck and stepped forward. "If you don't get off the damn car in 5 seconds, it'll fill you with holes and feed you to the pigs." Fu Zufeng finally reacted and quickly got off the vehicle. Being pointed at by such a weapon, his legs trembled and his face turned pale with fear. This was a Type 79 submachine gun. It was a completely different gun compared to the Type 54 pistol with which the militants assaulted them yesterday. "Move," Bai Zemin whispered softly and walked forward, followed closely by the other two. "Damn. Wasting our time," the militant from before grumbled again before looking the three up and down with a frown. "Where did you three come from? What are you coming to this place to do? This territory belongs to the 4 big bosses." Fu Zufeng looked at Bai Zemin subtly before he began to explain, stammering. "WWE3 are survivors from Beijing University. We escaped by fortune a few days ago and went into hiding." The reason Bai Zemin made Fu Zufeng speak was precisely because of the nerves he felt. The militants could tell something was wrong if he or Zhangde spoke too much. After all, neither of them was actors and were too calm by nature. As Fu Zufeng answered questions, Bai Zemin scanned the surroundings subtly and was secretly surprised. The wooden fences were useless for defending the village as a single evolved beast could easily tear them out of the ground. However, for normal low-level zombies that had no strength, these wooden fences were a major obstacle that could buy some time for the survivors. In the streets, there were occasional people passing by wearing somewhat dirty and tattered clothes. The expressions of almost everyone were dark, and their eyes glittered with fear as they cautiously looked around. Most people were sitting outside their homes, staring at nothing with dead faces. Occasionally someone would squirm on the ground clutching their stomach hungrily, which was a clear sign that all these people had eaten too little or even nothing for quite some time. "Hey, what are you bringing inside that bag?" The other militant seemed to be bored when he noticed the plastic bag in Bai Zemin's hands and immediately inquired loudly. Bai Zemin looked at the militant and tried to put on a scared expression which failed miserably. In the end, in order not to cause any problems, he simply opened the bag quietly and showed the contents. "Damn. Is this guy mute or something?" the second militant muttered and casually looked inside the bag without much expectation. However, When he and his buddy saw the small bag with rice and the milk carton, their eyes lit up. The first militant grabbed the small bag of rice and weighed it with his hand casually before exclaiming, "Damn it, it is more than 200 grams of white rice." The second militant also looked surprised and snatched the bag of rice from him to check it by himself. In the camp, supplies were tightly controlled by the strongest of the four bosses, Yikigang. Normally, a person who did not work could only eat some rice made into mush diluted with water to form something similar to gruel, but consisting mainly of water, except for the militants with guns who went out to risk their lives to fetch supplies. Everyone inside the village was slowly starving to death. The four bosses obviously had no idea how to lead so many people, as they did not even delegate jobs to give the village some brightness and order. Even for these two militants guarding the entrance, 500 grams of rice was small wealth. Working all day standing guard, they could at most earn 40 grams of rice each. Bai Zemin's eyes glittered coldly. Although he already expected something like this, the brazen robbery still upset him. For the past half-month, no one had dared to speak to him in such a tone, let alone try to steal from him. So naturally, his patience was wearing thin. But he endured and said nothing. The militants looked at each other before looking at the three of them. The first militant to speak said in a deep voice, "As we are magnanimous, we will not examine your belongings, and you can leave with that milk carton. As a token of kindness, let me tell you that west of town there are a few free houses still. You can use those." Without waiting for a reply, the other militant waved his hand impatiently. "Hurry up and get out of here. You smell really gross." John De looked at them coldly, but seeing Bai Zemin subtly shaking his head, he finally looked down. The three of them walked into the village slowly, listening to the gloating laughter of the militants. "Big brother Bai, why don't we just explode their heads and take over their guns?" Zhang De clenched his fists and cursed under his breath. "Damn those two dogs. A single blow from my fists is enough to make their heads explode into meat pulp, but they dare to treat us like puppies." Bai Zemin laughed coldly and replied as he walked towards the south of the village, "Don't worry. When we get control of this whole place, I'll see to it that they spit out those 500 grams of rice completely, even if I have to make them work as mules." Considering the rations they had, 500 grams of rice could not be considered too much. However, no one would feel good if they were robbed and then acted as if nothing had happened, let alone Bai Zemin, who was slowly getting used to being in a position of power. The village was not very large, and in the past, only about 60 or 70 families lived there. However, due to the search for supplies carried out periodically by the four bosses, the number of survivors had increased exponentially, so that makeshift huts had to be built. Bai Zemin and the rest saw how a group of young children between 8 and 14 years old ran barefoot everywhere. They were all looking for small bugs that had not yet begun to mutate, or tree bark to fill their empty stomachs. As the world changed, these children were also forced to change and leave their innocence behind to adapt to the new rules if they wanted to survive. After walking for about 5 minutes, the group of three stopped in front of an ordinary-looking small house. The door was firmly closed, but from outside they could hear a sweet voice singing like a happy bird coming from inside, which was a sharp contrast to the scene outside. When Bai Zemin knocked softly on the wooden door and took a step back, the singing stopped and a sweet childish voice rang out, "1 second please." A moment later, the door opened and the head of a little girl peeked out, who immediately looked at them with her big eyes filled with curiosity. Hello, my name is Liu Ning. May I know what do you need?" Chapter 122. 3 Big Bosses. Bai Zemin looked at the girl in front of him with the same degree of curiosity she seemed to feel as she looked at them. She was small, her body thin and petite without any sign of maturity, which was completely normal considering she was only 9 years old. Her hair was as black as ink and her face extremely pretty, like that of a porcelain doll. But the most striking thing was her eyes. On the way here, Bai Zemin had seen other children, and easily noticed that they all had cunning looks as they scanned the surroundings like little foxes waiting for the perfect opportunity to launch an assault. However, the eyes of the little girl in front of him were like two shining gems free of any impurity. It was as if even when the outside world had turned into hell, it was incapable of staining her heart. just as she was happily singing a few moments ago inside the small house. It was as if the inside and outside were different dimensions. Apparently that Liuo Cheng guy did a good job taking care of his little sister. Bai Zemin silently analyzed as he crouched down to be at the girl's level. You are Liuo Ning, my name is Bai Zemin, and these two are my friends Fu Zifeng and Zhang De. Bai Zemin smiled for the first time in a long time. A real smile and not a fake or forced one. Your big brother's name is Liuo Cheng. Isn't it? Liuo Ning's eyes shone with a hint of caution and she unconsciously stepped back slightly before cautiously asking. This. Elder brothers. You are people sent by the 4 big village bosses. My big brother left yesterday morning, but he still hasn't returned so. Seeing the girl's wariness, Bai Zemin took out the milk carton and held it forward as he said, Actually, we are friends with your brother Liuo Cheng. We met yesterday a few kilometers from here and we get along well. Oh. The girl looked at the milk carton and swallowed softly. She obviously wanted it but still shook her head. Elder brother. Where is my brother? Bai Zemin didn't insist and gave the milk carton to Zhang De to look after before sighing. I'll take you to him tonight if you want. For now. How about giving me a walk around? I'd like to get to know the village more. If you're not too busy. Liuo Ning hesitated as she had heard her big brother Liuo Cheng told her not to leave the house without him present. But it had been more than a day since he had left and there had been no news from him, so she was worried after all. Without her big brother she would not be able to survive alone in this world since he was her only source of dependability. Besides, she somehow knew that the person in front of her would not hurt her. As for how such a thing was possible when she had just met him, it was unknown. Okay, Liuo Ning will take you for a walk. She closed the door and locked it with a small key she took out of her pocket before taking Bai Zemin's hand with a sweet smile. The girl didn't seem to mind the smell on his body, and didn't seem to be on guard either as she started walking, pulling Bai Zemin's hand while pointing out some places. That's the place where the village fighters gather every day before going out to look for supplies or people. This is where Boss Lei Su lives. Big brother. Don't tell anyone, but actually Boss Lei Su is a pervert with more than 10 wives. This is the village square and the bosses often gather the other survivors to give orders. It is also used as a gathering point every night where a big pot of food is made and distributed to the survivors. Bai Zemin walked hand in hand with Liuo Ning, and the girl enthusiastically introduced the main places of the village. Her cheerful and lively attitude attracted a lot of attention as there were often survivors turning to look at her in astonishment, as if they could not believe that in such chaos there was a person who could act in such a way. Even Bai Zemin had unconsciously relaxed, feeling the tension on his body ease. Liuo Ning caused that Bai Zemin unconsciously thought on his little sister Meng Kai. So the girl had really started to like him. Following them from behind, Fu Zifeng and Zhang De were secretly surprised as this was the first time they had seen the normally cold and cruel Bai Zemin have such a gentle expression on his face. Meanwhile, in the most luxurious villa of the village, an important discussion was taking place amidst a dark and heavy atmosphere. Sitting on a couch and enjoying the tender hands of a woman massaging his shoulders, a burly man of about 35 years old had a grim expression on his scarred face. This man was actually Yi Qigang, the strongest of the 4 camp leaders as well as the man with the most authority. On another couch, to Yi Qigang's right, a middle-aged man was enjoying touching the breasts of 2 pretty women who had barely entered their 30s. His appearance was quite decent in comparison to Yi Qigang's deformed face. However, the truth was that this man was actually cruel and sadistic. This man was Lei Su, and it was said that more than 3 women had already died at his hands because they could not tolerate his games in bed. At the left, on another small couch, a man between 25 and 30 years old with a monk-like appearance was constantly looking around with cautious eyes. He was the only one without a woman accompanying him. This man was the 3rd village boss, Du Meng. What about Yang Pei? Lei Su casually asked as he continued to caress the 2 women's breasts. A strange smile formed on his lips and he laughed rampantly. That idiot couldn't have amused himself with some booty, ha ha ha. Du Meng looked at him without saying anything and his eyes glittered strangely. I don't think that's it. Yi Qigang ignored Lei Su's jokes and shook his head. Although Lei Su was a bit perverted and somewhat crazy, He was brave and could fight well, so Yikigang tolerated him to the extent possible. I have a bad feeling, Yikigang muttered, and the room went silent immediately. Even Lei Su stopped playing and his expression changed slightly. In the past, Yikigang had had several bad feelings, and it was thanks to this that the three of them along with Yongpei had managed to escape trouble. Even when the soul record came to Earth, it was thanks to Yikigang that the three of them were able to survive. Therefore, every time something happened, Lei Su and Du Ming knew that it was no time for jokes. Yikigang waved his hand and the woman behind him stopped massaging him. He stood up and said in a deep voice, Du Ming, prepare your men and scout the surrounding areas, but don't go too far away. Lei Su, take 20 men and go up north. It is possible that Yongpei has encountered problems, and if that's the case he might need help. Du Ming stood up without a word and went out the front door. As for Lei Su, he licked his lips and ran out anxiously, since every time he went out, if he found some pretty woman he could have fun first. Chapter 123 Chen He's determination and Lei Su's death. As they walked through the streets of the village, Bai Zemin noticed that little Yuoning often looked back before quickly turning her eyes forward. At first, he was confused by the girl's behavior but soon understood and could not help but laugh lightly. Zhanda, give that to the little girl. Bai Zemin stopped his steps and gestured backwards. Zhanda chuckled as he too had seen Yuoning's eyes fixed on the milk carton, so he took a step forward and gave it to her. Yuoning blushed but took the milk carton. She nodded prettily and thanked him softly. Thank you. Although Luo Cheng had taken care of her to the best of his ability, with the change in the world it was impossible for Yuoning's life to go back to the way it was before. With the daily payment that Luo Cheng received, she could eat enough rice to not feel hungry and also had access to some vegetables. But things like meat or luxuries like milk were not something he, a normal militant, could access. In the past, drinking a milk carton during breakfast or break time at school was normal. But Yuoning had almost forgotten the taste after half a month of not even seeing a carton. Seeing the girl drinking with enthusiasm, the passing survivors looked at her with envy. Most of them were starving, so Yuoning's situation was too good in comparison. Because this place was very close to the village square, the number of people was quite large as everyone was eagerly and hopefully waiting for the bosses to recruit men with guns. Most of them were willing to fight, and even more so when the reward was food. Most of them were willing to do anything for food as the rations were not enough. Suddenly, the crowd became agitated as several armed men appeared running with a small man in the lead. That's Boss Du Meng, Yuoning whispered softly, and held onto Bai Zemin's hand as she said, my big brother told me that he is the most mysterious of the four bosses, as he usually never speaks. But it is said that he is very fast, like a ghost that appears and disappears. Bai Zemin nodded silently and gently squeezed her small hand in thanks for the information. He narrowed his eyes as he hid in the crowd of survivors and observed Du Meng carefully. Everyone starting today, a curfew will be put in place until further notice for everyone's safety, Du Meng shouted loudly. His voice was similar to two sandpapers clashing together. Extremely uncomfortable to listen to. Today's meal will now be served and everyone will return in an orderly fashion to their homes. The survivors looked at each other in confusion. It was barely after 10 o'clock in the morning, but they already had to return to their homes, although some had complaints. None dared voice them, and they nodded obediently. After all, for such measures to be implemented there were probably serious problems. Besides, no survivor had the courage to oppose the four village bosses. Those who had the courage had already been beheaded or cut into pieces and thrown into the pigs to be eaten. Du Ming nodded to himself as he heard no strange whispers and waved his hand. Behind him, a group of people came out carrying several carts and other cooking utensils along with a huge pot. One militant stepped forward and shouted loudly, line up to get today's food. Whoever does not obey or does not line up orderly will be thrown to the zombies. The survivors trembled in fear upon hearing the threat and began to line up orderly with their heads down. Even Yuoning was scared and unconsciously clung to Bai Zemin's arm tightly, as the survivors received their rations, which were basically a few grains of rice with water and nothing else. The sound of several engines roaring in the distance attracted everyone's attention. 2 buses, 2 trucks, and 4 pickup trucks sped past. disappearing in a short time in the direction of the exit. The survivors panicked, thinking the zombies were approaching, so they quickly began to eat before rushing to their homes and locking the doors tightly from the inside. Zeman narrowed his eyes and looked at the place where the convoy of vehicles had disappeared with a thoughtful look. A few seconds later he ordered, "Let's go." Zhangde and Fu Zufeng nodded before quickly following Zeman. In the distance, Duming narrowed his eyes and looked at the milk carton in Liu Ning's hands. His thoughtful gaze had a strange glint in it before he gave an order to a militant beside him. Zeman raised an eyebrow in surprise, but did not stop his steps, and continued walking towards the house where Liu Ning and Liu Cheng lived. His lips curved into a cold smile that was impossible to detect. 20 kilometers away from the camp, Shen He was lying on the roof of a building. In his hands was a pair of binoculars they had taken the day before from the militants. Looking off into the distance with a grave expression, several hundred meters away, a convoy of vehicles that had barely been modified was rapidly approaching, raising a cloud of dust behind them like a wild beast. "It's Lei Su," Liu Cheng exclaimed in a grim voice, his body in the same position as Chen He and holding a pair of binoculars. "That man in front is one of the 3 camp bosses. Lei Su. He is even stronger than Yang Pei, and bullets can't penetrate his defenses when he activates his steel armor skill." Lei Su was sitting in the passenger seat in one of the pickup trucks leading the way. Shen He could even see through the binoculars a wild smile filled with arrogance, as if he was not worried about anything in the world. Chen He could not help but remember when at the beginning of the apocalypse Zeman told him that his attitude would not only end up killing him, but would also end up hurting those he loved because of his insecurity. Every militant was armed and there were at least 20 men inside the different vehicles. If they continued on this path, would definitely reach the hotel where the group was currently staying, and with so many people it would be impossible not to be noticed unless they were given time to hide, something which, considering the situation, they lacked. The problem had arisen from the fact that none of them had expected the main leader Yikiging to be so cunning and clever, which made things difficult up to this point. Chen He sighed and pulled out the Type 54 pistol from his waist. "So, if he doesn't activate his skill, that fellow is no big deal, isn't he?" Liu Cheng lowered the binoculars and looked at him in surprise. "Yeah. Well, no matter what, Lei Su is still just a human just like us. Then it's okay." Shen He nodded and aimed forward. 300 meters. 200 meters. 150 meters. Shen He sighed to himself and whispered, "Don't blame me. I have no choice but to do it." Then, with a look brimming conviction, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. "Ha ha ha ha!" Lei Su laughed jovially and tapped the board of the vehicle. In his mind, he was already imagining the scene of him having fun with several beautiful women and thinking about what kind of games he should try this time. The eyes of the militant driving the pickup truck flashed with disgust, but he didn't dare to show it openly and continued driving silently. Bang! Suddenly there was a sound of gunfire from the front and the front window of the vehicle cracked. But the militant driving was more concerned about the hot liquid that had splashed on his right cheek out of nowhere. The militant looked out of the corner of his eyes in a split second and his face turned white as a sheet at what he saw. Lei Su, who was laughing like crazy a second ago, had a bullet hole right in the middle of his forehead. Blood ran down his face uncontrollably and his expression had frozen while his lifeless eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief even in the face of death. Chapter 124 Confrontation. Shit! The driver of the pickup truck leading the convoy's path panicked and pushed on the brakes with a thump. The wheels of the pickup truck stopped immediately, but the vehicle continued to move forward due to the remaining momentum. The rear end swayed as the sound of the braking thundered through the clearing. The vehicles behind also heard the gunshot, and upon seeing the lead vehicle come to an abrupt stop, the drivers also pushed hard on the brakes. The sound of braking echoed everywhere, and some vehicles that did not have a great distance with the vehicle in front crashed noisily into each other. The street that had been silent several days ago when humans were hiding from the zombies had suddenly become noisy and chaotic like a movie scene. Dead boss Lei Su died. The militant in the first pickup truck got out in panic and started screaming in alarm as he crouched behind the vehicle. Looking around in fear, the militants were frightened when they heard the gunshot. But upon hearing the news of the death of the main leader in this team, they all began to panic. A sniper! Take cover quickly. Damn it, even Boss Lei Su was killed. How are we supposed to survive? Clutching their guns, the militants began yelling as they were shooting at the buildings in front of them. Although none of them knew where the sniper was, they had heard roughly where the shot came from. With more than 20 men firing, the bullets seemed like a golden storm of metal hitting and destroying everything in their path. The windows of some houses or buildings were shattered into pieces. Walls were filled with small holes. Some vehicles were turned into sieves, etc. Type 89 submachine gun, Type 81 rifle, Type 54 pistol, etc. All kinds of guns were fired uncontrollably, wasting ammunition recklessly to shake off the fear of the unknown. From the top of a building just over 100 meters away, Shen He and Liu Cheng sought cover while looking at the development with surprise. What happened? Shen He asked aloud. His face was pale as a sheet due to his first kill, but the adrenaline coursing through his veins kept him alert. He did not expect that just one shot would be enough to make the enemy group, which consisted of more than 20 men armed with all kinds of firearms and enough ammunition to wipe out the entire group of survivors in the hotel, collapse so easily. Shen He had only 2 Type 54 pistols with 15 rounds of ammunition in total, one of which had already been used to kill Lei Su before. He was preparing to fight to the death, but apparently, it was not necessary. Although they all have guns, they are not soldiers with military training, Liu Cheng pointed out with a bitter smile. Because of the gunfire, he also had to raise his voice. Each of them in the past was a farmer, businessman, journalist, and who knows what else. But when the apocalypse broke out, only by having a gun could they feel safe. The 4 bosses had recruited more than 50 men and armed them after raiding the police station near the village. These militants could fight zombies because they were slow and with guns. They didn't need to get close to them at the risk of being infected. However, when facing other humans it was different, especially when the enemy was able to kill one of the bosses so easily. With his sniper skill, Shen He's marksmanship was terrifying to the point where he was confident to hit a zombie in the head even from 200 meters away with a pistol. However, due to the lack of a suitable weapon, he had not been able to show his strength properly in the first 2 weeks of the apocalypse. However, as his weaponry improved, he would naturally become more powerful. Enemy, fire. Suddenly the militants roared and began to shoot all in the same direction. When Shen He looked towards the spot, he realized in fright that Shangyu and Bingzu was running in irregular patterns, dodging bullets while taking cover from different obstacles along the way. Die at once, you fucking monster! A militant had bloodshot eyes as he fired in uninterrupted bursts. The fear of the unknown and seeing the enemy's ghostly speed was driving him insane. Swoosh! Shangyu and Bingzu shot out from her hiding place and waved her hand. An ice spike flew through the air under her control and struck the militant in the chest, killing him immediately and freezing the wound firmly. Although she was fast and the militants could barely aim properly as she moved relentlessly, it was inevitable that a bullet or 2 would hit her. However, when those bullets did hit her, they were stopped by her combat dress, rare grade treasure. It was precisely because of this treasure that she dared to charge into a hail of bullets. Otherwise, even she would not be crazy enough to do something that could definitely cost her life. Shen He gritted his teeth and raised the Type 54 pistol, aiming at a militant who seemed to have lost his sanity. With an extra bang sound, the militant's brains were sent flying and stained the ground, creating a bloody mess. Immediately after, a hail of bullets was directed in his direction as he had been caught, forcing him into a passive position where he dared not raise his head casually, although he too was quick and his aim terrifying. A shot in the head would give him the same fate suffered by Lei Su earlier. With the target now clear, the militants began to calm down a bit, and one of them seemed to take the temporary lead as bullets began to be used wisely. Instead of firing relentlessly, steady bursts began to be fired every few seconds. Although the saving of ammunition was obvious, the pressure on the enemy would also become less strong as a consequence. Besides, even so, the ammunition would soon run out after all. Although Lei Su was one of the bosses, he could not bring too much with him, and they only had about 2,000 ammunition in a total of which more than 500 had been wasted when the battle broke out. Chengyu and Bingzu continued to dodge between the buildings and cars, constantly throwing weapons created with her ice maker skill at the enemy. After 5 minutes she had already claimed the lives of 10 militants, but even then her face remained impassive. Because she attracted the most attention, Chen He had managed to take out 2 other militants, but in an oversight was shot in the arm. Seeing Shangyu and Bingzu charging like an unstoppable killing machine, the 5 militants on their feet knew they could not stop her, so they immediately threw their weapons to the ground and knelt down. "We surrender. We are surrendering, don't kill me. We were just following orders to survive." None of them wanted to die. It was in the DNA genetics of every living being. Therefore, seeing Shangyu and Bingzu being immune to bullets, using terrifying skills, and her frightening speed, the remaining militants seemed to wake up and without hesitation surrendered. Chapter 125 Massacre Part 1. Chengyu and Bingzu also did not continue massacring and reduced the 5 unarmed militants with ease. Soon after, Kang Lan and Kai Jingyi appeared on the scene. As the only healer, Kang Lan used her skill on Chen He's wounded arm once. As for the second time, she did not dare to use it in case Bai Zemin or someone else needed help. No one said anything regarding this, and Chen He thanked her with a polite smile, to which she responded by nodding calmly. As for Kai Jingyi, she along with Shangyu and Bingzu and Liuo Cheng were asking questions to the 5 militants who had been tied with strings tightly. After all, the convoy's appearance had been too sudden, and everyone assumed that Bai Zemin might have encountered some problems. Unfortunately, the only one who might know something about it was Lei Su, but his head had already been exploded by Chen He even before the battle fully erupted. Fortunately, just when Shangyu and Bingzu was about to suggest charging into the village and taking advantage of the fact that the enemy forces had been weakened, Fu Zufeng appeared like a ghost in front of everyone before anyone noticed. Big Brother Bai also doesn't know why there was such a big move suddenly. Fu Zufeng looked at Shangyu and Bingzu and shook his head before saying confidently, "However, he sent me to say that tonight the village will be conquered by him." "Do we need us to do anything?" Chen He asked with a slight grimace of pain. Although the wound had stopped bleeding, it was still there and the pain persisted. This was the first time he had ever been shot or found himself in a crossfire with other humans, so fear still struck his heart. Fu Zufeng looked at him and said with a mocking smile, "Big Brother Bai said that you just have to block the exit of the village. You will take care of cleaning up the trash." Kai Jingyi nodded and said confidently, "With his strength, he can easily take care of the whole village. Even if it's 30 armed men." Kang Lan looked at her and chuckled under her breath. "Although your statement is quite bold considering it's 30 machine guns and other guns against one unarmed human being, I can't find words to refute what you said." Shangyu and Bingzu looked at the 2 girls and shook her head. "Let's prepare just in case." The chatter stopped and everyone began to prepare in case Bai Zemin needed help. Fu Zufeng could easily return to the village unnoticed using his stealth skill, but Bai Zemin had told him that it wasn't necessary, so he decided to stay and help out here. Back at the 4 big bosses' camp, Bai Zemin was looking over the house where Liuo Ning and Liuo Cheng had been living. It was a normal house, had 2 rooms, a living room that also functioned as a dining room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Although it didn't have many luxuries and the TV channels were dead, everything was properly tidy and it was hard to find even a speck of dust on the furniture. "Liuo Ning, you keep this place clean all by yourself." Bai Zemin looked at her as she wiped a flannel cloth on the wooden table and couldn't help but let his eyes light up with a hint of praise. The girl nodded happily and replied while humming a nursery rhyme, "Big Brother is too busy killing zombies, so I cook what I can and clean the house too. I have nothing to do anyway and going out is dangerous, so at least I can entertain myself like this." "That's quite admirable for a girl your age." Bai Zemin stood up and began to help the girl as they chatted about casual matters. Suddenly, he felt it was a regret that he hadn't brought more things with him or asked Fu Zufeng to bring some cakes when brought his sword today. As night fell, Luo Ning prepared the dinner, although it was actually simple. She looked at the white rice with half a sausage in Bai Zemin's bowl and lowered her head as she whispered softly, "Elder brother, I'm so sorry. Currently, our family only has this. Actually, a meal with some meat was very luxurious, and the sausage that Liu Ning had cooked was a rarity that Liu Cheng had obtained only because he discovered a storage cellar with provisions in the past, and the four bosses generously rewarded him. That sausage was the best she could make at present, and usually she only ate rice with some bread. Bai Zemin looked at the food on the table and his eyes had a complicated glint in them. For the past 2 weeks, he had eaten like a king. Meat, fish, vegetables, legumes. Basically, he had everything he would like to have. However, it was only when he saw the bowl in front of him that he really realized how lucky he was. Don't worry, little girl. He smiled softly, and as he put the white rice in his mouth, he replied, my family didn't have much money before either, so eating rice or noodles alone was an occasional occurrence. He wasn't lying. He really wasn't picky about food. It was just that sometimes one needed a small reminder in the present so as not to forget the past. Seeing him eat without any displeasure or discomfort, the girl sighed and giggled happily before she began to eat joyfully. The current Bai Zemin had already showered, and Liu Ning had given him some of Liu Cheng's clothes, so he did not feel uncomfortable. Under such an atmosphere, the two ate while occasionally saying a few words. As for Zhang De, he had another mission currently, so he was not present. Unfortunately, all good things had to come to an end, even more so in this new apocalyptic world. Blood will 1. 250. Bai Zemin lowered his chopsticks softly and looked out the window. However, all he saw was darkness. Just in time. I really need to release some frustration, he muttered under his breath. Liu Ning looked at him and tilted her head in confusion. Did you say something? He stood up and under the girl's confused eyes, he whispered, sleep for now. Little Liu Ning, when you wake up, I'll let you eat as much as you want until you go with a happy smile to bed. Before the little girl could respond, Bai Zemin pressed a specific point on her neck and she closed her eyes, falling unconscious seconds later. His special forces soldier skill was truly incredible, as it had a lot of knowledge about different martial arts and about the human body. Therefore, it was easy for him to put a person to sleep without hurting her in any way. Not even 2 seconds later, a dozen machine guns started firing from the outside to the inside. The wooden door was shattered, the windows destroyed, and everything inside the house was riddled with bullets. 4 militants appeared at the windows with grenades in their hands. After removing the safety catch, they threw them inside without any hesitation. Bang 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 bang. The grenades exploded like thunder in the middle of the night, and the small house collapsed completely after losing the support of several steel beams. Just as the militants stopped firing at the sight of the destruction, a shadow shot out like a whirlwind from within the cloud of dust and the pile of rubble. Chapter 126 Massacre Part 2 Last. A militant signaled and the shooting stopped immediately. Looking at the collapsed house turned into rubble covered by a thick cloud of dust rising into the night sky. He sneered. Heh. Although I don't understand why Boss Du Meng ordered us to kill that girl and that brat. It really is a waste of ammunition and grenades. The amount of ammunition the 4 bosses had managed to obtain after raiding the local police station had been about 20,000 rounds along with a few grenades. However, after the constant confrontation against the zombies and the constant raids in search of resources, the arsenal had been greatly reduced, and now there were just over 10,000 rounds of ammunition. After all, while it was true that zombies were slow and a shot in the head meant death, the militants were not soldiers with military training, they were just a random mafia gathering to fight. It was absolutely and utterly impossible that the militants, most of whom had never fired a gun before, could hit every shot. In fact, 99% of the time the bullets missed their target or hit other parts of the zombies' bodies, and only 1% of the time did a bullet hit the brain accurately. Therefore, the waste of ammunition was incredibly high. It was precisely for this reason that the militants did not understand why Du Meng had sent more than a dozen gunmen and even grenades to a little girl's house. Bang! Suddenly, the dust burst open and rubble flew everywhere. The militants panicked and quickly raised their guns again, but all they saw was a sharp flash of light shining in the middle of the starless night. The militant who had previously spoken felt his world spinning and was shocked to see his body standing headless with blood gushing from his neck. His life was completely over even before his head touched the ground. Right behind the corpse, Bai Zemin was holding his immaculate Xuanyuan sword in his right hand. In his embrace and resting on his left arm, little Yuo Ning, who was only 9 years old, was sleeping soundly like a little angel. Even after the earlier shooting, the explosions of 4 grenades, and the collapse of the house, both Bai Zemin and Yuo Ning were unscathed, and not even a fleck of dust had touched their bodies. How scumbag do you have to be to target a little girl? His cold voice rang out in the middle of the night, and his indifferent eyes were demon-like from the militant's point of view. Holy SHF fire! A militant roared in fright, and everyone began to shoot in a hurry. The muzzles of the Type 79 submachine guns spat bullet after bullet relentlessly in the direction of the 2 young people. No militant seemed concerned about the little girl or even the young man who was old enough to be the son of some of them. To survive such an earlier assault, it was obvious that the young man was not normal. Also, as a reminder, the militant's head and body in a pool of blood reminded them of a possible fate that none of them wanted to experience. Swoosh! The broken bronze bell flew out of Bai Zemin's pocket and hovered over his head. Before the bullets could reach him, a thin yellow membrane surrounded him, and consequently little Yuo Ning as well. Bang 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 bang. The bullets hit the thin magic barrier and sparks flew everywhere. However, to the horror of the militants, all the bullets were easily repelled and the barrier did not even flinch. In fact, the barrier had weakened after being fiercely shaken by 4 grenades at such close range. However, it still had enough power to withstand normal bullets without any problem. "D-damn monster, kill him!" another militant roared and shouted as he fired with bloodshot eyes. When he exhausted his magazine, scared, he began to search for the second one in his clothes with trembling hands. However, before he could change magazines, Bai Zemin appeared before him and slashed horizontally. The militant's body was cut off at the waist and his organs flew everywhere along with streams of hot blood. Because he had not yet died, the militant felt the most dreadful pain he had ever felt or imagined in his entire life. "Ag, it hurts, kill me, please kill me," he pleaded between cries that terrified his comrades. Bai Zemin ignored him and let him suffer until the last moment. His leg muscles swelled and with a loud bang the ground beneath his feet exploded as he disappeared from his position and appeared in front of another militant, slashing horizontally without mercy. Just as before, the militant let out a cry that seemed to come from deep within his soul as he fell to the ground cut in 2 halves. "Monster! Run away! Please don't kill me. We were just following orders to survive." "Arg!" Bai Zemin defied the rain of bullets with a cold gaze and like a demon reaped the lives of his enemies one by one. No matter how many times the militants pleaded, none of them received even a shred of his mercy and were cut in 2. Mercy, compassion, was he really a monster? It was clear to Bai Zemin that he had committed many cruel things since the apocalypse erupted with the arrival of the soul record on Earth. However, even he had limits. He did not force himself on any woman. He did not unjustly mistreat anyone to release his frustrations or fears. Nor did he abuse children. However, the militants in front of him were so cruel that even knowing that they were going to kill a girl as young as 9 years old, they did not even hesitate. They didn't even know if she had done anything evil, but as they received the order and in order to live more comfortably, without hesitation they raised their guns and threw grenades into the house of a defenseless girl. Who was the monster really? Bai Zemin believed that, at least in this case, he was not the bad guy. A few seconds later, the sounds of gunshots and pleading cries had completely stopped. The ground 100 meters around the now collapsed small house had become a bloody mess. 12 decapitated corpses cut from the waist down lay in disarray as they bathed in their own still-warm blood. Blood will 1250. Bai Zemin was standing surrounded by corpses. Regardless of whether he looked left or right, all his dark eye saw was crimson red along with the reflection of the full moon in the pools of blood. His sword, his clothes, his body, or Yuo Ning's everything was in perfect condition in contrast to the situation around them. "Let's get this over with and then go to sleep." Bai Zemin looked in the direction of the village center and his eyes flashed coldly. With steady steps, his lonely back soon disappeared into the surrounding trees. Behind him, 12 lifeless people and the destruction of the surroundings were the only proof of what had happened here. Chapter 127 Yi Qigang. Inside the villa where Yi Qigang resided, he and Du Meng were standing together in front of the window as if they were appreciating the full moon high in the sky surrounded by thick dark clouds. Yi Qigang frowned and asked in a deep voice that only when he was worried about something he used. "Are you sure about what you said? Today in the afternoon," and after delegating approximately 20 men to protect specific checkpoints that would facilitate the defense of the central area of the village in the direction of the mansion, Du Meng arrived at this place and told Yi Qigang that he might have found the source of his anxiety. Du Meng was a quiet man and rarely said anything except when it was necessary. Therefore, Yi Qigang did not believe that he was joking or saying things without an important purpose or something to rely on. "I'm sure." Du Meng nodded. His rough, but at the same time sharp voice was extremely strange and unpleasant to listen to. That little girl had a milk carton in her hand. Where would a 9-year-old girl get something as valuable as milk from? Indeed, that's strange. Yi Qigang nodded. Milk was a luxury these days, and even he himself couldn't drink it every day at will, let alone a 9-year-old girl who couldn't even fend for herself. Du Meng continued. After asking some men, I found out that this girl is actually the younger sister of Luo Cheng, one of our armed men. If the milk was stolen by him, then the girl's death will be a punishment in the form of a warning. But if the milk was brought from outside by those 2 unknown young men, then they should be dead in no time. Yi Qigang was silent before nodding appreciatively. Du Meng's words were cruel, but none of them were good men to begin with. Even before the arrival of the Soul Record, they had already committed several crimes and even killed some people. The sound of gunshots and explosions in the distance soon reached here, and the two looked at each other. A few seconds later, the sound stopped and all was silent again. They should be dead, Du Meng concluded. However, Yi Qigang shook his head and frowned. Du Meng, you left someone guarding the arsenal of weapons and ammunition. Only 2 men since the rest left with Lei Su and Yong Pei. Besides, the rest are. Fuck. Du Meng suddenly realized something and cursed before dashing towards the exit at full speed. Yi Qigang took a deep breath and soon heard the sound of gunshots in the distance, getting closer and closer. His eyes flashed coldly and he turned around, walking towards the exit, releasing an aura of murderous intent. Reaching the back, he approached a pile of junk cars and touched them while activating his metal control skill. Soon, the metal of the cars moved strangely and as if it had life. It began to surround him completely. In a matter of seconds, Yi Qigang had turned into a steel giant that was over 3 meters tall. Without saying a single word, he proceeded to walk with heavy steps towards the main gate of the villa. On his way through the village, Bai Zemin did not meet any resistance. The survivors were trembling with fear and had locked themselves in their houses while clutching their heads or hugging each other. The sound of gunshots, the cries of pain, and the 4 explosions followed by the collapse of something of considerable size had scared everyone so that no one dared to even poke his head out of the window. From the moment the 4 bosses arrived in the village and took control, all the survivors knew that life at this point was worth less than a piece of stale bread and anyone could kill without too much consequence. After all, considering the situation in the outside world, who was going to punish a murderer? On the contrary, it was likely that such a killer would be accepted among the militants for daring to fight instead of being punished. Therefore, no one even dared to squeak and they remained silent, praying to God for their fates. When Bai Zemin reached the center of the village, the first thing that caught his eye was a luxurious 3-story building, surrounded by lights and extremely conspicuous in this place where everyone's lights were off. Although they had not come this far today, little Yuo Ning had told him that the strongest boss lived in the most luxurious house in the center of the village. Therefore, Bai Zemin easily identified it as his main and final target. Blood will fit for high 50. Bang 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 bang. The power boost provided by his passive second-order blood will skill was triggered by an extra 2, and Bai Zemin didn't even have time to react when a rain of bullets was directed in his direction. From the left, from the right, from the front, and even from behind, placed at different points. 20 militants with machine guns or pistols fired mercilessly, even without military training. With 20 machine guns firing at the same time, it was absolutely impossible to miss and not hit the enemy target. Even a fly would be hit by at least a single bullet. However, Bai-Zemin continued to walk undisturbed. When the bullets reached him, the broken bronze bell did not fly out of his pocket and the automatic protection effect was not activated. However, the bullets were stopped in midair by a barrier that could not be seen with the naked eye. "You can all go to hell," Bai-Zemin muttered, and the reject ring in his left hand glowed slightly. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The militants did not know that all the bullets they were firing had been magically stopped in midair and continued firing, piling up more and more bullets. Before they could react, the bullets that were their allies suddenly turned around and shot out at a speed no slower than before. Back at the militants. "Aig. Help me." Amid cries of pain and despair, the militants were hit by at least a dozen shots each in different parts of the body. Arms, legs, abdomen, chest, shoulders, head, heart, etc. Some bullets even curved in the air while searching for the man with the gun that fired them, turning the different militants into sieves filled with holes and covering the ground with blood, brain parts and even pieces of skull. Blood will 3,250. The gunfire had not even persisted for 3 seconds and the 20 militants had been killed by Bai-Zemin without even lifting a finger. Bai-Zemin continued to move forward with the sleeping Liu Ning in his arms until he suddenly stopped when the ground beneath his feet began to shake softly and become heavier and heavier with every second. Soon, he understood the reason. "Are you Yikigang the strongest boss in this place?" Bai-Zemin asked indifferently, as he looked at the metal monster that was over 3 meters tall about 100 meters away. Chapter 128 Bai-Zemin that cannot be defeated. The giant surrounded by layers and layers of metal looked like a sci-fi robot, but with no technology and just pure strength. Its arms were the size of a grown man and its legs were so wide that only 3 people together could wrap their outstretched arms around it. Moreover, just the pressure emitted by its overall size was enough to make most enemies sink in despair. "That's me." Bai-Zemin heard the voice of a middle-aged man from inside the metal robot. Although it was a human's voice, due to the sheets of metal surrounding it sounded like there were several people inside as the echo rang out all over the place. "And who are you?" Yikigang asked, brimming with murderous intent. Even before the apocalypse, he had never been offended and all those who tried had paid the consequences. After evolving through constantly absorbing soul power and acquiring skills, his self-confidence had become a lot higher. Although he knew that the young man in front of him was strong enough to defeat and kill a group of nearly 50 armed men and even survive the explosion of 4 hand grenades, Yikigang had such an ability as well. Bai-Zemin stepped forward and coldly replied, "The person who took care of a small shrimp named Yongpei. The person who slaughtered all the men who accompanied him. The strongest fighter in the group that killed the dog by the name of Lei Su. The boss of the man who is currently taking care of that little monkey Dumang. But more importantly, the person who will kill you." Yikigang's heart shook in a whirlwind of churning emotions when he heard the young man's declaration before him. However, he did not have time to think too much as his passive skill danger sense caused his entire body to tremble in fear, and he unconsciously raised both of his mechanical arms in the shape of a cross covering in front of him. Bai-Zemin appeared in front of the giant robot and swung his right fist forward without holding back in the slightest. Boom! Although Yikigang had managed to react quickly thanks to his passive skill danger sense and thanks to his own combat experience, even with the protection of layers upon layers of metal he was unable to withstand the power of Bai-Zemin's fist boosted 32 by his blood will skill. The metal giant was sent flying backwards uncontrollably, losing several pieces of armor in the process. Bang! The outer wall separating the main mansion from the rest of the village was noisily smashed as Yikigang hit it violently. He couldn't help but cough out a mouthful of blood and his eyes flashed with disbelief. His first-order metal control skill allowed him to control metals almost at will, so he moved the armor with his skill, not his physical body. With this armor, even bullets would not be able to harm him in the slightest, and his total defense was simply terrifying. But even then, The after effects of the force resulting from the blow was not something his armor could withstand, much less by Zeman's strength, which was greater than that of 20 grown men. This kind of strength was not as simple as 20 grown men hitting the same place with separate forces. All that strength was compressed into his body, and the power behind his fists was simply dreadful. Bai Zeman was about to charge forward, and even with little Yuoning in his embrace, he was confident of ending his opponent's life easily. However, a magic circle appeared on the ground below him, and he hurriedly dashed to the other side just in time. Bang! A large earth stake, 2 meters high, rose out of nowhere and pierced skyward. If he had taken a fraction of a second longer, the magic earth stake could have pierced his body. Yi Qigang was strong. However, he was different from Bai Zeman, who had faced death countless times after so many clashes against existences more powerful than him. Before Yi Qigang could even stand up completely, Bai Zeman's 201 agility points carried him in a second right over the metal armor. With a gaze as cold as ice, he stomped down with all his might. Boom! The ground caved in, and the metal armor's chest area sank down horribly, unable to withstand the pressure. Inside, Yi Qigang felt his world spun around and began to cough blood uncontrollably at the same time as blood came out of his ears and eyes. I heard that you like to mistreat people just to release your frustration. I also heard that you have abused several women in the same way that your 3 dogs have. The demon's voice rang in his ears, and when he looked up to the sky he saw that Bai Zeman had already jumped more than 5 meters high, and was currently pointing at him with his right hand. Let your sins burn. In hell, Bai Zeman sneered, and the blazing ring on his index finger glowed with a crimson shade. Under Yi Qigang's terrified eyes, a blaze of fiery crimson fire flew in his direction at full speed. Even from afar, he could sense death as his passive skill danger sense urged him to flee in a hurry. Unfortunately, the current him had already been mortally injured by Bai Zeman's fierce attacks. His power and his speed and concentration to control his skill had been severely affected as a result. Crimson flames surrounded the 3-meter metal armor completely, and Yi Qigang's howl coming from the flaming giant echoed throughout the village. Standing several meters away on the roof of a 2-story house, Bai Zeman looked at the scene in front of him, and listened to the cries and curses of his enemy with indifference. In his cold dark eyes, the crimson flames reflected like the representation of hell on earth, but even then his emotions were not moved in the slightest. The metal began to melt from the magical flames coming from the blazing ring, and even before they reached Yi Qigang inside it, only the heat had begun to burn his skin and deform his body horribly. The feeling of being burned alive was so unbearable that even he, who had been tortured once in the past and had his face cut off, could not bear it. Because activating his metallic control skill required concentration, he could not send the metal armor anywhere else, and could only cry out in pain as he writhed all over the ground. The dark starless night, with only the light of the full moon as witness, blazed with crimson flames as the piercing howl of a human became unbearably terrifying, scaring all the survivors who heard it. About a minute later, the flames were completely extinguished and the metal giant had melted into a liquid puddle. As for Yi Qigang, there was no trace of his existence. You have obtained the soul power of Yi Qigang level 22. Blood will 3350. With his sword at his waist and a little girl sleeping in his embrace, Bai Zeman coldly snorted before walking towards the place. The strongest boss of the 4 had died just like that, with only 2 strikes from Bai Zeman and the activation of a treasure that made him suffer the horror of hell on earth. Chapter 129: Death of the 4 Big Bosses. This entity called Soul Record really is terrifying. Bai Zeman looked at the 3 objects before him with a complicated look and sighed. Even after the metal armor was turned into a pool of liquid by the crimson flames coming from his blazing ring, and even after an evolved person like Yi Qigang was turned into mortal remains, these 3 treasures still remained intact and resplendent. The 3 treasures were a bracelet, a pendant, and a skill scroll. Because Yi Qigang's soul power was much weaker than his soul power, who had already reached level 35, Bai Zeman did not believe that after killing him he could obtain any loot. However, the 2 accessories were probably belongings that Yi Qigang had obtained throughout his hunts and battles. This was confirmed when Bai Zemin inspected the information on the bracelet and discovered that it was actually a rare grade treasure earth bracelet, one exactly like the one he had. Because each person could use 2 bracelets and he did not have a different one, he also equipped this bracelet on his opposite hand, which increased his magic by another 10 points. Spiritual earring rare grade treasure. When equipped, it increases magic and mana by 10. Automatically protects the user from 3 spiritual attacks per day. Current status 33. Bai Zemin did not have this item, so without hesitation he pierced his left ear and the small earring with a tiny emerald shone on it. Although it was not particularly his taste, becoming powerful was the main thing and he didn't care too much about his appearance anyway. To his surprise, when he saw his reflection on the blade of the sword, he didn't look bad at all. The last item was actually something that surprised and delighted Bai Zemin beyond words, as he always wanted such a skill. Danger Sense unclassified passive skill level 5 warns the user by sending nerve signals to the body whenever his or her life is in mortal danger. His eyes glittered and without hesitation, he decided to learn the skill on the scroll for himself. The scroll disappeared from his hands in particles of light that soon entered his body and deep in his soul. A new rune of yellow color with reddish tones at the edges was formed. With this new skill, his survivability had skyrocketed immensely. While it was true that his broken bronze bell could automatically protect him, the treasure energy was not infinite, and in the event of losing its power, Bai Zemin would have to rely only on himself until he could use it again. Therefore, the passive skill Danger Sense suited him perfectly. Bai Zemin scanned the surroundings before looking at the girl sleeping in his embrace, and a smile slipped onto his lips. If anyone saw him at this moment, they would certainly not be able to associate him with that indifferent face that in less than 5 minutes had claimed the lives of more than 30 people. Unfortunately, there was no one to appreciate it. Du Meng surveyed the scene before him with eyes filled with burning anger that he seemed unable to contain. Along one corridor were 2 corpses whose heads had been blown to pieces. Flesh, pulp, and blood had stained the white walls with red, and the scared sobs of some kneeling maidservants could be heard clearly amidst the sepulchral silence. Big Brother Bai really is a genius. At the end of the corridor, in front of a wide open door, Dong De looked at the slender man across the corridor and smiled. I wonder why no one knew him before all this chaos completely erupted. He continued as if talking to himself. Even without his current strength, his intelligence doesn't lose to President Shengyuan's or Chen He's. He should have been able to stand higher on the boards. Du Meng looked at the desert eagle in the burly young man's right hand and frowned. That was the only desert eagle they had obtained from the police station, and it was one of the most powerful firearms they currently had, with a 12.7 mm caliber. But now it had fallen into enemy hands. Zhang De suddenly raised the weapon and shot without warning. The sound of the shot echoed through the walls, and the maidservants in the place screamed in fright, but none dared to move for fear of being shot dead. As for Du Meng, he had disappeared as if he had vanished into thin air. Zhang De was startled, and before he could react he felt his right arm being severed by a sharp object. Hastily he took a step back, avoiding the cut for the most part, but still being slightly slashed. Blood flowed slowly from the wound, staining the ground and his clothes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The wind howled and Zhang De suffered several bloody wounds. Although he managed to avoid fatal wounds, his arms and some parts of his body had slight cuts from a knife or other sharp object. Du Meng was undoubtedly stronger than him, and in a one-on-one battle, it was impossible for Zhang De to defeat him. However, in this narrow corridor that Zhang De had chosen to fight in, things were different. Bang, 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 bang. Zhang De raised the Desert Eagle and fired 8 times in a row in different directions and completely emptying the magazine. Ugh! From his right side, a groan followed by a bloodstain immediately attracted his attention, and Zhang De without hesitation rushed forward, punching with all his strength. Bang! After being injured by a bullet, Du Meng was struck and sent flying before slamming into the opposite wall. His active first-order skill invisibility was deactivated, and with a hate-filled expression, he looked at the slowly approaching young man, bathed in his own blood. Zhang De looked at the bullet hole in Du Meng's abdomen and also noticed that his chest had sunk at an odd angle after receiving his previous fist. If not for the close place, Du Meng would undoubtedly have been the victor. However, After Liuoning told everything she knew about him, Bai Zemin easily found his fatal weakness and Zhangde defeated him after some difficulty. With such injuries, it was impossible for Du Meng to survive. Soon after, he coughed up blood along with several pieces of organs and died just like that, with his eyes wide open and filled with unreconciled hatred. Due to the difference in levels, Zhangde went straight up to level 18 and sighed as he leaned against the wall while slowly reloading the weapon in his hands and looked attentively at the maidservants of the place, without saying a single word. Although his wounds were not serious, he was certainly losing a lot of blood, so it would be best not to move too much. Soon after, Bai Zemin appeared and chuckled. Looks like you took a beating. Zhangde. Zhangde rolled his eyes, but smiled bitterly at the sight of the untouched Bai Zemin. Even with a little girl, he had killed all the enemy militants and had even taken out the strongest Yikigang. The difference was simply too great. Chapter 130 New Subclass Lower Leader. After making sure that the injuries suffered by Zhangde were not serious, Bai Zemin looked at the few kneeling maidservants and said calmly, "All of you need not be so frightened. I don't plan to do anything bad to you in any way. My targets were Yikigang, Du Meng, Lei Su, and Yang Pei, the 4 leaders of this camp. Now that they are dead, I will be taking control of the village in their place." The maidservants looked at him with a touch of fear, but his words had managed to calm them down a bit. After all, the previous 4 leaders were not saints and had committed many heinous acts, so even if Bai Zemin did bad things, as long as he didn't kill them, these women would believe it was normal since they had seen such behavior from those in power for a whole week. A voluptuous woman with a slim aura of elegance stood up and while looking at Bai Zemin lowered her head politely. "My name is Qin Ming. May I know the gentleman's name?" "It is Bai Zemin." Bai Zemin replied in a deep voice as he looked at the woman about 9 or 10 years older than him. Not only was her body voluptuous, but her face could be considered a beauty if not for the small burn that had not yet healed at the edge of her lips. But even then, Qin Ming was a beauty in her own right. Before the apocalypse erupted with the appearance of the Soul Record, Qin Ming was a successful businesswoman within Ruilin subdistrict with assets exceeding 3 million yuan. However, 2 days after the apocalypse, she fell into the hands of Du Meng during a raid on a small village several kilometers away. Because of her natural beauty, Lei Su had wanted to force himself upon her, but she refused and fought until Du Meng stopped him. However, before letting her go, Lei Su had taken it upon himself to brand her with a boiling match, thus damaging her beauty as a warning. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Ming gritted her teeth and decided to bet everything Leader Bai. "Since this will be your new settlement, I think you should gather the survivors to make your rules known." Bai Zemin looked at her with a tinge of surprise in his eyes, but quickly understood what she meant. Not only was it necessary to change the name of this camp, but it was also necessary to make his face known among the survivors. In addition, Bai Zemin also needed to recruit men to arm them properly and start delegating tasks. Bai Zemin smiled and nodded in satisfaction. "Qin Ming, from today you will be my housekeeper. Gather the maidservants and the women of the leaders. Then take them to Yikigang's villa. It will be my new home." Qin Ming was elated at the new position and quickly nodded hurriedly before looking at the rest of the women who looked at her enviously and began to give orders. Because of her previous job, it was easy for her to guide and take the role of a small leader, so soon all the women began to move in an orderly fashion. Shangyu and Bingzu and the rest drove the buses, the big Dingfang truck, and the various pickup trucks through the camp. The male and female students, as well as the teachers, had looks of amazement as they looked at the more than 700 survivors standing around the well at Central Square. "Amazing," Wu Yijin exclaimed as she looked at the corpses of the militants. He alone really managed to fight and kill so many gunmen. Shangyu and Bingzu's beautiful eyes also had a strange glint in them as she looked at the scene. She had faced a group of just over a dozen men armed with machine guns and rifles, so she knew that even with her constant evolution it was not simple to defeat an armed squad. However, Bai Zemin had managed to wipe out more than 30 by himself. The reason for her surprise stemmed from the fact that he did not possess a skill like her first-order ice maker, capable of defending and attacking at the same time. At least, she had not seen him use one. However, After remembering the magic treasure broken bronze bell, it all made sense. After the students disembarked the buses, they were ordered to stand up with the rest of the village survivors. So they all had no choice but to stand in the midst of people who were clearly not in a good situation. It was only then that several of them realized that from today on, their lives could take as big a turn as when the soul record showed up unannounced. Many even regretted it. But it was too late. Standing on a small stage made of wood, Zeman looked at the thousandless people with an indifferent gaze. However, only he knew that he was not really calm at all. A step behind him, Lily watched the scene with a small smile as if she was having a lot of fun. Now do you understand why I wanted you to conquer as many places as you can? Zeman heard the succubus' seductive voice in his head like the devil's whisper. Zeman looked at her out of the corner of his eye and took a deep breath as he read the messages flashing in his retina. The number of living beings under your command have exceeded 1,000. You can now choose the lower leader subclass. Subclass. Zeman's main class was currently Blood Berserker, and while it was true that this would change once he reached the second order, the rest of his classes would remain somewhat similar to the current one, but stronger. However, a subclass was something he hadn't expected since Lilith had never mentioned it to him. A subclass was something that helped role-playing video game players to get some extra power without interfering with the main class or the player's goals. Although generally a subclass was a lot weaker than the main class, the extra help was always good because if two beings with a class of the same type faced each other, the one with the better subclass would be the victor in the end. Zeman did not hesitate and accepted the lower leader subclass right away. You have successfully acquired the lower leader subclass. A leader is one who leads his followers to success and victory. You still have a long way to go towards the path of a true king. Lower leader increased the total power by 1 and another 0. 1 for every 1,000 people under your rule. You have the ability to name 2 people loyal follower. Those who become your loyal follower will never be able to betray you, and in life and death situations will be able to use 5 of your overall strength. To evolve to the next tier you need to have 10 people under your rule. Zeman did his best to stay calm as he knew he was currently being watched by more than 1,000 people. However, it was extremely difficult for him to do this as this new subclass had opened up a world of possibilities for him. Chapter 133 Reinforced Iron Bore. Zeman soon made some effort and pushed the whole previous matter to the back of his head. Although a bit of rest to clear his mind and think better about what to do next would be good for him, it was also very clear to him that stopping was the same as giving the opportunity for other existences to devour him. With no other option and now even more motivated to cross the Yanking district and reach the Changping district to join his family. The previous case had not caused Zeman's faith and trust in his loved ones to waver. It only motivated him to work even harder to achieve his goal of reaching them as soon as possible. Under his orders, the survivors began to carry different tools to the cargo truck and tractor trailers. The survivors of the beginning village knew very well that working for Zeman and the others meant better meals and the possibility to eat their fill. So once the surrounding zombies were eliminated, they all began to work vigorously. Roar! Suddenly there was a thunderous roar in the distance that startled the survivors. The ground began to shake lightly and little by little the rumbling became more prominent, indicating the approach of something of considerable size. About 200 meters away, several trees were knocked down and under the terrified eyes of the survivors. A boar over 5 meters tall that seemed to be made of iron charged forward fiercely. At the sight of the humans, the beast's eyes turned red and it roared again as it charged forward with determination. The panicked survivors began to scream and dropped their tools in an attempt to flee. Bang! Zeman shot into the air several times and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Stay where you are. Damn it if you stay away from here. By the time I kill this fucking pig, y'all all be thrown out of the village." At the sound of gunfire and hearing his clearly angry voice as well as his threatening words, the survivors stopped trying to flee in disorder, but still fled into the building to seek cover. He narrowed his eyes and raised his Type 85 sniper in the direction of the giant boar. The Type 85 sniper was an antique semi-automatic weapon from 1963, but even today it was sometimes used by the army because of its power. Although it could not compare to the power of some of the same type of more modern weapons, it was one of the weapons with the greatest penetrating power among those currently available in Bai Zemin's group. Bang bang. In a second, Shen He opened fire twice. He was smart and knew that the giant boar's defense would be amazing. One only needed to pay attention to the metallic sheen of its scales to come to such a simple conclusion. Therefore, he took special aim at the beast's two eyes. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. When the two 7.62x54 mm armor-piercing bullets were just a few centimeters away from hitting the beast, a strange energy invisible to the naked eye seemed to distort, decreasing the power of the bullets enormously and slowing their speed, which gave the giant boar enough time to close both eyes. Tink tink. Both bullets fell to the ground after a slight sound of metal hitting metal. What Changyuan Bingzu's eyes flashed with disbelief and her small mouth slightly opened in complete shock at what she had just witnessed. Shen He sucked in a breath of cold air and unconsciously took a step back. Even Bai Zemin himself was astonished. I told you so. Lilith's voice sounded inside his head. First-order existences are almost immune to firearms developed with this world's technology, and probably only those with weaker defense are afraid of them. Only heavy weapons are a real threat to them. Bai Zemin took a deep breath and without warning burst forward with an astonishing speed that no survivor could understand or glimpse. As the giant boar charged like an unstoppable locomotive, an ant-sized existence flashed before their crimson eyes. With no intention of stopping, it charged even more ferociously. Unfortunately, while it was true that Bai Zemin was incomparable to the overall size of the giant boar, the power his small body possessed was no joke. He raised his Xuanyuan sword high and slashed fiercely downward as if to cut the giant boar in two. When the sword blade connected against the beast's body, a thunderous explosion reverberated everywhere and the ground shook fiercely. The giant boar roared painfully as it was forced to retreat. Right in the center of its forehead, its scales cracked and a great torrent of blood gushed out from the open flesh, staining its entire face and giving it a horrifying appearance. Bai Zemin himself felt his arms numb after the strike, but this was because the sword in his hands no longer had the ability to pierce through the enemy's defenses. Before him, the only reason he had managed to wound the monster was because he had monstrous strength. However, as a consequence, his arm suffered a bit. The giant boar's eyes flashed strangely, and its scales suddenly took on a slight glow that was stronger than before. A first-order existence with a defensive active skill. Bai Zemin immediately concluded and was about to continue when a blast of frost flew past him. The giant boar's body became much slower, and if one looked closely one would easily discover chunks of ice on its legs, knees, back, even its tail. Looking out of the corner of his shoulder, he saw Changyuan Bingzu gritting her teeth and relentlessly channeling her skill. These kinds of beasts were her nemesis, as her ice skill did not have a destructive power high enough to break through a defense as strong as that of the giant boar. Without pausing to give the enemy time to react and seizing the opportunity, Bai Zemin jumped high into the sky and soared almost 7 meters in less than a second. He united both fists and punched mercilessly downward. Boom! After such a horrendous blow, a huge shock wave spread outward with the place hit by Bai Zemin as the center, and even some nearby trees were shattered by the aftershock of the attack. The giant boar's eyes quivered and it opened its maw to howl in pain, but all that came out of its mouth was a large amount of fresh blood along with several pieces of flesh coming from its organs that had been fiercely shaken by the previous blow. As the creature fell to the ground, Bai Zemin raised the Xuanyuan sword and began to slash as if he had gone mad. 1, 2, 3. In just a matter of a second, he had already slashed more than 50 times with all his strength. The giant boar didn't even have time to cry out as its brain was turned to pulp from the outside and its skull sank inward with blood gushing out endlessly. You have acquired the soul power of First Order Reinforced Iron Boar level 49. Health 20. Stamina 15. Strength 8. You have leveled up and reached level 36. You have leveled up and reached level 37. You have gained 2 status points to distribute freely. Chapter 134 Government Transmission. When the reinforced iron boar fell, The survivors who had sought shelter inside the building looked at the young man standing on the back of the huge creature with eyes filled with disbelief. Before this, the survivors had occasionally seen Yikigang, Dumeng, Li Su, and Yon Hei activating their skills to make demonstrations of the supernatural power they possessed. In that way they would not only be able to urge more people to fight, but also be able to show the difference in power, instilling fear in them. However, this was the first time they had seen someone so powerful. Everyone knew instinctively that if the reinforced iron boar appeared in the village and launched a Charga-type attack, then no one would be able to stop its wild madness. Even the 4 previous leaders would have to flee or die. When the survivors saw the skills and monstrous strength of the 4 leaders back then they felt fear. But when they witnessed Bai Zemin's display of power, what they felt mostly was gratitude, surprise, and reverence. This was because when the power between 2 beings reached a point where it was simply impossible to comprehend, fear, envy, or hatred automatically turned into reverence and admiration. Humans were greedy and envious by nature, but didn't they worship different gods? This was because the difference in power in their minds between them and those existences was simply impossible to compare, so it made no sense to be envious. This was a similar case. Bai Zemin looked at the Xuanyuan sword in his right hand and sighed. He really needed a new weapon since the strength of his current sword did not have the ability to pierce the defenses of enemies above level 40, and even when it managed to pierce their defenses he needed to consume large amounts of stamina. At least for now he would have to make do with the sword, as it was not easy to obtain a new weapon stronger than his current one. After all, the Xuanyuan sword was a rare grade treasure and at the top of its category. Therefore at least a magic grade treasure was necessary to surpass it. Bai Zemin circled around the beast's corpse several times and found a red orb and a skill scroll. Piercing glove. Normal treasure attacks performed with this weapon allow the user to pierce through the defense of almost any enemy below level 25. When equipped, Strength 5. Wild Charge. Unranked active skill level 5. Turn into a shadow capable of traveling 10 meters in a straight line within 0.01 seconds. This skill can only be used once every 2 minutes. After thinking for a moment, Bai Zemin decided to learn the Wild Charge skill. The scroll in his hands disappeared into particles of light and a rune with the drawing of a bull formed deep within his soul. You have learned an active external skill. You can learn 3 additional external skills. Good job. A cheerful voice brought him out of his inner thoughts, and as looked ahead he saw Shangyu and Bingzu, Shen He, and Lilith slowly approaching. Bai Zemin smiled slightly and nodded to Lilith, who had praised him, and was looking at him with a bright smile. Shangyu and Bingzu even raised an eyebrow at their exchange. Even a fool could tell that the relationship between the two of them was anything but normal. Made more than that, they look like a couple or close friends. Shen He whispered under his breath. Although it was a small whisper, it was impossible for it to escape the ears of people strong as the others, let alone from such a close distance. Bai Zemin ignored him and threw the piercing glove to Shangyu and Bingzu since he had won and since she had done her part deserve something too. She took the treasure without saying a word and nodded towards him. The survivors finished carrying the 2 tractor trailers with mechanics tools and blacksmith tools that were used in ancient times. While there were modern tools for blacksmithing, the old man liked the ancient methods of forging, as he always told Bai Zemin that by relying too much on technology one's skill would begin to rust. Because Bai Zemin together with Shangyu and Bingzu, and Chen He had moved the giant corpse of the reinforced iron boar to the Dunfeng truck, they had no choice but to look for 2 other trucks nearby to transport the rest of the stuff. Even with the 3 of them together it was almost impossible to lift the body of the beast, and they had to do it bit by bit, taking them almost 2 hours as it was not only incredibly heavy, but they also had to be careful or the truck would be crushed by the size and weight of the first order creature. When Bai Zemin and the rest arrived at the beginning village it was already past noon. What is that? My God! It looks like a mythological beast. They even hunted such a terrifying monster. Due to its size, it was impossible to hide the body of the reinforced iron boar. When the few survivors who were walking around the village aimlessly or those who were in the square registering to try to get a job saw the formidable beast being carried, and the dried blood on its body, they couldn't help but be scared and shocked. The reverence, as well as the gratitude of being under the protection of such powerful people, added another notch. Inside the villa that was used as a meeting hall, Bai Zemin was sitting on a sofa with a frown on his face as he looked at the radio in front of him. On the sides, Shangyuan Bingzu, Shen He, and Wu Yijin, who had temporarily stopped enlisting, were looking at the radio and at him intermittently. This is Mayor Bai Yang of Baikwin Subdistrict. I hope that you, who were listening to this broadcast, are safe and secure. In case you need shelter, food, security. The government, in conjunction with the military troops of Baikwin Subdistrict, have managed to establish a safe zone in the area between Ruilin Subdistrict and Baikwin Subdistrict of Yanqing District. The arms of the government are open to welcome you at all times. A recorded transmission that discussed a little about the world situation was constantly repeated from the satellite radio. Bai Zemin's eyes had a strange glint in them as he secretly thought, so the government really did manage to set up a small base. Although he already expected it, since it was simply impossible for humanity's armed troops to fall so quickly when most of the enemies were slow and unintelligent zombies. The warning bells rang in his head noisily. I don't think the person in charge of the place is unaware of the leader subclass, he thought with narrowed eyes as he gently tapped the wooden table with his finger. He had already discussed the matter with Lilith the night before, and she had made it clear to him that existence could only obtain a subclass upon reaching the second order. However, there was one exception to this rule: those who met occult requirements. Chapter 135. It's harder to be a good leader than a good tyrant. If it was in the past, as long as the government and the military gave him a good incentive and treatment, Bai Zemin might have been willing to work together with them. After all, the human race was in danger of being completely annihilated, and if he received the support of the military and the government, it might be much easier for him to reach Changping District, where his family was located. The problem was that Bai Zemin alone simply did not have the ability to reach his family on his own. Yanqing District had approximately 5 million people before the apocalypse, and because it was an ecological area, the forests were numerous. How was he alone to face millions of zombies and countless mutated and evolved beasts, even if he was strong? It was clear to Bai Zemin that overconfidence would only kill him sooner rather than later. However, all thoughts of joining the government and the military disappeared 100 yesterday when he gained control of over 1,000 survivors and obtained the lower leader subclass. It was simply impossible for him to surrender such a large source of power, and Bai Zemin was very clear that if he joined the government, it would be impossible for him to keep his forces intact. Hand over the firearms, his treasures, rations, the survivors. These were all things that Bai Zemin could not afford to lose no matter what. However, there was a problem. He looked at Shangyuan Bingzu, Shen He, and Wu Yijin before sighing secretly. He was already starting to feel a headache coming on. What do you all think about it? Bai Zemin inquired in a deep voice. This is a great thing, Shen He exclaimed in relief. If the Yanqing District government still remains on its feet, then it is highly likely that the rest of the country will have at least some kind of order established as well. Wu Yijin shook her head and while looking at her friend pointed out, he is just a mayor, Shen He. Besides, this man Bai Yang can only barely represent the Baikwin Subdistrict and not the entire Yanqing District. The central government didn't necessarily manage to hold its own. As everyone expressed their opinions and ideas on the broadcast heard, Shangyuan Bingzu had her head down, seemingly deep in thought. It was only after a long time that she finally looked at Bai Zemin and asked, "What do you think about it?" Bai Zemin, who had also been silent, looked at her and calmly responded, "Even if we want to reach Baikwin Camp, we need to cross half a subdistrict, so it is not something that can be accomplished in 1 or 2 days considering the current situation." Shangyuan Bingzu nodded and after thinking for a moment said quietly, "Besides, I would like to see the situation inside the camp before making a decision. I think it's not necessarily a good thing to join the government." Wu Yijin furrowed her eyebrows tightly and seemed to realize something as she said, "That's right. Who can guarantee that those at the higher-ups didn't get corrected after acquiring real power and strange skills, considering the current situation in which China and probably the whole world finds itself?" Relying too much on old agencies might be the first step to fall. Hearing this, even Shen He frowned and fell under deep contemplation. None of the three were ordinary people. They had lived or had some kind of close contact with the government and military forces since they were young, so they knew well how high society worked. The higher up someone was, the higher they wanted to be, and the less willing they were to take orders from another being. This was an irrefutable reality, and now that society had collapsed, why would they have to be guided by the old rules and norms then? Bai Zemin was silent and after a moment's consideration concluded, "Then we will infiltrate Camp Baekwon. We can decide after seeing the situation there." "That's the best idea." Shangyu and Bingzu nodded and the rest also agreed. Soon, the three of them separated and began to perform different tasks. When only Bai Zemin was left inside the room, Lilith entered through the door in her lily form. Seeing him still deep in thought, she calmly asked, "Why do you still care about their opinion considering your current strength? Even that woman Shangyu and Bingzu couldn't even survive 10 seconds in front of you." Bai Zemin looked at her and could not help but secretly sigh. Lilith really was the most incredible woman he had ever met. Not for nothing she was a sixth-order existence after all. Even wearing a pair of black jeans and a white blouse, and even when her appearance was slightly above average, her innate charm was still terrifying. After appreciating the beauty in front of him for a few seconds, he closed his eyes and calmly replied, "Indeed, I could force them all, but that wouldn't make me a leader. I'd be a tyrant. You know it's harder to be a good leader than a good tyrant." Lilith pointed and sat down next to him. "Maybe." Bai Zemin nodded, secretly savoring her natural fragrance. "But if I lie and force them now, in the future I won't be able to form my own faction with great powerhouses. Although I would love to move solo. To do that I need to be at the top end. Unfortunately, I am only at the bottom of the food pyramid. To help you, whatever it is, you'll probably need a lot of power." Lilith's beautiful eyes glittered curiously and she pursed her lips into a charming smile. "I see you've thought a lot further ahead than I thought. In fact, many things would be easier for you if you simply use pure power. But in the long run, your losses would be astronomical and you would probably even perish halfway through." Bai Zemin chuckled and walked towards the exit while thinking that even an elephant could not defeat several million ants united. After 2 days, different jobs were delegated to the survivors of the beginning village. Although not all were able to get a job and the vast majority still had to make do with the 3 bowls of gruel a day, none complained and happily ate what they were given. During the past 2 days, the new armed militia was also properly formed, totaling over 60 men armed with different types of firearms. Since Bai Zemin had no experience in the military environment and Chen He was born into a military family, he had to go to him to learn a bit. In the end, the 60 armed troops were divided into 3 groups of 20 men each with a main leader at the head being Shangyu and Bingzu, Shen He, and Wu Yijin. While rations were now plentiful, every grain of rice consumed was a grain of rice that was lost forever. Although some seeds had been planted in the surrounding fields, it would take time to see if they would germinate or not, and if they did not, it was necessary to know if this was the case in all the lands or only in some areas. There was still much to do and many things unknown about the soul record. Chapter 136, First day before consuming the fruit. Loyal follower. During the 2 days in which Wu Yijin, Shangyu and Bingzu, Shen He, and the rest were in charge of delegating labors and training the armed militia, Bai Zemin was busy with other important matters. In the middle of the forest about 2 kilometers away from the beginning village, on the first day he took control of the village after killing the previous leaders. A few hours after he and the rest arrived from the workshop and blacksmith shop, where he worked, before the arrival of the soul record on Earth, Bai Zemin was sitting on the branch of a huge tree. In front of him, about 50 feet away, the apparently lifeless body of Yang Pei lay carelessly on the grass. Although the wind was blowing and some branches or dry leaves were falling on his face, he showed no signs of awakening. It had not yet been 24 hours since Bai Zemin forced Yang Pei to consume the fruit from the mutated plant, so until the exact moment arrived it was highly improbable that he would be able to wake up from the deep sleep he had fallen into. The fever had disappeared several hours ago, but even then it seemed that his body was getting used to something because, according to Lilith, the mana inside Yongpei's body was unstable. According to her, he was probably just finishing digesting the effects of the fruit before finally opening his eyes again or bursting into a bloody mist. As to which of the two cases would happen, Bai Zemin was not sure, but just in case he decided to stay away from the village to avoid problems. Time passed and Bai Zemin remained in place without getting down from the tree, as from his position he had a wide view of the surroundings. That way, he could prevent himself from being surrounded by any kind of enemy and avoid surprise attacks. While it was true that his blood will skill seemed to activate when enemies appeared within 100 meters of him as the center, Bai Zemin did not know how the skill worked yet, so he did not dare to trust his life to it. Approximately 3 hours later, Bai Zemin slowly stood up on the thick branch he was sitting on and looked forward with an excited smile. This scum is waking up, and it didn't explode. That means that plant is, as I guessed, an incredible treasure. Lilith, floating a few meters away from him, smiled brightly and nodded as she heartily congratulated. Congratulations, little Zemin. Now you will be able to become more powerful than you already are and probably take a great leap forward. Bai Zemin nodded and rubbed his hands together eagerly as he waited for a great performance from Yongpei. Just in case, he had brought along a couple of grenades, as although he was confident in his strength, if that plant gave Yongpei some strange power, he was not willing to take any risks and would simply explode him into pieces. Ugh, it hurts like hell. Unfortunately, the first thing that came out of Yongpei's mouth was a groan followed by a loud curse. The only one of the four bosses alive looked at Bai Zemin from several meters away, and his eyes turned blood red as he shouted, "Damn bastard, if my legs were healthy, I swear to God I would cut you into 1,000,000 pieces, but before that I must let you suffer hell on earth." The excited expression on Bai Zemin's face disappeared completely, and his face turned black as the bottom of a pot. "What's that all about?" he muttered, dumbfounded. "Wasn't this little dog supposed to receive some strange power?" Lilith descended and stood beside him as she looked at the man who was still cursing relentlessly. After a moment of consideration, she pointed out, "Some plants give stats. Some confer skills. Some even awaken the latent power of skills we already possessed or are even capable of upgrading treasures. So," Bai Zemin urged her to continue. Feeling anxious like a small child, Lilith looked at him with a smile and reminded him of something he had overlooked. "So, unless that plant was focused on treasures, that Yongpei guy probably won't be able to demonstrate the power he received since you broke his limbs." Bai Zemin was dumbfounded and looked at her as if he was looking at an otherworlder. Which, ironically enough, she was. Lilith also looked at him silently, with a charming smile just as she always did. "Bastard." It was only when Yongpei's enraged roar thundered through the forest that Bai Zemin finally reacted. He looked at Yongpei's squirming legs and sighed as he shook his head before leaping forward. He fell 2 meters away from where Yongpei lay and looked at him coldly. Yongpei, who a moment ago was roaring and shouting that he was going to cut him into 1,000,000 pieces, got scared, and the yell that was about to come out of his mouth ended up getting stuck in the middle of his throat. He knew he was no match for the young man in front of him, but Yongpei was used to being rampant and wild, so in the end, he ended up acting contrary to what his brain was telling him he should do if he wanted to have a slim hope of survival. "Really? I should have left you at least one leg unharmed." Bai Zemin shook his head and said words that scared the young evolver even more. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, Bai Zemin raised his foot high and then lowered it once more, but with all his might. Bang! "You have acquired the soul power of Yongpei level 20. Yongpei's head banged into pieces, splattering blood and flesh everywhere. However, Bai Zemin's foot not only pierced through the sturdy body of an evolutionary level 20 with apparent ease, but continued further and made a small hole about 30 centimeters wide in the ground as well. Without Yongpei's constant cursing, the forest became silent once again until Bai Zemin's voice rang out again. "Well, although I don't know what benefit this plant confers, I at least know that it is a treasure capable of boosting a person's strength." Lilith's seductive voice followed right behind. "That means you can now consume the fruit by yourself and wait for the results. Zemin looked up at the blue sky for a few minutes, pondering what to do next as the cool breeze blew against his face. After nearly 10 minutes of consideration, he began to walk away as he muttered, "Let me make a few final preparations before finally consuming the fruit." After Zemin left the forest and returned to the beginning village, the first thing he did was to look for Kang Lan and Kai Jingyi. Inside the main village, sitting on a couch, Zemin looked at the two pretty women in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "So, what did you think of what I said to you just now?" The two girls looked at each other before standing up at the same time. Kang Lan was the first to kneel in front of him, and as she looked down said with resolve and determination, "I am willing to become your loyal follower and follow you to the top or to the bottom of the abyss." Chapter 137 Mutant Plant Effect Lightning Movement. Immediately, not even a second after Kang Lan finished speaking, Kai Jingyi knelt on one knee just as knights did in the Middle Ages before the king, and solemnly swore, "Kai Jingyi is willing to be your loyal follower. If you shine and are admired by countless, your radiance will enlighten me. If the darkness devours you and you are hated by the world, I will accompany you so that you will not feel lonely." Zemin looked at the two young women kneeling in front of him, and his lips curved slightly upward. After leaving the forest, after checking that the effects of the fruit coming from the mutant plant were not evil and ending Yongpei's life, Zemin immediately returned, and the first thing he did was to look for Kang Lan and Kai Jingyi, while he could have gone to look for Fu Zufang and Zhongde. The reasons why Zemin chose Kai Jingyi and Kang Lan was to ask them if they wished to be his loyal followers. After explaining the effects of the skill were varied. However, he had two main reasons. One, the first reason was that while Kang Lan could take the lives of numerous enemies after activating her poisonous cloud skill, Kai Jingyi was fast enough to confuse the enemy and kill them quickly while protecting Kang Lan. In addition, Kai Jingyi's speed was also perfect for leaving the range of Kang Lan's skill since it did not differentiate between allies and enemies. 2. The second reason was mainly based on Kang Lan. Although she was strong, her chosen path was pure magic, unlike Shangyu and Bingzu. Therefore, her physical stats, while more powerful than the average person, were also not outstanding or high enough. Therefore, Zemin wanted to give her, who was his only healer, a means of preserving her life in times of need. Aside from these two main reasons, there was a third. This third reason was that the two girls seemed more willing to kill in order to maintain their lives and dignity, because after consuming the fruit of the mutant plant he would go into a coma in order for his body to adapt to the changes his soul would undergo with the intervention of the soul record. Zemin urgently needed people he could trust 100 without fear of being stabbed in his sleep to protect him. While Zemin trusted Kang Lan, Kai Jingyi, Fu Zufang, and Zhongde enough, as he did not believe any of them were evil enough to bite the hand that saved their lives, made them grow, and even nurtured them, it was better to be forewarned. Therefore, Zemin wanted to put a seal, something similar to a leash that would prevent this kind of problem and at the same time improve their confidence in each other. It was precisely because of this that he explained to the two girls the effects of the skill coming from his lower leader subclass. Seeing them accept without hesitation, Zemin nodded in satisfaction, as this meant that neither of them had intended to betray him at any point in time. From the beginning, none of them had even a distant thought of betraying him. After all, they were both grateful to Zemin in many ways. He thought he had only given them power, but he had done much more than this. Zemin had made the timid Kai Jingyi more confident, made the lonely Kang Lan gain friends she could trust. He saved their lives on numerous occasions, pushed them to quickly get used to the changing world in order to survive. He gave them strength and still continued to help them relentlessly. He had done so much for them. Therefore, when he told them about the skill of his subclass, none of them hesitated and accepted immediately. Then let's finish this. He did not hesitate and immediately activated this skill attached to his subclass. Zemin felt a slight pain in his soul as if someone had pricked him with a needle, but soon that pain disappeared and the body of the two kneeling women lit up with a bright light of a faint reddish color. Due to the activation of your subclass skill, these two women will never be able to betray you. The voice of Lilith, who was invisible and undetectable by all except him, sounded beside him. This is because a small fragment of your soul is linked to that of these people. It is also for this reason that those who become a loyal follower can use a small part of your overall power. Bai Zemin nodded imperceptibly, and the light illuminating the two girls disappeared completely at the same time as a message flashed in his retina. You have chosen the unclassified existences Kang Lan and Kai Jingyi as your loyal followers. 22. The two girls looked at each other blankly and slowly stood up. This is all? Kai Jingyi asked in confusion. Neither she nor Kang Lan felt any kind of change in their bodies or thought processes. They had expected something different, but everything was seemingly the same as before. That's all. Bai Zemin stood up from the couch and said in a serious voice, I will now begin to absorb a power coming from a mutant fruit, so I will be out for 24 hours. During that time I will need you to protect me. The two girls nodded with serious expressions as they clearly understood how grave the matter was. After all, with all the things he had done, it was only natural that some people were unhappy with Bai Zemin. As he walked to his room on the top floor of the villa, Bai Zemin ordered, During that time, if anyone is looking for me, just tell them that I am busy with something important. No need to explain any further. If anyone tries to break in, then just kill them. Yes. The two women looked at each other and nodded with determination. Sitting on the edge of his bed inside his room, Bai Zemin took out a red fruit from the mutant plant very carefully. Because he had used one on Yongpei earlier to confirm whether the fruit was edible or not. Now that he was going to eat another one, he only left one remaining of the original 3. Go and hurry back. Standing beside the bed, Lilith looked at him with a beautiful smile. Bai Zemin looked at her and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, Lilith. Why do you make it sound like I'm going to another world? Without waiting for a reply, he leaned back on the bed and casually threw the mutant fruit into his mouth. His face scrunched up and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Unlike in fantasy novels or comic books where the divine fruits were incredibly sweet and tasty, the fruit he had just consumed was incredibly sour, so much so that eating lemon was only kid stuff in comparison. However, he had no time to complain as he immediately felt his body burning. It burned as if he had been thrown into a spring of boiling water. It was so bad that even before he could grunt in pain, his eyes rolled back in his head and passed out. Seeing his breathing slightly uneven but calm and his chest heaving gently, Lilith leaned forward. Her face rested only a couple of centimeters away from Bai Zemin's face. She could even feel his breath caressing her face softly as her black hair fell like a night veil down the sides, covering both of their faces from the outside. Her red eyes glittered like precious gems and she pursed her lips. Millimeters from his, she whispered softly, Hurry up and wake up. Little Zemin, this big sister is curious to see what you get. Then, she took a step back and sat on the edge of the bed as she looked at him silently. A day passed quickly, and after the beginning of the second day since the fall of the previous 4 leaders, a great number of survivors had been given different jobs to do, and the initial armed militia had finally formed properly. After 24 hours of silent agony, Bai Zemin's eyelashes moved imperceptibly. However, this small movement could not escape the strong and sharp senses of the higher existence present. Finally awake, hearing the most beautiful voice of the most charming and dangerous woman he had ever met in his entire life, Bai Zemin smiled and opened his eyes slowly. Congratulations, you have learned second order active scale level 5 lightning movement. Part 2 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.